united, our culture, united, our culture, united, our culture, united, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world.
Mike, check, 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 check. You're tuned in live, Culture United, every Wednesday right here on the Company Man channel. Before we get started, we have a fantastic panel this week. Every week we try to put together the best panel possible. But I do want to add another footnote to the reaction to the discussion that was held on this panel last week. Yesterday on the third verse, I put up a clip, I put up a 20-minute video explaining just how I feel about the space, outlining all of the opportunities I had to do better, every step of the mismanagement that I felt like every step of the ways that I mismanaged, rather, last week's episode, the reactions to it, and addressing issues that are important to this community. One thing that is still unaddressed, I don't want to say unaddressed, but I didn't speak to directly in the video yesterday, was my position as a creator as well. And one of the things that made people very uncomfortable during this very unfortunate press run is how creators are treated in this space. A lot of times people just don't respect us, don't respect the craft of this, whether we're reactors, whether we're YouTubers, because as independent contractors, we're doing things ourselves. And I did not stand up for that concern in this community in what I said yesterday. But I do want you to know that I 100% agree with you. And that was also another opportunity that I missed. And so thank you for that. I also want to take this time to apologize publicly to BK. Last week, I did not give her the full stakes of the conversation. I did not give her the opportunity to shine. And none of that was malicious. None of that was strategic. And none of that was her fault. She's incredible. She has a big heart, and she is here for all of those talents that she brings, particularly her passion, her compassion, her empathy, her fight for rights of marginalized people, and her broader context around culture. And so that was my mistake fully, and I apologize for that. Any other conversations that might have to do specifically with that video or specifically with things that went unaddressed, if you're not all the way caught up, there is a full video on the third verse. Feel free to pause this, go over there and watch it. Otherwise, we have the second show, and any other concerns I'm willing to address during that space as well. But this one right here is going to be probably my favorite panel when it comes to the topics of this week and the people that I go to for gaps or blind spots in my perspective. I just want to set the stage with that. Thank you guys so much for all the support, for rocking with us. And let's get started with the show. Bring them on up. All right, 9-second applause. Joining us on the show this week, probably my favorite video on lyricism, one of my top favorite lyricism videos I've ever actually watched. There's breakdown space and people explaining difficult topics I'm very passionate about. I am an integral part of that, even in this space in general. And I think the brilliant mind on this gentleman came through in that video. It also comes through in his music. It also comes through in his conversations on Rap Latte. Please welcome the one and only King Green. 9-second applause. Okay. Yeah. Sometimes people talk there. I just gave you I gave you some negative space to see if you wanted to freestyle.
He said what he said. Talking about lyricism is like Christmas for me. So
yeah, word up.
Is every day. That's what we love.
Word up. Also on the panel this week, friend to the show, His album, Neighborhood Gods Unlimited, one of my favorite projects that was released. Was that at the end of 2024 or the beginning of 2025? I can't remember. I know I still listen to it. He had a very, very successful tour. He has another tour that's starting on August 3rd in Santa Ana. And if you are ever looking for a separate angle from the way everyone else covers everything, you need to go to this man's channel, the one and only Open Mic Eagle. 9-second applause.
What up, what up, what up? New album out August 14th, too. The news van never stops.
That's came out.
The name of the album, though. That's just the truth of my life.
Neighborhood Gods Unlimited came out when?
That was July of last year.
July last year, okay.
Yeah,
It's so fresh for me, it feels new.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely.
Glad to hear it.
Also on the panel this week, when's the last time you were on? 3 weeks ago, maybe? I'm not even sure. My brother, my business partner, co-host of Third Verse Podcast, the one and only Stat Quo. 9-second applause.
Good to be back amongst my people.
Welcome, brother. And sweltering right now in foreign lands and foreign languages. Got her AC on, but she got her earbuds in, so you can't hear it. My partner, one of, at this point in time, one of my closest friends. And I'm thankful that she is a part of this platform and is a part of my life and in my corner. One and only Elle, Janelle. 9-second applause.
Bonsoir. Thank you so much, Justin. I'm really proud of you and this platform. So I'm ready to get into it today.
Word up, word up. And last but certainly not least, sitting down there in Dallas. I'm not even sure if the power's working in Texas, but she's shining tonight. Superstar in the space, dropped 2 videos that hit me directly, personally, in a way because of the level of grace she carries herself with. I'm truly thankful for her too. The one and only BK. 9-second applause.
Hi, everybody. I don't know why it feels like it's been longer than a week since we've been here. But I'm happy to be back. This is my favorite place to be on a Wednesday night, so let's get into it.
Word up. That's because it's been a long-ass week. That's what a long-ass week looks like. I know that. All right. Again, if you guys have been here before, you understand how we get down here. The first discussion is a 2-hour main discussion. We're going to talk about the most crucial topics of the week. And then after that, it's the second show. The second show is driven by you all and your super chat. So what you want to talk about, that's what we talk about. Thank you guys again for joining Culture United this week and being a part of this community. And thank you for always keeping me honest and checking me when I get off path. 9-second applause. That was about to be a 0.9-second applause. Doesn't have the same impact. That's more like a 1-second applause. All right, so first story of the day, big story of the day. Spin That. Right now, I believe that to be the song of the summer. I believe it to be the hottest song in hip hop, even though it is the second highest song in hip hop on the Billboard Hot 100. But Young Miami caught one in a major, major way. Major. All generations understand this song, know this song, and people are having all kinds of debates about this song. Now, the debate around that song hit a fever pitch this week when India Arie came out and responded to a comment that was left criticizing this song and its message. The original comment says, I'm calling for a boycott of young, let me make sure I put this on screen. Yeah, it is, okay, cool. I'm calling for a boycott of Young Miami's song Spin That. I believe is degrading to our culture. At some point, we have to take seriously the power music has over our perception and the values it reinforces. India Arie left a comment that said, I spent my entire adult life caring way too much because I finally learned that not everybody cares with a capital C, and explaining it to them is not going to make them care. Everything you listen to, see, or eat is going to influence you, so make wise choices. She also went on record and saying, where's the other quote? Here it is. I finally realized that not everybody wants to get free. And it was a very, very rude awakening, is what she said. Now, there's more dialogue around this. I think this discussion will get into some of that. India Arie also did put out a video that sort of explained her point more. I will play a clip of that here shortly. But before we get there, I do want to check in with the panel and see what you guys think about at least the song and the original, or excuse me, the initial reaction that people are having to this song. I want to start with you, BK. I think you set it off great with your video this week.
Yeah, I fuck with the song. I can't lie. I'm not gonna cap. It definitely went on my birthday playlist. Entire function went up, word for word, bar for bar. Like, and even my mom, like even my uncle this past 4th of July weekend. So like you said earlier, it's kind of hitting us intergenerationally, which I think is interesting and cool, especially because like none of us are ever like listening to the same thing, watching the same thing anymore. Like I always talk about kind of like the death of monoculture. So it is cool when like people, you know, en masse seem to be catching on to something. And I definitely think it's a catchy song. I don't think I've actually heard like the full song sober, but I love the hook, and I loved seeing Boots Riley use the song in his I Love Boosters promo, because you know there's this big conversation about like, you know, scamming the little guy, and like scamming is never okay. It's not a victimless crime. Like I agree with that. You know, someone brought up like older adults. Like I work with older adults. Like I understand like the gravity of that, but I think that there is a cultural element to boosting, and like how we got the fashions and how we were really putting that shit on. So like, I don't know. And that's part of like what Boots Riley drove home in his film, you know, just the proletariat and how we, you know, whatever, we siphon from these companies, these billion-dollar like corporations. Who really gives a fuck? I definitely don't. So I hate that we can't just enjoy the song for a little ratchet 1-2, throw a little ass, like shake a little hip, whatever, and that we're getting into the trap of like moralizing and being like, oh my God, this is degeneracy and our children. And it's just like songs like this have always existed, and it's fun and it's great at the pool, it's great at the day party. And I think, I don't know, when we zone in on one song or one artist, like I just think we miss the bigger systemic issue of like why someone would scam or why someone would boost. Like, you know, people are saying she's rich now and she's not struggling, whatever. But like think about like her upbringing, think about her POV, like think about like where she would be singing from or rapping from or whatever. So like, I don't know. My biggest issue with it is like the Diddy association with Carisha, and I think how much of a part of like his Brother Love rebrand she was, and Acting Bad and De Leon and Carisha Please and all that. Like when I saw it blowing up, I was like side-eyeing a little bit, like what are the long-term implications of her re-entering the zeitgeist and potentially embracing Diddy when he comes home, considering the character letter. So it's a lot of conversations wrapped up in one, but like just let the kids have their song for the summer. Like it's fine. And it is the song of the summer, in my opinion.
Yeah, 1 second applause. Yeah, I mean, and she signed to Uptown Records, which has been acquired by Republic. And so the Diddy's all around this as far as I can tell. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to speak factually in terms of his direct involvement on it, but we know their relationship has been really, really tight. King Green, where are you at with this?
I mirror her perspective a lot. What I would like to say is kind of like this culture, this genre has never had a single ethical philosophy. It's always been fantasy. It's always been survival. It's always been social commentary. It's been everything. So when she gets one, if we're just talking about music genre, she happens to make a hit, which is no different to me. If I even think about the best things in life are free, you can save it for the birds and bees. I need money. That could be a capitalistic perspective song. You'd be like, why are you projecting capitalism on the people, right? Or same thing with Annie Up. Nigga, it's Annie Up. Like, that's all this is. I think it's almost misogynistic to hate on this song. It's just Annie Up. That's all this what this song is. So it's now the other side is that hip hop has matured, and music and culture has matured so much that there's more people, and they have the voice to point out certain hypocrisies and things about stuff. Just how you look back at old Eminem or DMX songs and you're like, these lyrics make no sense today. You can't get away with saying that stuff today. So I understand that there is a maturity level of the audience as well, but the audience ain't that mature if it's the number 19 song in the country. And we also have to put out the fact that people also don't pay attention to messages as much as we would hope. That song at first glance, like you saying, you're drunk or you're listening to it, you're just hearing someone say spend that. We all spend money. That's why dad could get it, mommy can get it. You're just saying spend that. That's all you're getting from the song. And it's a nursery rhyme. It's easy to get. So I just don't get the perspective. And I don't even think India Arie really even said anything wrong about it. She just said, I wish people wasn't like this. And I understand that not everybody can have my perspective. And I agree with her. Yeah. I wouldn't make the song, but I also wouldn't make any up. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's not my ministry. You know what I'm saying?
One second, Paul. Did I cut you off? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's good. I'm good right there.
Yeah. I mean, I love that phrase. That's not my ministry, by the way. Like, that's one of my... Omar Dorsey said that in a third verse conversation, I guess maybe late last year, and it's stuck with me ever since. I know it's been out there, but I just got a fresh reminder of it. You know, I think Annie Up is where my mind went initially. I love Annie Up. I've loved Annie Up since it came out. Used to make me want to fight in the club, and I would still never fight in the club, but I had that feeling, you know what I'm saying? But I do think that this is one of those moments where you can really tell how big a song is, where themes that I would say have been consistent throughout the history of hip hop are being debated in this way. And perhaps that means there is a larger contingent of people within hip hop who are mature and still are fighting for, or at least fighting against certain themes when it connects with our culture, broadly speaking. Because I do think that criticism or critique of this song, regardless of its accessibility, does come from a place where people are questioning the morals and the values that we continue to espouse and live within. Mike, where you at with this?
You know, my mind went to Every Day I'm Hustling when I first heard it, because to me that was one of the first songs where I was able to really understand how much rap songs that really reflect and embrace capitalism can really resonate to all kinds of people, because that's the system that we live in. Because like Green and BK is saying, spend that, like we all do that. That's something we all do. We all hustle, we all work, we're all trying to live and accumulate wealth in the system. So it's very easy for a well-constructed song like that, with a well-constructed hook and a well-produced beat. It's put together well. It's very easy for that message to resonate with a ton of people. And so, you know, it makes a lot of sense for me. I thought one thing that was interesting about the song is it's really one of the first times I've ever heard a song specifically mention boosting. I didn't really hear the Cool song. I love boosters back in the day. So this is the first like real like hip hop song I've heard specifically talking about boosting. And that's interesting to me because there's a component of boosting specifically that's like a little bit, and I said this in the video I made about it, it gets us a little bit close to talking about class consciousness when you're talking about boosting, because that's specifically working class, poor people taking resources from people with money. Like that's a specific thing that's a little different than the usual hustling capitalistic message. Personally, I don't like the scamming thing so much because I think the reverse applies to that, where scamming is usually working class people preying on other working class people. So I don't love that. But again, like, this is a song that's not for me. I like that, not my ministry. I never heard that before. I'm definitely going to be using that too. It's not for me. I'm not in the demographic for it. I got no problem with it though. Like, I got no problem with people enjoying themselves to music that's not for me. Like, I've lived the majority of my life that way. Like, that's nothing new. And so along those lines, I don't necessarily have a problem with India Arie or anybody else expressing frustration that that type of message is what resonates with people, especially if you are a community-minded person in the Black community and has been one for what I imagine how long she has been one. Like, we're in the internet, we're in a social media culture now where like every day is like sociology 101 for a lot of people. They're getting a message for the first time. They're becoming awakened to things that a lot of us have been thinking about, working on, caring about for decades now. So I can't blame India Arie for being a little tired and expressing some exhaustion at seeing. I would even say that there are some elements of this song being being a signal that things are in a worse state than when she was in the music industry. In terms of the messaging of this song, I don't personally care that much, but I don't fault her for caring a lot like that. I think that her position is a perfectly reasonable position to have. I think that in the social media environment that we're in, that's going to be taken and twisted and misinterpreted. And I think that she has to know that and be ready for that and know that if she's going to, you know, I imagine she probably keeps her social media that's very active all the time and is saying things that we usually all ignore, right? This particular instance, people were able to use her name as a legacy artist to create clicks based on her saying something opposing a new artist that's popping. And so they make a story out of it. Typically, we don't know what India Arie is saying, but it's probably a lot of the same thing most of the time. But again, I think it's a perfectly reasonable position. I don't fault her for having it at all. But I think to me, what it speaks to is more the toxicity of this social media and clickbait environment and how legacy artists got to be a little bit more aware of how they engage with it.
Well, second applause. I mean, that is a very thin slice. I'm glad you pointed out how boosting, and I think BK mentioned this too, like boosting, what's wrong with boosting if you're taking from people who probably have too much in the first place, and how that's still juxtaposed with scamming, which is something that is more community oriented. Stat's been talking about this song being a hit song since that song first showed up on the internet. When you look at this song, what do you see?
You talking about me?
Yeah.
I want to give y'all a little history lesson, right? India Arie dropped her first album on UMG, Universal Music, Motown. It came out 2001. My boy Mark Basson, me and Justin's family, Mark Basson produced it. You know, a lot of the records on there that blew her up. Incidentally, a song that came out in the year 2000, which was kind of similar to Spin That, but it was not. It wasn't surrounding around scamming, but it was Nelly dropped Country Grammar. I'm going down, down, baby. Your street in a Range Rover, sweet street sweeper, baby. Cock ready to let it go. What I'm saying to you is she decided to sign to a label that was the biggest record to. That was the biggest record at the time when she signed at that label. So all this holier than thou shit didn't apply back when she was trying to get on. Now that she's a legacy artist and performing her songs and getting paid, and she has made her impact, of course she can speak from where she was speaking. She can speak from that perspective now, which is a shout out to her. But it's a newfound thing because she partnered with the companies that promote this music. So she's essentially a part of the problem. That's my point. The company that this music she's condemning, she helped keep the lights on. So if this must be a newfound perspective of where she's coming from because she didn't have that when she did the deal. That's all I'm saying. I've been writing toxic shit since the beginning of time. So because I'm a writer and I write raps, I didn't kill the nigga, shot a nigga, bury a nigga. So I can't get out here and when the song come on now that I'm not doing that and be like, damn, that's fucked up. I can say it's fucked up, but I can't condemn these people because I was a part of the problem. You get what I'm saying? So my thing is, if I didn't want to be in this business, if my moral compass told me I don't want to be associated with that type of shit, then I wouldn't have ever done any business with any of these companies because all these corporations, all the labels are pumping this shit out. You know what I'm saying? WAP. You know what I'm saying? Wet ass pussy. When I was a kid, hey, we want some pussy. All these different songs have been here. You know what I mean? I appreciate her perspective. God bless her. Anybody should be able to say what they want to say. But I'm just saying, if I'm sitting there talking to her, I'm wondering, did she feel the same way in 1999? Did she feel the same way in 2000, 2001? When is this new because now she's grown, she sees the light. So that's where I come from with that.
1 second, Paul. Elle, do you agree with what Stat said? Do you think that because she signed to a major label that put out other destructive music, or at least more vulgar music, is she culpable in her decision to sign that label because of other things that label puts out?
No. What I found to be interesting about India Arie was her saying maybe people didn't want to get free. And it made me kind of ask myself, like, what does she mean by that? Did she, in her mind, think that she was putting out music to help people get free? How true is that? How untrue is that? Is that possible? Is that impossible? If we think that music can have a negative effect, did she look at her music as if it would have a positive effect? And she put out great music. It didn't free us. So I wonder if that's really the idea that she is holding on to a little too hard. Because India Arie, if some music was gonna free us, it was gonna be fucking India Arie. Like, that's what it was gonna sound like. If music was gonna do it, it was gonna be that. You know, the way she talked to men, the way she talked to women, the way she talked about love, the way she talked about society, the way she talked about caring for your community. If some music was gonna free us, it was gonna be India Arie, and in fact, it did not. So that to me is what stood out the most, that it feels like she's still holding on to that idea. Like, if everybody, because I guess that's why I disagree with Stat, because maybe she looked at it like, these labels are putting out this music and it's having a negative effect. So we need somebody to get on these labels, put out great sounding positive music, and then we'll get a better effect. So maybe that's how she looked at it. Like, I'm going to go inside the system and do the thing. And she did. But that... it didn't free us, and I don't think that is a good plan to free us. So I do think she's putting too much weight on the shoulders of artists. Now, with that said, go ahead.
Sorry, excuse me. No, I was clearing my throat. My bad.
Now, with that said, there is some truth. I can see a auntie looking around the room, and grandma, nephew, your little niece that's 19 and pregnant, and you kind of already side-eyeing her, old ass grandpa who just left his wife for a 27-year-old, all these people that you think is problematic, just go and spend it. I can understand how maybe in her mind she's like, these people is problematic. And I think she really has more of an issue with things that she sees as problematic in the community, and she's projecting that onto that song, because it is a little misogynistic to target Young Miami's song. Like, if you listen to the plethora of songs out, like, this ain't the first or the last or the loudest song that could be seen as problematic. So I think they beating up on Auntie India. Don't get me wrong. I think it's true that her name, her as a legacy artist, is what targeted her. But I still go back to what Boots Riley said about this could be people's moment to feel free. Because as a person in Paris spending money I don't got, it do feel very baller to be like, what? Another crate? Man, spend that shit. It does feel a little free, and like, add the strawberries to the shit, add the strawberries to the shit. So I get what Boots was saying, like, this could be a person's expression of, you know, playing with the idea of being free. And I think it was really dope and deep for him to say that. So that's what I think.
1 second, applause. I'm actually going to play that clip because I do think that Boots offers a very interesting juxtaposition to where most of the critique and criticism is coming from, right? India Arie's whole point, not whole point, but part of her point was she gave up. She realized a long time ago that some people just don't want to be free. Here is what Boots Riley said when he was on Culture United. And so we have a clip right here. And here it is. Is that on the screen? Yeah, I think it's on the screen. All right. So yeah, here's Boots.
A lot of times people think that if you have substance and messaging, then you become a little bit like a thought elitist to other musicians or artists. And I noticed that I think Young Miami actually opened up for the Miami viewing of I Love Boosters with her new song about scamming. Yeah. So could you tell me a little bit about that juxtaposition? Because a person may think, oh, Boots, he's so intelligent, he's honorable, he has substance. A person may think that you would maybe reject a song like that or an artist like Young Miami, but I was really happy to see the crossover.
Well, first I'll say in general, you know, I've always said that a lot of the music that that gets put forward as just promoting capitalist values, like get rich or this or that, that's not necessarily exactly how they're heard. So when somebody's making a song where it's like, I got a mansion or I got this or I got that, you might believe they have it. You might know that they're just saying whatever. But when people are listening to it, what they hear is somebody who's free in their head. They're like, here's somebody that doesn't have to worry about the lights getting cut off. Here's somebody that doesn't have to worry about being homeless if the next check doesn't come in. Here are all these things that a movement, they don't say this part, but it's all these things that a movement is supposed to be making possible. Like, so much of what we think a radical movement has been put as this sort of like amorphous, vague sort of pride thing, right? When in reality, it's supposed to be about power, and that power is supposed to be about translating to material things that we control. And that has to do with food, clothes, and shelter. is the basics of those things. And that's what people are connecting to, is this person is saying I have power. Now, what the reality is that we.
So that was what Boots had to say. Open floor. Is the back and forth, or is the debate between, oh, this is bad for the community because we're promoting ideas that are negative at their core, is that worse than people who connect to this song, hear freedom, hear aspiration, and are inspired to go work harder and achieve more things in their life? Open floor.
I'd like to speak on that, because if we break it down, because it's like how deep we want to go, right? If you break this down to, we are all under a capitalistic system. If you believe in that structure as a positive thing, then you're looking at that as, oh, well, this is a negative thing. She's talking about scamming and boosting. Like we said, boosting's usually you taking from some big box company, taking some shit. Even scamming, you can't just say that you're scamming people on your level, but it happens. It does happen, especially with the credit card scams, all type of stuff. But they also scam credit card companies and financial institutions, right? So if you look at it as we are being trapped into this capitalistic system and someone's finding a way to get out of their situation that they were put in, especially people from these communities, right? Because you have to look at it as far as underserved, segregated, redlining, all these things coming into a place where I don't have much. I'm from Florida. What I'm going to do, let me get some money. I found a way to get out of this situation. And then maybe you turned it into something. That itself is an act of freedom, because this system isn't free. So if we're looking at this structure of capitalism in America and saying that this thing is hindering our freedom just as it existing, that is an act of freedom. And that's why I love what Boots Riley said, because if you're from a place where there was boosters, we didn't look at them like they was the problem. They were the one that was getting the shit for cheap, for the low. That was my nigga. I go to the barbershop. I know how to get shit for cheap. That's not a problem for us, because we can't afford these things that they've put us into a place where we couldn't afford it, right? So that's how I see it, where it's like, especially with music and song, it's an expression of, it's just feeling. It's just an emotion.
Yeah, so, that's why.
I'm just gonna really make it personal. My first 10 years of life was all boosting. Christmas, birthdays, toothbrushes. We got everything from the shop. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not even. It's just personal for me. This how my family we got things. You know, shout out to my mama and for making it happen. And we paid less for things because of boosters. I'm not condoning the behavior, but I'm definitely not gonna sit here and try to separate myself from that, because it clothed and fed me as a child. So I'm not trying to get too deep. In the case of this song, it's a good song. It's a hit song. Play the song, enjoy the song. If India Arie got a problem, hey, at India house, we ain't rocking that thing. She can say what she want to say. God bless her. I love her music. I support her all the way down. But I also like this song. So people should be able to say what they want to say. This is, this is free country, right? So she get to say what she want to say, and we get to enjoy this song if we want to. And some people can say it's freedom. Some people can say whatever they want to say. But I'm listening to the shit, and I enjoy listening to it. And it reminds me of going to the barbershop and leaving out of there with all kind of shit. The new video game. Everything when my mom was buying me up in there. We had everything. I got my first beeper from the barbershop. Where the beeper came from, I don't know. But my mama got me that motherfucker was turquoise green. So I'm just saying, hey man, where the scammers and the boosters at? I'm just being honest. I don't know about nobody else. I don't know about how India came up. I'm from the projects, holes in the shoes, walking to school. I'm from the dirt. Nigga just said right now, Stack got on the same outfit he had on when Boots was here. You motherfucking right. Project till I die. There we go.
Let me make a quick rebuttal on just one thing Stat said, and also add on to it. Just like, I think that she made the song Video. That's her big song that broke her, right? That song is her trying to get people free. She's saying like, I'm not the girl in the video. I'm love myself unconditionally, India Arie. This is my hair. I don't need a prospect. I don't need to look like a supermodel. That's her perspective of trying to make a change. So I don't think it's fair to put her in the space of like, oh, since country grammar's popping, then she shouldn't want to be on this label. It's like saying we shouldn't want to use money because I don't believe in capitalism. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like we shouldn't do these things. But beyond that, I also wanted to say that I still think that she didn't even really go hard or go attack anything. She said being free to her could mean so many different things. She's like, I wouldn't make this type of song. And I do think it's that some people don't like my type of shit. She made a certain type of shit. She's like, some people don't like my shit. And I had to come to that realization. And I'm glad you came to that realization because that's the truth. Some people don't want to hear that shit.
I mean, I agree with that sentiment on its face, but I think it's not even that she went like crazy on the song, but the doubling down of like, I had a very, very, very rude awakening that like not everybody wants to be free. I think it's a little bootstrappy. It's a little bit like we're focusing on the individual to free themselves from a systemic failure. And I think that's the logical fallacy there. It puts all the onus and the weight of late stage capitalism on like a song or an individual. Like, I think to say not everybody wants to be free, like some people, you have to be aware you're in shackles first. Like you're being groomed and programmed under a society that tells you this is the only way, you know, you have to exploit, kill or be killed, exploit or be exploited, scam or be scammed. And so like these are the messages that are going to be downloaded. And I don't think that there's much utility in saying, well, I guess not everybody wants to be free. Like be careful, Black people, what you eat and drink and stuff, like that's fine. Like that's good general advice. But I think it does come off a little like moralizing, a little puritanical in my opinion, when I think the broader conversation, like what Boots was bringing in, was the larger system. Like I think we get caught up in a weird trap when we just focus on individuals not wanting to be free and we want to be slaves and it was a choice and we just want to remain in our shackles. I just think that's a really flat way to look at it, me personally.
1 second, pause.
Do you think there's any truth to the idea of like when you listen to this type of music over and over again, it might normalize it for you in some ways? And like we know, like with the 13th Amendment, it could be like, you know, Black people are over policed. So if you get rocked to sleep to believe that your version of being free is by committing some crime and boosting or scamming, maybe that's a way to kind of walk you right into the doorway of prison or crime or probation or all of the other pitfalls that you can deal with. Do you guys think there's any truth to the idea of, hey, I don't like that? Because I was definitely inspired by India Arie. Like she definitely affected me as a young, dark-skinned Black woman, some of the ideas that she put in my head. So I know that affected me in that manner. Do y'all think there's any truth to the idea of we can get closer to being free if we decide to put down some of the traps and organize ourselves to kind of reject them? Do y'all think there's any truth to that?
I absolutely believe what she's saying is a fact. I don't think that she's not. I think that, me personally, I think it's a fact. As an adult man today, I think it's a fact. I wish my career in music could have been like hers. I wish I could say that I had all these positive songs that affected the world. You get what I'm saying? I wish I could. I admire her. I admire her journey. I think she's amazing. I think she's one of the few people that can look back on her career and say, I'm proud of every song I made. I didn't compromise myself at all. Most of us in this business can't say that. It's just a fact. So that's why I have to sit here and be like, I'm not going to judge Young Miami because I know the type of music that I have written. But yes, I agree. What you're saying, Elle, is true. If we all came together and stood on certain things like she's saying, we could definitely change the world, and we could definitely make change. And her and what she wants to get done and what she's been trying to get done, man, it's a great fantasy. But we know we're not going to agree. So it's just never going to happen. We can't agree on the basics as a society. You get what I'm saying? You know, it's just not going to happen. Someone's going to think this and somebody's going to do this. And somebody, you know, not to bring up his name, but You know, when we was like, yo, we need to kneel. Then they got Jay-Z. He got in there and told us we need to get up. He wasn't with us no more. It's like, damn, bro, because he took the bag. You know what I'm saying? So it's always gonna be somebody that'll take the bag. So it's just the reality of it. So I respect what she's trying to do. I think she's, like I said, I admire. I wish it could have been like that for me. I wish I had. And most artists, I bet you, Young Miami, she got children. You think she don't think about it? She probably like, damn, I'm over here scamming. You think Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion when they made WAP? Or you think you think Luke Skywalker, who running for Senate when he was a 2 Live Crew, don't look back on some of the songs he made like, man, that's kind of crazy. I got grandkids now. Yeah, man, you know, we all didn't have the talent to write brown skin. Shout out to her. She's incredible. She's just amazing.
I mean, I think music can definitely like has an element of like lulling you and messages and energies. Like I do believe that as well. I think that music also and art, you know, writ large is more of a reflection of our society. So once again, like I go back to societal ills that lead us to these places ultimately. And maybe there's a soundtrack to it, like that's true, but it's merely reflecting the prism or the cage we're in my opinion. Cause like the protest is also going to have a protest song and like music that goes along with that. And I think like, you know, when we think about like a Nina Simone, who was Mississippi Goddamn, that's an important song to move people. Even India Arie, like we love all that. And I think there should be maybe more balance. But I think even when we're talking about like us getting ourselves free, it'll never be an individual matter. It'll always be collectivist in some manner. And so I think we get more with like sugar than like finger wagging. And so maybe there's a way that we can kind of communally like call people in or call it out or call for balance or whatever that doesn't feel like a moral high horse. And maybe I'm just projecting that onto it because I was in a lot of the spaces of like, I mean, I got an onk on my fucking chest. Like, you know what I mean? Like I know the spaces that, you know, and sometimes it does get preachy and a little puritanical and a little, you know.
And they be capping. And they be capping.
I have an idea. I have an idea. What if she?
Oh, are you about to say my idea that I was about to say? Let's see.
I don't know. What if India Arie called up some of our amazing lyricists that we have that represent in hip hop, some of the Rhapsodies, the Tierra Wax, and some of these women that we really respect lyrically? What if she gets with them and writes some hooks so that we can have a positive record from their side to kind of like circumvent or balance out what's going on? Maybe she can lend her skill set because she's such an amazing writer and she's done such a magnificent job for herself. Maybe if she went to these people that we respect like that, maybe if she lent that, I think that would affect change as well. Because imagine if there was a spin that, but it also was a we need to get our shit together. You know what I'm saying? Like, matter of fact, like, We Gonna Be All Right, which was a positive record. What if both of these was going at the same time? You get what I'm saying? Or, you know, you understand what I'm saying? We need more, as I say to Justin all the time, it's about balance. We don't have the balance. We just got the negativity.
You know that.
Okay, so wait, our ideas were close. I was going to say, remix the Spin That song from a completely positive angle.
That too.
And make your NDRE version of Spin That with your positive people. Okay, go ahead, Green. Sorry. We were close, though.
I feel two things. What BK's saying, and she's been in that space, so she, like she said, she probably looks at it, that she might look at it a certain way, which I could understand that because I know the same type of people. But I wouldn't want to, just off the statement alone, just off that tweet, I wouldn't want to put all that on her. The puritanical concepts, I just wouldn't do that because it's not that serious. She just said, so not everybody want to get free. It's just a tweet. That's how it's just a tweet. And she comes from a certain place. The second part, because I feel like we've sensationalized it. And then the second part about like the positive song tip is like, we know what the music industry, you know what the music
that part
is.
That
like,
part.
What are we talking about? Like
that part.
And you know what entertainment is. So
but if you can make if Kendrick made We Gonna Be All Right, which was an anthem, if you like India Arie is one of I'm not saying nothing that y'all don't know. She is a phenomenal writer. Okay. This is what I'm saying. She has the power with her pen. She made her whole history. She made hit records out of positive songs. She made Brown Skin a hit in one of the most racist places on earth. She made Brown Skin as a hit still right now.
Was
Smash
to support that at that time.
But no. But what I'm saying to you is a hit record. I hear y'all, but a hit record, these labels, they want hits more than anything. Spin that wasn't pushed by a label. That came from the streets. Carisha didn't have no help with Spin That. That shit blew up on his own, like most hits do
today.
No. I'm saying now. But before, bro, it wasn't like that. That shit was moving on its own. I watched it. Justin to tell you. Didn't nobody know when I was talking about it? Nobody even heard. I said, dog, this is gonna work because I've seen these type of records. I've signed this how I sign artists. I find you on SoundCloud with a record I think is bubbling. I get with it, then everybody think I'm a genius. No, I just know what the fuck gonna blow up. So what I'm saying to you is somebody like her, if she got with an artist that we all respect. I like Tiara Rhapsody. These women are capable of carrying that torch, and she wrote something that was comparable. Like, dog, we gonna be all right. It's a hit record, but it's not like the label was like, we don't want a protest song. They went with it because it's a hit. Pharrell them wrote a hit, and it's a positive hit. We don't have balance. We don't have happy. We don't have don't worry, be happy no more. We don't have the records that are hits that kind of can balance out the bullshit. I ain't mean to cut you off, King Green. Don't be mad at me. I'm sorry, brother.
No. 1 second, pause. Actually, Green, give me 1 second. I want to. Mike looked like he wanted to jump in here. I want to see where he wants to go.
I just, I'm thinking about Rhapsody. She got a new song, Guys Got an Afro.
Incredible.
I think that's a great song.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it has a chance in hell of doing what Spin That is doing.
Not at all.
Exactly. And I think that's sort of the point, though. Like these songs, the positive songs are out there. I think let's ask the question, why one don't spread like the other organically? I think that's the question. Like
that's my point.
And to me, like that's what India Arie is trying to point at. Her frustration that positive stuff does not carry like a matter of fact, let me take it a step back from positive and negative because I actually want to be real specific about this. I'm going to say individualistic versus community minded, right? I think that the individualistic stuff is what really resonates with people. And I think that is the sort of thing that India Arie was frustrated with. I think that stuff that's more community minded has a harder time catching on with people because that's not the society we really live in. That's the values a lot of us have and the values that a lot of us want to see exist more in society. But that message doesn't spread, doesn't resonate the same way with people, especially through popular music. Not these days, it used to.
It's a female rapper named Lil Sims, right? Mm-hmm. She came out with a song called Woman, right? It wasn't as big as Spin That, but it was a positive record and it cut through. Rhapsody and Denon that produced that record for Rhapsody, he produced it and he's on the chorus. Are I love them. These are my peoples. I love them. But respectfully, that song is not as catchy as Spin That.
See,
and so it's not
subjective though too.
No. I'm talking about being catchy. Spin that shit.
I am too.
Spin that shit. Like, it doesn't resonate.
God's Got an Afro is the same melody as na 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 na. Like it's incredibly catchy.
No, but what I'm talking about, but it doesn't hit home in a society where we live it don't hit us the same way. Like we gonna be all right. We gonna be all right because we gonna be all right because I'm happy. It's not that you put those two records next to each other. It's not the same. So what I'm saying, India Arie is someone who is fantastic as a swordsman with her pen. She is capable of writing that type of record. So I think she would do more good with the comments she made if she came back and try to get with someone and write that record. That's just my thing. You know what I mean? But I feel you though.
I want to take one moment right here. I do think that Mike's last point is great for our next segment. Before we get into that, I forgot one thing to say in the intro. Two things to say. One, happy birthday, K-Way. K-Way for real in this community. Happy birthday, K-Way.
Happy birthday, K-Way, man. We appreciate you. We happy you're alive. Sensitive cancer.
K-Way is going to be doing R&B reporting on our Thursday night album review show on the Third Verse channel. And so look forward to seeing him there. He's hilarious. And two, we have a fact checker now. And so one of the things that I've received from you guys, and I think really is a great learning opportunity and opportunity to progress forward after last week's show, was just generally speaking, people say things in the heat of conversation, and sometimes things just come out wrong. I've never seen anybody on this panel that I believed outright lied, but a lot of things that go unchecked or go uncorrected. And so we have a fact checker. Big shout out to Lilz. Lilz is the fact checker. She's keeping an eye out in the chat for people who are saying that's not true or that we need a fact check on that. So she's watching that. And also you might hear different people on the panel say, hey, we need a fact check for that. And then what she's going to do is she's going to go double check it. She's going to go find it. And then she's going to put a banner on the screen that will let us know what the actual fact of the moment is. So that is something that is in play, in progress, and that is a direct result of things that you communicated to us last week. So anytime you feel like something isn't true, run it by the fact checker. We can see if we can come to a consensus, at least on that specific point. But last week, Open Mike Eagle, we were having a conversation, and he made a very astute observation, in my opinion, about what community is particularly in online spaces, and when we have discussions that are back and forth about India Arie and Young Miami, for example, or anytime these artists interact online and now they've got other creators or they have people from all walks of life that are giving them feedback, critique, and criticism. Mike, do you mind breaking that down for everybody who hadn't seen it?
Yeah, you talking about in the group chat?
Yep.
So we were talking about Lupe going around and involving himself in people's lives and I mean lives like online lives, but that's I guess both ways works. And I was saying is what's really interesting to me about that is the sort of convergence that we're in. We have fans, people who just consume music and have takes, have opinions. We have content creators who are making a living and oftentimes doing really well with opinions in this space, in discourse. And you got musicians who are creating the music and to varying degrees either participate in online discourse or are tucked away from it. And I think that historically, especially when we talk about legacy artists, they're coming from a place where they were on major labels. They had a lot of cushion between them and really dealing with people. They would put their work out, they would do their interviews, and that would kind of be it. They were very insulated. I think as the music business has contracted, as a lot of legacy artists, if they're continuing to make music at all, a lot of times it's independent now. They find ourselves in these same online spaces as us, and in these online spaces, the content creators often have a power or a status dissimilar to theirs. And what we're discussing music, and so it just creates this really interesting moment where we're all sort of together in a town square and there's no real rules for engagement right now. Like, I think that what Lupe, like part of the real fascinating thing about what Lupe is doing to me is I think that he's coming from a place that I imagine there's a lot of legacy artists that are frustrated in a similar way than him, in that they find themselves on the internet digging into music discourse. Like I've had Lupe comment on YouTube videos of mine, and I'm like, why the hell was he even watching that? Like, but he's just got an appetite for this sort of content in general. And I could imagine he's clicked on something he was just interested in. He sees somebody saying something crazy or untrue or off base about him, and he's had to probably deal with that for years. And I feel like it bubbles up, and he wants to do something about it. He wants to stand up for himself. He wants to challenge the credentials of the person making the statement. And currently, there's no real good way for him to do that. Because just like the way I characterize what happened with India Arie, I feel like she had a feeling, she expressed herself, she probably didn't even think nothing of it, right? She's doing a reply. She's not even like making a post on her own. And it gets taken and blown out of proportion because we're in this environment where these websites use her name as a legacy artist, as clickbait, and position it as this hot piece of news that's suddenly circulating around. And it tends to squash all the nuance out of anything these legacy artists are saying and reduce it down to the most vile clickbait headline. Like, I was tripping today because I I happened to see yesterday for the first time the full quote of what Lupe said when he said there's 100 rappers better than Kendrick, and how he was saying that Kendrick writes better songs, Kendrick has better beats, Kendrick has a better team. Like he named like 10, 11 things that Kendrick does better than him. But he says with lyricism, nah, it's me. But the headline was Lupe says he can name 100 rappers better than Kendrick, and that's it. And it just made it's really easy to go along with the narrative that Lupe's just a hater if you just squash it down to that headline. But I think all of that is just reflective of the times we're in, and I think it's really interesting, and I think we're like learning the rules of engagement in real time.
1 second, applause. I mean, and that stands out to me so much because, especially the rules of engagement part, right? It's hard out here on an artist. I mean, the India Arie, she, like you said, she basically just went in there, left a comment, and it turned into a week-long discussion. You know, open floor. Like, what are things that we need to consider in general in terms of how we communicate in these spaces, if knowing there are artists and reactors and plumbers and teachers, and what is the expectation? And when you guys go into those spaces, what kind of expectations do you generally have? Open floor.
If you don't want to be judged, don't say nothing. As I said on third verse, put some clothes on your conversation. You don't walk outside naked. You put clothes on. So when you go out, so when you having something to say, put some clothes on your conversation. You can't speak freely to the people because people are going to judge you. If you want to have those type of conversations, especially high level conversations where you say certain names and you say hundreds of people, you may want to just have that conversation amongst your loved ones. You know what I mean? That's what I would do. I say what I want to say, and don't, people have their opinions. You can have your opinion. I respect what you have to say, but I know I'm going to be judged for what I have to say, and I'm not going to be upset that I'm being judged because I said what I said. I'm part of the game. So if you're going to have a problem with people judging you, just don't say nothing. That's all I say. And my stance on the Lupe thing still stays the same. He's too important. He's too important to hip hop to be freely speaking the way he's speaking, and he's too smart for people to put him in the box that he in, because he's too important. He's too important for us. He's a guy that cut through. He sold 22 million records as a lyricist. We don't have too many people we can say did that.
That part.
He's too important. So when he's speaking about another guy who's a lyricist, right, that we don't have too many of, we got to tiptoe around that. It's part of the game, and he can feel when he talked to Elle, when he talked to his team, he can speak how he want to speak, and for him, I know he like, man, I can say what the fuck I want to say. I'm gonna say what I want to say, but you're gonna get judged, and it don't serve us because we love you. We need you to be what we expect you to be. We need you to be the samurai. We need you to be thought provoking. It's like J. Cole, like, bro, please don't do no more interviews. I love you, dog. Please, Jay-Z, don't do please, J-Ho, please don't say you ain't taking advantage of nobody, baby. Come on now. Like, please, just be the niggas on the album that we bought. Just be them. That's all I want you to be. Just be them and be mindful of us because we are the fans of you. We love you. Kendrick, don't do no interviews, my nigga. Please.
1 second, applause. But I mean, I want to open floor. Anybody have a response to Stat BK? Look like you want to talk.
I mean, I struggle with it because it's like, I get that. And then I also get frustrated when artists are inaccessible. So like, that just doesn't work for me. Like, I love how, democratize the spaces. It's definitely a double-edged sword. Like Justin, you said, like a teacher could be in the same chat as like a celebrity. It is kind of crazy, like how we're able to interact in that way. But I think that understanding the rules of engagement and understanding your audience is going to boil down to like a team thing. Like, I think like you would have PR training if you were to sit down with Barbara Walters or Oprah or like a magazine and your person is there being like, okay, maybe you shouldn't say that because that quote's going to be taken out of context or whatever. There almost needs to be a new version of like internet competency or somebody that can kind of just give you the 411 as to like what space, how hostile is it? Is it Twitch where the chat is going to be giving you real stuff in real time, or a live stream? Is it a platform like Elsie, who sits down and has like highly produced, edited content that like has integrity, that doesn't seek to do clickbait with an artist? Like there are so many different types of media and creators in the space. And I think, you know, whether you want to go on a reactors channel, whether you want to sit down with someone that kind of mimics like more mainstream media, like you can have your pick of the litter, but I think the rules of engagement are different. And like, if you don't care and you know, whatever, like you don't mind being clicked out of context or whatever, then just pop up and show up and say whatever and like not care. But I don't think that's ever been the case for celebrities traversing the media space. I mean, you could be a provocateur and that's like your thing, but most, you know, are getting briefed before they walk into the room, or there's some sort of like beforehand knowledge. Even like the acts that Kai Cenat books, like that's produced, that's scripted, that's, you know, I mean, but it's still online. So I don't know. I think like there just needs to be more of an awareness, because this is guerrilla warfare. This is the lion's den. You have people that can access you whenever, at whatever time, can dox you, whatever. Like it just is a different beast. And so I don't know. I think it is incumbent upon acts and their teams to just prepare for that, because that's just what it is now.
1 second applause. Elle, you got something?
I want to say this too, just so y'all know. These artists, you talking about like somebody like Lupe, how many albums has he given us with so much information about him as a man, and how much has he given us about who he is? Jay-Z, J. Cole, Kendrick Lamar, like so much music where we can break down bars and study these people. So it's like, for me, I don't need to go sit and watch an interview from these men and these other women, because I got so much. What's that album that Lauryn Hill did when she was like unplugged or whatever? Right. Like people's like, yo, she only did 2 albums. Like, go listen to that record and what she's saying in there. It's like I know her from that music. You get what I'm saying? I'm so engaged in what she's saying and the miseducation of Lauryn Hill and these albums. Like, I don't need these. I mean, me personally, everybody's different, but I don't need to hear of like Jay-Z doing an 8-part documentary. Like, I don't need an 8-part documentary. I got all the albums. I know the lyrics. I'm afraid with this 8-part documentary.
But the albums don't talk about Solange and the elevator staff.
They not finna, but Justin, they not finna talk about that there. You know that, and so what this interview is gonna do, Justin? What this interview is gonna do, because we're gonna get on here and talk about it. It's gonna destroy what we think of. It's gonna destroy the little bit of love we got left for Hov. They're gonna take it away from us, dog.
What made you lose love from Hov? But let me ask that question.
I'm not talking about me personally. I'm saying in general. When I'm talking about the masses, okay. A lot of people in general, it's a come down on Jay-Z. Now, I didn't like when he said, "I've never taken advantage of anyone." I have a problem with that. Me personally, he said that in an interview. I've never taken. You own Rock Nation.
He's a billionaire, so you can't say that as a billionaire. But
thank you. And plus, I work in this business, and I know the contracts that they send out.
You know the specifics. I don't even need to know the specifics. I know that nigga's taking advantage.
Exactly. So me personally, when I heard that, it fucked me up. So I'm saying I don't want an 8-part documentary from someone that I know. If he let that come out, I know other shit's gonna come out, and it's going to ruin my love. You know what I'm saying?
I disagree wholeheartedly. I disagree. Okay,
go ahead, Elle.
Like, I just don't understand why we put artists. We say we love them. We say we respect them. We put them on these pedestals, but we don't want to know what they think. We don't want to know the backstory behind stuff. I do want to know. I think I remember the time when it would take a long time to get a little tidbit of information. We would go get the magazines and read through the interviews to try to figure out a little tidbit of information. And I think people are really fumbling an opportunity by becoming a mob and chasing the celebrities out of the space. It doesn't make any sense. If anything, I feel like it's a nod to YouTube creators. Like, there's so many places you can go, because remember with Jay-Z, people complained and said, why did you sit down with GQ? Why did you sit down with these places? And it's like, well, if we're going to present it where if a person comes to the YouTube creators, oh, fuck out of here. You coming down here talking to the little people. Like, I think that's the thing that bothered me the most about this week, that people kept calling themselves the little people. We not the little people.
You sent me a song, Elle, and I love the song, by the way. The song's dope. Shout out, y'all don't know Elle got bars. But you sent me a song, and from that song, Elle, we haven't had too many conversations. But because I'm a songwriter and I'm listening to the lyrics in that song, I know more about you from listening to that song. Because I can break down lyrics, and I love the art of rapping. So we're talking about artists that have put out 10 albums. Lupe got like 10, 11 albums.
But
I don't need this.
That.
I ain't talking about everybody else. I'm just speaking about me. I can't speak for everybody.
Well,
that's why we have
to do that stat. That's the truth.
Yeah, that's a fact. But I'm just only speaking for me. Everybody here, I feel y'all and I respect it. I'm just talking about me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When I know Jay-Z, I know J. Cole, I know Kendrick Lamar, I know these niggas, I know Drake. Drake just want to take your girlfriend, go to the strip club, and he just want to sip a Pink Bellini and then get broken up with. I know this nigga.
And nothing's his fault. Nothing's his fault.
And it's never his fault.
But how do you know that is? But how do you know that is just Drake? How do you know that isn't the type of art that he thinks he has to put forth in order to sell? And then if that isn't just Drake, and that's not, wouldn't you like to know, well, what type of person are you that made the decision that this is the type of art that you wanted to put forward?
Because I work in this business and none of these niggas is what they is. It's all fantasy.
All professional.
That's what this shit is wrestling. Right. And so I'm trying to hang on to my little bit of childhood I got left. They already took Christmas. They took Christmas away from me, baby. I ain't got Christmas. Santa ain't no white man coming to give us no gifts.
Let's talk about this. What about the clips?
They not drug dealers.
Listen, let me finish the statement. Let me get this my statement.
Oh, sorry.
The clips wouldn't have been successful like they were if they weren't personable, intelligent brothers that can represent themselves and their music for a year or maybe like 6 months before that project came out. It made us want to listen to the music because of how dope they were. That press run was legendary and they were everywhere. It depends on the people. If you are good at that shit, do that shit. If you put your foot in your mouth, because some people are brilliant at writing and creating art, but they're horrible orators. I used to be that way. I had to learn how to speak. I had to learn how to change these words. I used to be a nigga that's like, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'd say. I'd answer your question with, you know what I'm saying? Like, and just because in my brain, I'm in a room thinking I'm smarter than everybody, but I couldn't be in order. I couldn't speak. If you have that capability, go ahead. If not, every artist and every person is not the same. And some people need to show their story so you could grasp the concept. Some people, I doubt we want to hear what Playboy Cardi has to say. Just make your jam. Just I doubt his fans want to hear what he want to say. That's what I mean by that. Like, I doubt his fans want to hear that. They just want the music. Some people are that, some people are not. The clips, I was dying to hear their perspective on everything.
Green, I think just to add on to that too, real quick, just to add on to that too, I think one thing you're pointing at there is a really important part of this conversation too, because one thing that's reflective of is how different times are now with record labels too, where they don't just want you to hand in an album and go away. They don't think that's enough to sell the record. So they want you to be available to make all this other content, to figure out a TikTok dance and go on Kaisenet and talk here and talk there. Like, they don't feel like your job is done just making the music. So that alone is putting a lot of pressure on these people to go figure out different ways to talk too. And, in addition to that as well, I also feel like we're in an environment now where, Stat, I feel you in your perspective, how you get enough just from the music. But the other side of that is there are a lot of people on YouTube making a lot of money just making up shit about what people meant in their lyrics. Because that's because of the appetite of people coming to be a part of that discourse and try to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? So I think it invites, it creates a space where, man, it would be great if the artist came and clarified. You know what I'm saying? I think that there's some value in that.
Yeah, I mean, does that one question? Does that ruin the mystique of the song?
But right, see, that's the thing. I think to me, mystique is a game. Like, and it's cool if you can play that game. That's great. If you're an artist who can live off of mystique, that's awesome. I feel like increasingly, and that's what I'm talking about with the record label business right now, most of us can't live off mystique. Most of us got to get out here and paint our picture other ways and let people know how to access us. So I don't value mystique the way that I guess probably some.
But I said on third verse, like I use Kick Push as an example. Lupe Fiasco came out and said that song is only about skating, right? And I said, yes, that's what he can say that all he wants, but it wasn't that for me. That song was about kicking and pushing through life and rolling so you can coast. And it was a metaphor for me to keep going. You know what I'm saying? That's how I took it. So he can go and this is just me. He can go and do all the interviews he want and tell me that he wrote it. He just want to skate. I don't care what he say because that's how it affect me. When I hear Kiss from a Rose from Seal, he can say it's about a girl, but I hear this nigga, it sounds like he's singing about cocaine to me. So that's how I took it. So you can say what you meant to write and you can do it all. Like I can express my opinion on this panel, or I can say what I say to you guys, and I can mean one thing and people can take it a totally different way. You don't get to control it once you let it go to the people. The people control that narrative at that point. And to think that you can go do an interview and say, nah, this is what I meant, and it's going to change what these people took it as, that is naive. That's not being. That's not.
Yeah,
that's
I don't think
smart.
the goal is. I don't think the goal is ever to change, and I think you can still think that. Like he can say Kick Push is just about skateboarding, and you can still think it's about something else. I think there was an argument going around that Kick Push was actually about drug dealing. So I'm pretty sure that when he spoke to that, he was actually speaking to no, this is not a double entendre about drug dealing. He wasn't thinking about you looking at it as a motivational song and trying to steal your dreams away. And you can still think that even when he says it. I just think I'm against the idea of, hey, make the song and shut up. I want to know more about the artist. I want to know if the artists are misogynists, racist, hyper-capitalist, elitist. I want to know. I want to know if when I'm supporting you, I'm supporting a idiot. I want to know if I'm I would like to know that. And I understand that you're saying most of them are thespians, but I'm sorry. I would prefer to know that instead of me just make up something in my head. And another thing I think is kind of unfair about this discourse, we're kind of accepting the standard of, like Mike said, people are just making up shit. I don't like how it's like, we don't have nothing to say about that. We're just accepting that as a standard. And we're saying the people who are talented, the people who did give us stuff, the people who were successful, those people need to assimilate into that world. Actually, no, it's really disgusting for you to make up stuff about a human being. And that can negatively affect them. And I think it's because people, once you become a certain level of successful, people dehumanize you to the point where they don't still see you as a human being. That's why they keep saying you came down here and talked to us little people. No, we're all people. There is no he came down and talked to the little people. And I think that was the disconnect where they're projecting this idea of he thinks he's better than us. So that's why they always hear it like, you talking down to me. You know what I mean? And I think they're doing that to India Arie too at the same time, because she really just said, oh man, I don't really like this shit. And it's like, oh, you India Arie and you did that video song and you think you're all that. And now you're talking down on the young Miamis of our community. There's a level of projection that's put onto people. So it's like, hey, yeah, I'm going to be honest. If you lie on me and you make up all sort of stuff on me, every time I open up the thing, I just see my picture and a lie. She really don't actually have her kid. She didn't graduate for real. That's somebody else's thing. After a while, as a human being, I might just be like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know? And I just don't know why that isn't frowned upon, because that's fucked up.
No, you're right. It should be frowned upon.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
No, it should be frowned upon, and it's wrong. It's terrible. I hate that. And I hate the fact that I hate that people can't say what they want to say, and it turns into discussions and these people making up all kind of shit because it sells. Me and Justin talked about that. Like you have whole channels that are dedicated, which that, I ain't trying to condemn nobody, but they're dedicated really. And they say, oh, such and such's career is over. And sometimes not saying nobody in particular, sometimes they just making some shit up out of thin air. And it's messed up that the person that they making shit up about, if that person says something at that moment, you damn near validating what they have to say, even if you defending yourself. because by somebody that's by our own looker seeing that, they just like, oh, she wouldn't have said nothing back to her if she didn't think it was real, which is but that's a human, that's our problem as a community. Like, we shouldn't be supporting bullshit narratives. I just seen somebody today, this lady talking something about Jay and the relationship she had with him, and he named Sasha Fierce after me, and Tasha K, and she's looking at this lady like, you a complete nut job, but Tasha still put it on her channel. Now Jay somewhere with his family and his wife, and he got to see that. You know what I'm saying? Like, what we talk? And if he say something to her, then we're gonna be like, why Jay went down, like to Elle's point, why Jay went down there and talked to the little people? But Jay somewhere like, bitch, I ain't got nothing to do with it. I don't know this girl. The fuck?
I do want to say though, I think it's a fine line. Like, obviously misinformation and disinformation is bad and wrong, and like, you should report, take down, whatever. But I think that, first of all, it's levels to misinformation. I think some of it you should address, and some of it, if it's tinfoil hat level, in my opinion, you don't respond to it. But I think that, and I really don't want to keep talking about like this person, because like the vitriol that caused was really fucking like horrific, and like the backlash to that was horrific. But I think we could just say for Lupe and for India, there is a little bit of projection, but there also is an air of condescension and elitism, period. Like, that, people are not making that shit up. I know from my perspective, and we could just put Miss India out of it, because I do think she was responding to a thread. Like, she pubbed her Substack, and she very frequently like is talking and commenting and giving her opinion or whatever. So we'll put that to the side. But I think like I think you have to pay attention to why things are always inflammatory. And I think from my perspective as a consumer, as someone that's not a huge fan of that artist, what I'm taking in sounds elitist. What I'm taking in sounds condescending. The tone, the posture, not all the time. Nobody is ever one way all the time, but it is there. Like, people are not making that up. And so I don't know. I think that when it comes to artists giving their perspective, I think it's important. I think it's necessary. I think like there is a little bit of fun in the mystique. Like, is it fine too? Is it 5-2? Like, oh, I'm not going to tell you. There's a little fun in that. But like, I still want Kendrick to give like a full length interview about like each battle song. Like, was it really fucking 17 entendres, or were people really taking that? You know, you don't have to go line by line, but like, I like to hear the backstory. Like, even with Baby Keem, when he dropped Casino, and he gave us these home videos and like let us into like probably some of the most traumatic, horrific stuff in his life. That gave me more context to the music. So I think they should be in our spaces. But I think you have to understand the rules of engagement. You have to understand, okay, what's trolling, what's clickbaiting, you know, and then some say, okay, well, I see the clickbait, I go for it, I follow my stock or whatever. Like, that's your prerogative. But I think artists need to be aware of the spaces they're engaging in. And I think like some of it is projection, but some of it is like very real things that are being amplified about some of these people in the space. So
I can definitely see that, but I think I have a recurring issue with sometimes what I see people call elitist, condescending, is sometimes what I view as somewhat of an anti-intellectual stance. Like, I'm sometimes called condescending because I want to super specify something to be exact, or I want to be extra studious, or you think you're smarter than everybody, or you think you know everything. And the idea of a rapper having an ego and that being a problem, to me, it seems very nitpicky, because there was a time that we assumed that rappers would have this big bravado, this big ego. I think I'm the best in the world. And it's like, it feels to me, even though I hear what you're saying, because I can see how a person can feel like annoyed and feel like he's being talked down on, and then he responds talking down, and people are like, look at you think you're all that. So I think in some ways it's a gotcha. So I'm not saying I don't hear what you're saying at all. Yeah. BK, I'm just responding to what you're saying.
Yeah.
It does kind of feel sometimes that it's like, well, you can't have an ego. You can't have a bravado. You're supposed to be the samurai. I know you heard people say this multiple times.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be this. And it's like, because you're not that, you must be looking down on me or condescending. But that's just my outlook on it. I mean,
yeah, I agree with that too. I agree with that too, though. And I like that. I agree. I agree with part of that too, because Doechii actually just made a post on her Finsta of like, can I be contradictory? Like, can I be vain but also be grounded? And can I be smart but also like want to scrub my coochie on the ground? Like, and begging for humanity, especially like, you know, there is that level of dehumanization once you reach a certain level, and it's like, okay, like, and the feeling of I can't really touch you. We would never be in the same space. We would never. And so people do feel there's a sense of agency and power and autonomy in a democratized space like the internet. Well, I can be in the same chat as someone who, like, in another era, I would never even touch the garment of, or even like catch a glimpse of them. You know what I mean? So it does feel, you know, when you have millions of dollars, when you could travel the way you want, when you have sold out show, when you have people that are like listening to your every single word and like belting your every single word, there is a superstardom to that is very real. But I think like we do see the struggle of people finally being able to be what they feel like is in community or in arm's length with people who they felt was like so far away. And there is also a request of, can I be human? Can I be multifaceted? Especially being a Black entertainer, right? We don't want to shut up and dribble these folks. We don't. I don't believe in that. You know, on the court, off the court, in the arenas, whatever. But I think, I don't know. I appreciate like wanting to tease out all the nuance and the complexity of the conversation, because I think it's a lot of different truths at once, and sometimes they all get muddled together, and there's this weird bifurcation or binary that's like false, you know? So I appreciate it.
Yeah, I agree.
I want to just say this, and I just want to say how amazing these 2 weeks have been from a standpoint that we have been talking about lyrics and lyricism. So when we say that this man ain't a samurai, he clearly is, because he has evoked conversations about lyrics and lyricism. And him and Justin, regardless of how y'all think we got there, having a lyrical conversation, and my man Green is a part of it as well, right? I'm watching creators have lyrical discussions in 2026, and it's not associated necessarily on some like Kendrick and Drake shit. And for me, I think that's absolutely amazing. And I think the people in the chat, everybody that's involved, everybody that's up here that's pushing it forward, I want to thank Lupe Fiasco. I want to thank Justin Hunt. I want to thank my man right here. You know, it wouldn't be possible without that. So I know we having a heated discussion about what's going on, but look where we are though. That is beautiful. This is a beautiful conversation that we've been having about hip hop, because that's dope. That's all I'm saying. We gotta at least say, yo, that's cool. Cause I have hope. Cause some of these conversations been crazy about, you know what I mean? This is dope as fuck.
This is not a gossip conversation. And
this is cool.
The people that want to see it, which is beautiful. I want to ask Mike a question about this, and then I feel like Justin wants to wrap up. Look like he getting antsy with the wrap up. But Mike, you tell me, and because have you seen, from you being a creator and taking advantage, what I'm also think is you're just taking advantage of the creator economy, which is actually the real business that exists nowadays, and all legacy business don't exist, but that's a whole nother video. Have you seen growth and from your fan base, and stronger and strengthening your fan base?
Strengthening. I've seen strengthening for sure. I've seen a stronger connection between me and my fan base by me giving them more points of access to me, rather than just, oh, I drop an album once a year and tweet about it and go hide on the hill. You know what I'm saying? I think going live on Twitch all the time, building that community, having my Discord, doing my YouTube content, even coming on stuff like this, like in the way that that Elle was talking about specifically, like letting people know who I am as a human being, it gives them a different relationship to my music. And if they liked it already, I think it tends to deepen that connection.
Word up. 1 second applause. This is a great transition point. I do think that, and I want to say this one thing, I want to put this in there about communities in general. I think that the other side of it is that all of us as creators are the celebrity in our communities, right? And so I think that is also a dynamic that is at play when we do have these interactions and we do have these discussions, right? And so each and every one of us has that responsibility that also goes into the conversations. And I think the better that that creators and artists or people and audience members or whoever of all sizes understands that there is a chance here to meet in the middle and have a discussion. And if you're going to be too bombastic on either side, that is the framing of, that is something that is going to make a bombastic conversation, right? And I do think that I spent most of my career hoping artists would give me more access, right? And a long time ago, I realized that, and I really mean this, like when I was at Hip Hop DX, the thing I did with the breakdown, very intentionally, was I never actually wanted to talk to the artist. I wanted to talk to the people around the artist. I wanted to get a color for how that artist fit into his ecosystem, how the people who cared about them the most, worked with them the most consistently, described them in the work that they did together. But that was when the conversation was about artists. There's all kinds of different things that are happening now. Like reactors are the show. Like I watch reactors for the show. DJ sent me a stat text this week, said he couldn't understand why 700,000 people were watching I Show Speed watch a World Cup match. In his mind, he just couldn't process it. They weren't even showing the game. They were just showing I Show Speed looking sad because what's his name lost, because Portugal lost, right? That is a whole new medium. And that it comes with a whole different set of rules and actually there's really no rules. Like there's no rules over there, right? So it's very difficult for me to look at anyone who is a creator in a space that isn't trying to do journalism, that isn't necessarily trying to tell someone else's story, that that's not their beat at all, that they need to behave in a certain way outside of the fact that I just think is helpful for all of us, no matter where you live, what side of this conversation you're on, to treat people with respect. And I think that is the thing that, regardless of what it is we're doing in this space, these spaces, whatever side of this conversation we're on, that is the thing that I think all of us can do and should want to do. Misinterpretations do happen, but as long as people are treating people with respect, I think that these type of dynamics can be, flattened to a back and forth that is actually makes sense, not necessarily like a back and forth when you're doing an interview or anything. But even looking at this India Arie thing, like the reactions that people got to, a lot of reactions that she got were people who now, since she appeared to be critical of Young Miami, are now super critical of her. You know what I mean? And a lot of these things are fresh ground, and we're pushing forward the best we can. But I do think that the future is going to be very interesting for all of us in this media space. And when I say media space, anybody with a social media account, because all these rules of the past are being redefined now. And it'll be interesting to see where we go. So let's take applause. On the lyricism topic though, because I do think that King Green he's just a brilliant mind when it comes to how to explain this. And he does a fantastic job on a video he made called Lyrics Don't Sell Records. But I do like what you said here in this clip I'm about to put on the screen. And then I want to get reactions from the panel. I'm going to start with you, Mike, after, or at least after, I'm going to go to you, Mike, after we talk to Green about what he's saying. But here is what he said.
This thing is saying. And again, the audience completes the argument in their head, which again shows persuasion. And this is what I think people miss about lyricism. They think lyricism is complexity. Lyricism is not complexity. It's emotion being conveyed. So if you think that complexity doesn't sell records, I would say yes. Lyricism for sure does, because emotions are everything. And the rhythm, the melody, and the lyrics all convey emotions. And that highest level of lyricism, which is MCing, is not rhyming, it's not punchlines, it's not complexity. It's basically making people see ordinary ideas in an extraordinary way. All right, this is where the conversation gets interesting.
That part, everybody should go check that out if you haven't seen it, because he does a really good job breaking it down. The piece that I've been working on for years that I mentioned the other day, not years, but probably approaching a year. Quietly, I've been interviewing a number of different artists, talking to them specifically about lyricism, because one thing I've noticed across my lifetime and the evolution of this culture is that we do all kind of have a different definition that we lean towards or that we connect with the word lyricism. And this video right here, I think captures where how most people engage in the music. You know what I mean? Because you're an MC too, when you're writing about things like that, are you writing to what is happening on the song, or are you thinking about the emotion when you're writing the lyrics, and then you try to figure out where it goes?
Well, for me, it's I'm expressing an emotion. You know what I'm saying? I'm putting something out, and then it's the years of trying to, like the tactile of putting in a simile, copying similes from freaking punchline similes from Big L, copying certain cadences from Prodigy. I just got those skill sets by actually rewriting their bars, and then when I had an emotion or something to say myself, I just had that skill set to actually apply to that emotion. So I'm just trying to say what I'm trying to say. I'm coming up with an idea, I'm coming with a concept or that to display, and then you put in the bars into it. So emotion is first, or concept and emotion is first.
Is that the same thing for you, Mike?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. It all just starts with the emotion or the thing that I'm trying to express, right? And then if there's ways to do that have more flourishes, great. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes it's just about saying the thing straight out. And I really enjoyed that video, Green. I watched that on stream. I thought that was a really, like, in this day and age and in the environment we're discussing, where yeah, we're all in the media now. We're all content creators. We all have opinions, but we don't agree on terms. And so we all throw around terms that have no metrics. I think it's so important that you're like defining things for people. Like, you know, like, this is not a double entendre. This is a double entendre. And really breaking that down, because I think that's important in carrying the discourse to a more accurate space. A place where we can have conversations that actually move forward because we agree on terms.
Most applause. Open floor. Elle.
I thought it was a really good video. I just started watching your channel. I was like, he gets it. Even if you have a different definition from other people, it seems like you really get the idea of coming up with your own definition and being able to kind of grade things against that. I think the real big misunderstanding this whole week has been people not accepting that different people have different definitions for it. That's why when they asked me for my definition, I said it's really context dependent, because my goal is to share ideas with the person I'm talking to. So if I have to concede to your definition just for us to be able to speak the same language to get our point across, I'll do that, instead of being like, no, actually is this. No, actually is that, because we're all different. We're individual, different people. We learned English differently or whatever. So what he means when he says lyricism is different from what you mean when you say lyricism. And I think that was a big part of the issue, but it was a great video.
We'll take applause. I want to put this on screen right here, because this is where I really wanted to go with the lyricism conversation today, because this to me is just a fascinating quote from an artist that I think personally, I feel like it's coming from a standpoint of where things are today, right? And so this is a quote from Rich Amiri. He says, Ian's saying the freestyle should end forever, but if XXL is supposed to introduce new artists, the format gotta evolve with the generation it's covering. This current format is not a showcase. That shit is a trap. Continues with, the freestyles worked a decade ago because that was a better reflection of what people valued in new rap artists at that time. But now a lot of artists break through because of their melodies, production choices, personality, hooks, visuals, etc. Away from just the XXL reference here, I do think that there is a very, very much a disconnect in terms of what people go to rap music for, or what they go to rap music for in 2026. Open floor. Open floor. Is this accurate, or is this off?
As I've said for a very long time, rap and hip hop should be broken up into different genres. You know, you can't compare 38 Spesh and Ransom and then say to Ken Carson, and then call them both rap and hip hop. And most of the kids that's rapping on the XXL magazine are more Ken Carson than they are Ransom. You know what I'm saying? So we have to change. It has to evolve. I mean, you got alternative R&B, you got soul. You know what I mean? Why is it in hip hop? It's just, that's rap. Don Toliver that's considered a hip hop album. I like the album, but Rhapsody and Tierra Whack are doing something totally different than Don Toliver, and they shouldn't be judged against Don Toliver. You get what I'm saying? That's a different category, especially at the award show. So with XXL, those kids, they up there. Socks in my box, the socks in my watch. You like, what is he talking? You know, that's not. And me, we up there like, yo, what is going on? This is rap. He's, you know what I mean? So, you know, that's just where I'm at. We have to evolve and change what we're calling rap and hip hop. We got to break. That's a alternative rap. Something. Give it something else. Grunge rap. It's different.
I think about this like I think about Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, right? It's mainly an R&B album, right? Omar was on the show the other day talking about how it's like 72% of an R&B album, right? But it's still a hip hop album. I don't think about Don Toliver as a rapper at all. And honestly, I don't like that they have him in rap categories at all. But he is a hip hop artist, and I'm not sure if you use those interchangeably or how definitive you were in your word placement there. But I still think of all this as hip hop. I just don't think all of these things are rap at this point.
I think the concept he's stating is just 100% spot on. If you're talking about categories and trying to sell music, the word choice, we just got to all get in. Somebody needs to get into a room and come up with the right, correct language. But the concept of Don Toliver should not be compared to Open Mic. Yes, you put him on the shelves and it's like, oh, this is the #1 selling rap album. No, it is not. You know what I'm saying? It should not be compared. Yes. What that is, like you said, with because hip hop's a culture, we're all hip hop. It's like, of course, that's hip hop. But it's the same thing. If you want to think about it, there's rock and roll. Like, people still call all of this rock and roll. People, like, it's still called the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's how you really think about culture versus category. And to me, genre doesn't exist anyways. It's just a tool for people to sell shit. That's all it's there for. So if we just want to change the tool to people to sell shit, I agree, because it's hard to sell my shit when I'm compared to this other person who's selling their shit, because this is all about capitalism and money and selling shit. If I am listed as the same thing as a nigga that's going triple diamond and he doesn't do the same shit I am, this is unfair. It's like, this is unfair. Like,
second applause.
Reggae artists have a chart. This is the thing. I play with a lot of white reggae bands live, right? Y'all don't even know they exist. It's freaking crazy. They put out records under the genre of reggae because reggae doesn't have a lot of artists and new artists putting out there. So they're easy to go #1 in reggae, like every year, because there's nobody there. Same thing with jazz. That one girl, Loive, she was a jazz artist. They put her in jazz. She was killing numbers. That she was killing all jazz charts because there's no new jazz coming out. So then she goes to pop. These are just ways to sell things, and it needs to be more fair. So I agree with Stat 100%. I don't know what the terms or the language would be, alternative rap. I don't like none of this shit.
You know what
I agree with them.
I call it connoisseur rap. You know what I mean? And I say that because there are people who still love the art form of emceeing displayed through music. And
it should be emceeing. That's what it should be. It should be MCs or emceeing, and then that other shit, or melodic rap. I like the term melodic rap because that makes sense to me. All these niggas are singing.
They got a new Grammy category for that, right?
Melodic rap?
Yeah, they do.
They should. And they should allow the artists that are not making that, Freddie Gibbs and all these different artists that are putting out these fantastic projects. Man, these guys should get some shine at the award shows, because that pushes shit forward too, because people see that, oh, what's this Freddie Gibbs thing? He just won an award. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you keep just pushing up the same shit. It's not pushing the genre forward, because, as I said, a lot of good music is coming out, but we're not seeing it. This dude Black Milk dropped a phenomenal album. Like, it's crazy, but nobody even know it came out. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just getting grouped in with melodic rap. You know what I'm saying? It should be separated and have its own thing so we can find it, and we showcase it at these shows and people can see that it's here. So that's my opinion.
Is it okay if it's not rap? I feel like there seems to be this fear of hey, this has to be rap. I almost wonder, is it a little bit of a scam because we know how popular rap is? So calling it rap automatically puts it in this kind of validated space. But I mean, if there's no structure, if you're to the point where you're like, hey, I can't perform this on a microphone in a circle. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I have to hum this shit into the sound effects to do it. Like, this is not how this works. Is it possible that it's not rap?
That
Does
is what
anybody
Rich
consider
Amiri is
that?
basically saying too. He's basically saying, like, I can really only do what I do in the studio. So, and I can't really rap. So please don't make me rap. Like, that's really all he's saying.
That's what I heard. And I don't think that means it's not good music.
Exactly.
So let me be clear.
Yeah.
I don't think that means that it's not good music, because I heard some of because like that Lil Uzi verse song where it's really only like 2 sentences or whatever. And I love that song. I play that song. It's like one of the first songs I play every morning. That's a good song. But is it possible that it's just not rap and people just don't want to let go of the fact that they want to say it's rap for the validity that you get from calling it rap?
It's interesting you point at Lil Uzi though, because when I think about XXL ciphers, the 2016 one at Kodak Black, 21 Savage, Lil Uzi Vert, Lil Yachty, and Denzel Curry. Now, Denzel Curry is the only person out of that group you would consider like a lyricist. That's one of the best ciphers they ever did.
It was hot.
Because all of them dudes, even though they're not necessarily known for it, they can all rap. And it's interesting though, because this new crop of kids are inspired by these people, but they took everything but the rapping.
Well,
exactly. And just to be clear, I was not saying Lil Uzi wasn't rapping. Just to be clear, because I know how the community works. I wasn't saying Lil Uzi isn't rapping.
When I see this quote from Rich Amiri, it reminds me quite a bit of Yachty on Hot 97. When Ebro tried to confront him and tell him that, hey, you need to kick a freestyle for us. And Yachty was like, nah, what are you talking about? This isn't even what I do, right? And so there is a distinction between the exhibition of what it means to be a rapper and how that certifies you to where we are now, where people love. Now it's actually easier to start with the song. If you just look at the evolution of technology, a lot of times you had to earn your way into the studio. No one was going to waste studio time. No one's going to waste, tapes and records. So you had to like show and prove before you got in. Now everybody's got a studio on their phone. And because of the style of music that they're making or the style of song that they're making, we're trying to say that it is rooted in something that I'm not quite sure it's still rooted in. It is inspiring music, but I don't think that the presentation, the emphasis on emceeing is a part of that in the way that it used to be. Open floor.
Well, when I met Uzi, it was with Lotta Dark Man. Don Cannon introduced me to him.
Lotta Dark Man.
And he was spitting his ass off on some Philly shit. He sounded damn near like a pre-Meek Mill. And he totally switched his whole style up. This goes back to a thing called getting the fundamentals. You get what I'm saying? And everybody, that freestyle he just referred to, those guys understood the fundamentals. It's just like in basketball. Now you can take a kid on the court, they just want to pull up from half court. But no, you got to learn how to hit the layup first. And so the fundamentals aren't being emphasized and people are jumping straight to the melody and not getting the basics down. So when they get in these environments and in publications that still stress the fundamentals, they're not able to perform under those circumstances. So the only way you have to do the only thing to do is to evolve as a publication, or places like this, we celebrate people that understand the fundamentals. We get strong enough as a community where we can push that to the forefront and make it a situation to where the next generation of artists that are coming up, like, they're studying this and getting the basics. Like you mentioned Lil Yachty. Lil Yachty went back to the lab. I bet you when he went back to the lab and became an MC and started spitting. When he go to the radio station now, he got bars that he get his shit off with. At the time, he didn't know the fundamentals. So that's the fundamentals aren't being emphasized.
One quick note, real fast. We'll come back to you, BK. Can we get a fact check on whether Lil Uzi Vert or Yachty was the one who didn't want to freestyle? And if you could also check to see if there was something around Yachty and I think it was Funkmaster Flex. I'm not sure. Thanks. Sorry, BK.
No, all good. I think these are really good questions to ask. And I think like I always keep coming back to like what to do about subgenres. And like on one side, it is interesting. Is it just not rap? And are we just putting like Black kids in the rap category because they're Black? Or is it rooted in rap and it's just that rap is so expansive that this is what this side of rap sounds like? And I think like so that's like a subjective question we can kind of debate about, because if you think genres are arbitrary and are just a label to like sell music, then like we could just kind of have fun with it. But I think if XXL is gonna feature like a Chris Patrick and a Lil, but also Slayer and Trim, they do have to accommodate those different sounds in terms of like, maybe you do put synth in the mic, or maybe you do just choose a different beat. Maybe Lil and Chris Patrick would rap on this type of beat, and then Slayer and Trim would rap on a different type of beat. But when you do have them all like in one list or one class, I think it is in everybody's best interest to set them up for success. But also there is kind of an element to the XXL ciphers in the past couple of years where it's just like you do get great SEO off of niggas shitting on a cipher or freestyle. Like you do get clicks when people are just like, oh, let's go look and see how bad that was. So there might be that's more a cynical take on why they may set some of these acts up for failure. But I do think it's a good conversation to have, like what to do with opium sound or with, you know, rage rap or with heavy synth melodic rap. Is it a different genre that we have to just make up? Or is rap like that expansive that it could have subgenres that sound super derivative? Or is it rock? Or is it, I mean, I don't know. I think it's an interesting debate.
I want to put out that like culturally, I'm talking about Black people around the world, we don't subgenre. That's not a thing that we like created. You know, it was music first was cultural, spiritual, traditional, situational, right? This is the music we do spiritually. This is the music we do to celebrate a wedding. This is the music, right? And it was just our music. So the subgenre thing, I think we have to grasp where it comes from first to really understand the purpose of it. Then that makes sense, because then like, and if we're talking about what's rap, and it's like he's rhyming words, is he singing? Are these people singing or are they rapping? If we can't answer the question, to me, I put it in rap. If you can't answer if it's singing or rapping, to me, it's always rap, because that ain't singing, because we know what singing sounds like, right? That ain't Whitney Houston. That's Lil Uzi Vert. He's just putting melodic rhymes together and all that. And I agree with the foundational part that Stat was talking about. It's just that, and since all they saw was the songs, or all they felt was the songs from Juice WRLD and Lil Uzi, and didn't know that they could spit like that. Like Juice WRLD is one of the best freestylers in the mainstream ever. I loved watching his freestyles and made me respect whatever song he made, because I knew he understood what this comes from. And he was making the decision to make the song, not that he couldn't do something else, right? That's the same thing I always related to the art world. Same thing is cubism and all that, and like Picasso. Picasso could draw somebody that looks completely real, but he started drawing weird faces and shit like that because he wanted to express the different emotions that it could come from making this type of art. And that just got lost over time, but also not interested. The kids just were not interested in it. Are you going to get better at rapping than Nas, Eminem, Lupe? You're not going to get better than them niggas. So maybe you want to go in a different direction, and you're going to start loosening this and say different things. You want to also rebel against the people. So I never have a problem with what they're doing. Mm-hmm. The genre thing, I always say, if we're talking about capitalism and business, there should be different genres. If you're talking about culturally, it's all the same. It's Black music. That's just how I see it. It's just black shit. What are we talking about? But if we're talking about business, there should be 15,000 genres. And I saw something from Screwface in the chat, which I thought was a good idea, where he's like, oh, if we separate the genres, that's not going to help out certain artists. Something Stat said that made a lot of sense was that if you have a conscious rap or something for the people who are MCing and they have a Grammy for it, of course it's going to put eyes on them, because they got a Grammy for it. People are going to see this. If there's a section on iTunes or Apple Music or Spotify and you see it, people can click on it and actually be like, oh, this is what I know. So people who are fans of open mic see King Green shit and be like, oh, He makes the same type of shit that nigga make. Let me click on it. It's just simple. It's business.
I also have a question about like OGs and like where are they, or where is the mentorship, and I understand like we always have this question or this conversation about like the lack of artist development and the lack of A&Rs and like just the gutting of the music industry, and so all these kind of behind the scenes development processes are not happening, and we're kind of seeing a result of that. What to say of like mentorship or lack thereof? Like the youth have always rebelled against the people that were telling them to like look both ways before they cross the street, but like is there an element there of just a lack of OGs that can guide kind of the youth? Because I don't know, I think you do have to have someone bending your ear and making you sit down and making you like focus on these things that are really important. Like there's a kind of a lack of development happening there, where to your point, Green, of like, you know, you learn how to do the technique and then you say, okay, but no, here's my avant-garde style. Like I'm just gonna, you know, but some are lacking the fundamentals. So like, what do y'all think about that?
The OGs are signing the talent and managing these habits of these artists, and just lucky to get these little niggas to the finish line. I want
to ask you about that. Like, how hands-on were you when it comes to Kumbaya, for example, or Lil Xan? Like, did you ever go in there and try to, you know, help him with his rhymes or his songs?
Well, you know, I know people about to eviscerate me for this take right here, but his favorite artist was Big L. I know that don't sound like it, but he loved that.
Lil Xan's favorite artist was Big L?
Favorite rapper was Big L. That's why he got in trouble. Yes, bro. When he did the Revolt interview, right, and he said he don't rock with Tupac. This is what they didn't play. He said, I like Biggie and Big L. Those are my favorite rappers. And so they just said they just clipped the part that said he thought Tupac was boring because he was into Big L and Biggie's patterns and cadences. That's what he said in that interview. I wish, but they clipped the part. The boy said cadences. That kid said cadences. His other favorite rapper was Mac Miller. You get what I'm saying? So he was very aware of lyricism and that type of shit, but he understood what he looked like, and he studied YouTube and said, "Hey, I'm from Redlands, California, and I'm and he went to go get that bag, and that's exactly what he did. So you know, and when you talk about somebody such as myself, who I love the art of rhyming, but in the situation that you're in and you're doing business and you're dealing with all these other ancillary things happening, you know what I mean? And then you have a fan base that just wants certain things. Man, I'm not sitting there with him trying to teach him about Rakim and the basics and fundamentals. Yeah, we on the bus and we have certain conversations, and he's telling me what he thinks about certain things. But to the public, like y'all just surprised right now. Like, what? He said that? His favorite rapper was Big L, dog. After that, Biggie, and then Mac Miller. Those are his top three. But don't nobody know that. Don't nobody care. Everybody thinks I'm stupid for signing them, but everybody know who he is, so it worked, right? You get what I'm saying? It's a bunch of rappers that y'all that didn't drop an album and debut in the top 10. Shit happens. It was a success for him. He went all over the world. He saw the world. He never would have got to do that, and he's out of here. But that's just how it works. So everything ain't for everybody, is what I say. Love what you love, hate what you hate, but appreciate and understand that we all are here together, and everybody has a different perspective and see things differently. And because you like it don't mean I gotta like it. I like cabbage. You might like squash. I mean, it is what it is. That's fine. Enjoy your squash, baby. I'm gonna eat my cabbage. That's it. That's it.
Word up. One second pause. Thank you guys for rocking with us. Culture United. Oh, sorry. I wanted to move on to this last thing because I know stats running out of time. We can come back to you, Elle, in the second chat or the second show. One of the things I want to do in this episode, which is something we did to close out the first quarter, is I want everybody to name their first half winners. First half winners, right? And so what this is what has stood out to you most to the point that you think needs to be complimented, or you think more people should talk about when it comes to things that have happened so far this year. could be music, it could be artists, it could be a movie, it could be a movement, it could be something that stands out to you. And I'll start off first. And so I think one big winner is Isaiah Rashad. His album, It's Been Awful, is just spiritually powerful to me. I listened to that album. I think the musicality, I think the things he's talking about, but just the raw vulnerability I haven't heard presented in this way, particularly with his subject matter, in a long time or very rarely. And I also love the fact he's still pushing that album now. He is still doing interviews. He is still working the record. And I think that's my second thing that I think is winning right now, working a record, right? We just saw unfortunate headline for J. Cole that the fall off fell off the charts. Today we see that he is launching a magazine, which is incredible. It's got 60 different writers on it. He has been in this space, in my opinion, for a while now with his blog, with the podcast that he put out, and things that he's been doing independently through his verticals. And so I love the fact that there's going to be a print edition capturing who knows what. I'm not sure what the content of it's going to be. And I think that's a huge win, just for the medium itself, for words, for prose, and all these things that I care about. And I'm going to say Nick Grant. Nick Grant is a crazy MC. He's been trying to cut through for a while, and I feel like he's doing that this year as I see him push his album, Smile. I told everybody on here, if they're looking for a great 2-album playlist, take It's Been Awful by Isaiah Rashad and put it in the same playlist with Smile by Nick Grant and run them on shuffle, and your bases are covered. And I'm gonna do one more. You guys don't have to, there's no count that you guys have to do. But I was also really impressed by Vince Staples. And I feel like the energy that Vince Staples put out there with Crybaby is a conversation that will resonate way longer than any album probably could. And I think he really captured just the spirit of the times. He captured the zeitgeist, the spirit of the age. And this is one of those times where there's so many conflicts that are happening both internationally and locally. And a lot of times I think spiritually and internally that people need to understand what's at stake. They need to understand the stakes of not caring, the stakes of thinking these things are really no big deal, the stakes of attacking your neighbor, your brother, because there are forces out here that have been fighting for a long time to get a legislative position to enact things that they'd rather see, and they have that. And so what we have is community and conversations that let each other know that inform all of us about particulars of the world around us. And Vince Staples' Crybaby did a great job, to me, over some jammin' rock music. So 1 second applause. Open floor.
Is it only music?
No, it could be whatever.
All right, go ahead, Stat.
I think was to me is Culture United, the Third Verse podcast, Kendrick Lamar, Lupe Fiasco, and everybody else in this chat, and everybody that's on this panel, because we're all here in the sake of hip hop, and we pushing the genre forward, and we're all winners. And we, no disrespect to those albums, but this is the shit that matter for what we doing here, because we are pushing those albums to the forefront. And so we are the ones. It's time for we gotta everybody in the chat, go get your jackets. You know what I'm saying? Get your hats, put your W's on there, y'all winning. y'all winning, everybody up here winning. You know what I'm saying? That's what's special, because this has been a fantastic voyage for me. Especially I've been working in the behind the scenes, and it's just been so vanilla, if you want to say that, for so long. And to be able to step out here and to be supporting and working with my brother. And I just really, the last 2 weeks has been fantastic, man. I wanna say it again. Thank you, Lupe Fiasco, for igniting hip hop in the way that you did. So we just had another hour-long conversation about lyricism. You know what I'm saying? My boy King Green, my boy Justin Hunt. What we talk about, baby? Huh? It's popping. We outside, chat. Hip hop, baby. Huh? Hip hop, chat.
1 second applause. Appreciate that. My brother.
I like to talk about that as well. I feel like the creative space is very amazing right now. There's so much great things within the culture that happen and entertain us because we were starving for it. So, and then we didn't find it, so you make it yourself type shit, right? And as far as albums, I really want to prop up Whack Museum because that's my favorite album of the year. I've always loved Tierra Whack, and I was like, I need her to make a rap album, like just make a rap, and she did it. She gave it for this. I feel like she made it, and the cover's green, my nigga. It's like that's just for me. So I appreciate that album a lot, and I feel like it really supports the concept of hip hop being fine art, and that's why I appreciate that one so much, as well as Crybaby, and the whole bridging of rock and hip hop. That's my shit. So I always love shit like that. Like I'm an NERD fan. I like what Pharrell did. I like anytime it's ever happened in hip hop, it makes sense to me because both of those things came out of the same struggle, like punk and hip hop. So those things make a lot of sense to me. So I really like Crybaby. And the fact that Drake dropped Iceman is really pleasant to me. I'm really happy he dropped that album. It really showed me how people think, and it really showed me how much shit doesn't matter. And I love the fact that he dropped Iceman. So thank you.
Second applause.
Oh wow.
Open floor.
I do think I want to echo some of the sentiment about how important this space is and how important everybody on this panel and the content that they're making is. I watch everybody on here. I think this is starting to be a really important time for good faith hip hop discourse. And I really feel like this is the hub for that. And I think people know that. I think the people who tune in live, the people who watch the clips, the people who are smart enough to come by here and sit, even though, you know, they might be a big artist or a big celebrity and have other things to do. I think they know that too. So I do want to give flowers to y'all for doing this every week because I think it's incredibly important. Some albums I really loved this year so far: Elucid and Seb Bash, I Guess You Had to Be There. It was on Backwoods. Blue and Exile's Time Heals Everything album is really dope. Tierra Wax Museum, like Green said. And I really like Jill Scott's album. I think Jill Scott's album is kind of slept on. I think she really made a dope project that I wish more people were talking about.
Listen.
Was that?
I said, yeah, I need to listen. I've been meaning to.
It's really great. It's really great.
I'm sleeping.
And I want to shout out Boots Riley. I think him having a movie with a budget like that and trying to say the things that he's saying in that medium, I think is really important. Go see I Love Boosters. I think it's out of theaters right now, but you can watch it on video on demand. And there's a YouTube channel I want to shout out, and I think people who aren't, if they haven't heard of it, they might be interested in, especially if you are a creator of any sort. It's a channel called The King's Hand. I don't know if any of y'all have seen The King's Hand.
I love that nigga's channel.
My God, yo,
that man is amazing.
He is so ill and so wise and so sharp and just gives out game. Gives out game every week. The King's Hand. Make sure you check that out. The King's Hand.
My favorite channel on YouTube right now.
For real. It's super dope.
Word up. 1 second applause.
Okay, I'm gonna check that out. That was a great pub. I have a couple repeats too. The first person I wrote down on my little notepad is Isaiah Rashad for so many reasons. The album was great, but also the commentary in the album and outside of the album, like doing all of these interviews and kind of explaining his position. I love how he made an album about struggling with addiction and then it's like, okay, I ain't no damn dare kid. I am not the poster child for like addiction. Don't do that. Like, I'm just speaking my lived experience. I think Boy in Red featuring SZA was a really great song on that project. Also Happy Hour, but Boy in Red specifically because, you know, him speaking about, I'll be your boyfriend, I'll be your girlfriend, I'll be whatever you need me to be with you. I felt like that was a really beautiful love song that was dropped this year. And yeah, I think he's a really important artist. He just did I don't know who he was sitting with. It was either Ebro or it was Cole of Dissect, saying that, like, yes, like hip hop is not dead, and like it's hip hop is a culture, and we're rapping, and just I don't know, just not playing with that notion that it's dead or in a weird place or whatever. So shout out to Isaiah Rashad. Shout out the DSA wins that have recently been rolling in. I know electoralism is not everything, but it is something. I think the difference in having like a centrist corporatist versus a socialist that's on your school board or like your mayor or your city council makes a really big difference. So shout out to them. Also, shout out to I Love Boosters. Shout out Boots Riley. Shout out Elle for that connection and bringing him on here, because I saw him on Hassan's channel like the next week, and I was like, but he came to Culture United first, and like gave us some game, gave us some lore. Yeah, demystified a lot of conversations that were happening online. That's another person that has been really accessible on Threads, on Twitter, on here, IG, whatever. Like I just love when people present themselves in a way where you can touch them. So, and I love the movie. The movie was incredible. Definitely go see that. I feel like it's the most fun movie you can learn about dialectical materialism in. Like, who is doing it like Boots? Also, shout out Baby Keem's Casino, The Listening Party, the docuseries, him sitting with Elsie, which is another path that I see like a lot of artists potentially taking in the future, sitting with her. I mean, she's so ethical and so knowledgeable, and like, yeah. And to that point, like, shout out Culture United, shout out the Black commentary space. I feel like it's in a really healthy, interesting place. And this week, I told Justin it was kind of like a stress test, but I think we're all better as a result of it. Like, so like, shout out to us, shout out to the Black commentary space and everybody on this panel. And then of course, shout out to all the women MCs. I feel like I actually saw a TikTok of someone saying, yeah, like the women MCs are not really doing much right now, and like they're not really making that much noise. And I'm just like, okay. So shout out Trim, shout out Mona Leo, Eris the Planet, Tierra Whack, Leisha G, Tia Corinne, BK Darula, Rhapsody. Like there's so many different flavors you can get out there. Of course, Doechii Meg. Yeah, and even Spin That by Carisha. Fuck it. It's a great song. So yeah, I love it.
1 second pause.
Remind me to never go last when we do this shit. That's crazy. King Green, you got to listen to my list first. No, don't try to throw your peace sign.
I'm gonna listen. It's disrespectful.
I'm just fine.
Disrespectful. I'm gonna sit and listen.
All right, everything on y'all list. Everything in y'all list. Like, man, every time I was like, please don't say DSA. Please don't say DSA. I made it all the way to the end. I think DSA is like, if you're not paying attention to what's going on, the Democratic Socialists of America, they basically are doing what the Tea Party did on the right, on the left. The Tea Party is what brought us MAGA, and they had their little Confederate Revolution. It's starting on the left, slowly but surely. So pay attention to that. That is amazing. I am going to bring up Jay-Z, because we're not going to forget how he popped out with Smoke, offense all year, sold out the shows, amazing experiential rollout. We're not going to forget Jay. And I think that's all I got. But I'm glad King Green stayed and listened to me. I think that's all I got. But definitely everything else y'all said. I think definitely everything else y'all said.
Word up, man. 1 second applause. And with that, that concludes the main discussion for this week. Thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you got something tangible, something uplifting, something illuminating from this incredible panel that we had this week. We're going to move on to the second show, which is driven by Super Chats. Everybody on the panel, you guys know the rules. If you got to go, you got to go. But you're more than welcome to stay. There's a lot of people here who have questions that they'd love for your input on, so you're more than welcome to stay. I know stats out.
I'm out as well.
Good see you, Mike. Appreciate it.
Peace, y'all.
Peace, y'all. Nice second applause.
Bye.
Yeah.
Aww.
There it is. There it is. And then there were three.
And then there were three.
Then there were three. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Still Paris? Still Paris?
Still Paris, still tired. I'm living both lives. I'm living on a Paris time in the daytime, and then at nighttime, I just be a Californian, argue with people, do work, all sorts of stuff. My poor roommate, she's so sweet. She just let me have the lights on, everything. She don't even care.
Yeah, I've been over here trying to figure out when you sleep.
Facts.
I don't sleep. I sleep for like 2 hours before y'all wake up. and then 2 hours before these Paris people wake up. So I'm doing like, and I got sick, you know, and I got so scared when I got sick because I never get sick. And so I had to force myself to rest. So while everybody was like traveling to Brussels and doing all of the side travels this weekend, I just kind of slept because I think I was putting too much stress on my body. And I started getting sick. And then I started panicking, like, I got to go to the hospital in Paris. And then I started panicking because, you know, that American exceptionalism started kicking in. Like, I don't want to go to the hospital outside of America. Not that America's any better, but at least, you know, the devil, you know.
Yeah.
So,
well, I'm pretty sure they got pretty good hospitals there. And they're free. They're probably better than ours.
I'm
I'm not saying it's sensible.
Yeah, I'm personally happy to hear that you took it easy, and you know we love you and we want you to love your body too. So that's just you know the massage therapist speaking in me. I was like, you need to go get a massage. Try to do that.
I saw one too. They had one right around the corner. Everything looks like a Gothic castle. So I looked at the building and I was like, nah. It's like a stone building, like massage inside. It looks so deep. It looked like a Bruce Riley movie. Like I would walk in there and it'd just be some crazy thing happening in there. So I was like, nah.
Well, use your discernment too, because niggas do be popping up massage therapy spots. So
this shit look like it's been there since the Stone Age. But you know, maybe it was something else I wanted to tell y'all about Paris. Oh, tomorrow we're going to Notre Dame. So tomorrow. It's 4:24 now, right? I have to be downstairs by 9:30. We're going to Notre Dame, and then we're going to, it's one more thing. We're riding bikes in Versailles or something like that. And then I have to make it. No, I'm sorry. We're going to the CUNY Museum. So we're going to Notre Dame. Then we're going to the CUNY Museum. Then I have to make it back here, change my clothes, because guess what else is tomorrow? The Roots show.
Oh, yeah, the Roots show.
I want to go see. So I'm going to go see Black Thought tomorrow in Paris. It is going to be exciting. I can't wait to come back and tell you guys all about it.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yes.
If you guys look at the screen, we have our first fact check. Now, I didn't put it on the screen. I just noticed. I forgot not to do it.
It was on the screen.
It was.
Oh, it was. I missed it.
It was.
I
almost announced
it. 9 second applause for Lilz.
Okay, 9 seconds.
Yeah, that's dope. My bad.
It was on the screen.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah,
that's
I almost
awesome.
announced it, but because you walked away, I was like, I don't know if he wants us to go, okay, we got our first fact check, so I just didn't say anything, but it popped
You're
up.
good.
Okay, cool.
No, either way. But that's good. So
go.
Yo, this some official ass shit. I can't lie. Like that when the banner popped up in the midst of us talking, it gave.
Yeah.
It gave for sure.
Look, pains of progress. Learn from our mistakes, listen to our community, try to implement structural changes. It's all happening, And so that is something we're going to have every week going forward. And again, like I said before, like I said multiple times this week, and every comment that was left on the video I put up yesterday, there's no part of me that feels like I or we are above any of us. We're all a part of the same community. And I think that, generally speaking, we have more power, not even just us, but us as creators, than I think we probably reflexively feel, And I think understanding that fact is something we should embrace. We should embrace the impact that we're having on people's lives. We should embrace the fact that our conversations are traveling farther than maybe we realize. And we should support each other. And so that's always my default, and that is what Culture United is all about. So you guys ready to move on to the second show, to the Super Chats?
Let's do it.
Okay, cool. All right, first one.
I'm going to stay, but I'm going to try to stay till the sun comes up, okay?
Okay, cool. Yeah, if you need to get some sleep, you need to get some sleep.
But that's such a gift. I don't know. Did you guys see it last time? It's so pretty. So I try to give the gift of the sunrise. So
it was dope.
Let's see if we can do it.
Shout out to William. 1 second applause to the proletariat. I'm not listening live, but rather on my shift tomorrow. I don't have any clue what tonight's live will consist of. My inner Nigel asks, if music didn't exist, what would be your outlet, passion, and or purpose?
Nigel? You on to something, Nigel. They are trying to express their inner Nigel. Look at how you influence the community. Shout out to you, Nigel.
1 second applause.
If music didn't exist, what would be your outlet, passion, or purpose? It would be some sort of prose. I was thinking about that when we were kind of having the lyricism debate on how I can understand that people have different utilities for rap, and to some people, the complexity of the words is not the thing. But to me, as a lover of language, like I just think about reading books when I was younger and poetry and things like that. And I think the language is a really big deal for me, like being able to really like control language where it's almost like you made up English yourself, you know, being able to put those words and sentences together where it's like, oh my goodness, this feels like my thoughts. It feels like this is almost running like my thoughts in the word. I really respect that. So it would probably be something in the reading, writing, or just general prose. I know I'm rambling a little bit, but like as we're going to these different churches and ancient spots, I'm learning a lot about how, you know, I don't want to say pre-technology because anything can be technology, but back in the day, people would just like go hear people talk. And it'd be like we were at this theater where they build it so that when you stand in one spot, the way it's built, it echoes around, almost like it is a PA system. It's built to echo. So people will really sit there like, actually, we need to pick the rocks up in the morning instead of at night because we haven't eaten enough breakfast. And people would cheer, yeah, or whatever. So something in the prose, language, poetry field.
Yeah, for me, actually, in the early days of Look at the Material, when I was just audio, I would refer to myself as the neighborhood orator because that's just like what I view myself as. Just I'm going to orate, and I am a lover of, just being a witch with the words, like hitting people in a way that's like, damn, like genuinely, I get a lot out of that. So I initially was thinking dance because I danced forever too, but really it would probably be oration of some sort. Like I would be the nigga in the middle of the circle being like, yeah, like this is what we need to do.
Right. That's a good choice too, because if music didn't exist, dancing would be really awkward, I think.
Like you could, because I was thinking, well, I could probably dance to like the rhythm of my breath, but then I'm like, well, is rhythm then music? Like I just
right.
okay, well then now we're just
Yeah.
So it would probably be speaking in some way. Yeah.
It's like those oh my God, it's like those little activations where you put on headphones and everybody has different music, but they're still dancing.
Yeah.
If you don't have the headphones on, it's a trip watching that.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, what's got them?
Like the silent parties, and you can
You're right.
they have silent parties where you have 3 different channels, and it's like we know what channel you're not listening to. You know?
Right.
What are you doing? Yeah.
Right. That's funny. I'd probably be doing similar things, to be honest. I'd be contextualizing culture one way or the other. You know, for me, my love of music, my love of hip hop is intrinsic, but it's really a core vehicle for me to contextualize culture. And so I don't necessarily think that I need music to do that. You know, like there's so many things I'm so passionate about that I know right now that if I started a YouTube channel or a blog, I'd probably, if I didn't leverage this audience, let's say I just started from scratch, for example, I'd probably have no followers, no subscribers, no views, but I'd have a lot of fun, right? Like I could start a chess blog and a chess channel right now. I couldn't teach nobody nothing because I'm not good enough to be giving advice. But I do think that exploring like the history of chess culture, the chess language, you know what I'm saying, chess theory, like in general, to me, it's interesting, even if I don't understand it, you know what I mean? And so even contextualizing chess culture is something that's on my mind now. I just don't, I'd be wasting a lot of people's time. They might be entertained. Maybe I can break down all my awful games that I keep losing to Roger every time. I still haven't beat him yet. He's about to beat me again now. But, you know, I'd find a way to bring people together or galvanize people around something that we care about and contextualize the nuances of it. So I think that's what I would do. Man, I can't believe we missed our first super chat. I mean, not super chat, fact check. Man, but that's awesome. Thank you so much, Lilz, for that too. That's actually really dope. 1 second applause. I'm happy to see that. Let me know in the chat too
Fact
if you
check is
guys,
super dope.
let me know in the chat if that helped you guys at all. Give us some feedback on the first fact check. So.
And shout out Lilz. I think she's cancer as well. And same with
is.
K-Way. Shout out to all the cancers.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the cancers.
Oh, happy
let's see.
birthday.
This one is Obi Sean. I'm in Watch the Party Doc. K-Dot said they glorify scamming. Influencers talk down because I'm not with the basic shit, but they don't hate me. They hate the man that I represent. Is he a hater? All love family.
People did call him a hater at the time. I won't do with the revisionist shit. People were like, the party ain't never gonna die. Why this man preaching? There's no use. Like, I mean, even major platforms were kind of finger wagging him for finger wagging. And I feel like in the context of that song, I felt like he was speaking, this is just my interpretation, but he was speaking to like the kind of prize pickification and stakification of like scamming, influencing crypto, all that. Like, I just feel like at the time that he dropped it, when I heard that, I was thinking of people pushing gambling to like kids on streaming and stuff, which in and of itself is scamming to me. So I don't know. I think people called him a hater at the time, at least from what I saw, but I don't know what y'all think about that.
Well, he did not too much time before this say he's the biggest hater, you know, so I think that probably colors perhaps the perception of it. They glorify scam influence talking down because I'm not with the basic shit, but they don't hate me. They hate the man that I represent. Is he a hater? What I hear here more so than anything else is him framing hate he receives. You know what I mean? I look at this and I say, he's looking deeper or insinuating that it's more than just fan base wars, super fan wars. And actually the problem that we have out here right now is probably closer to how India Arie views things, right? Here's someone who is representing a value system that isn't common in popular culture. Here is someone that is advocating for a reframe of what's valuable within hip hop culture. Here is someone who is championing family, manhood, growth, vulnerability, therapy. And these are all things that scare the fuck out of us. Like, generally speaking, the process of, at least for me, the process of going to therapy was taking place in my mind ever before I booked an appointment. And not this recent times, or now I go pretty regularly, but not recently, but just in general. Like, getting to the point where I felt as though there are things that I'm experiencing and I'm not able to control my emotions or my thoughts around them, and they're not going away, they're getting louder, what can I do about it? That was a battle for me before I even got there. You know what I mean? And so I think that, like my mom said, and probably a lot of people's moms have said, you know, they'll give us all the tools we need to kill ourselves. And part of what makes money is distributing and redistributing things that kill us. One of the things, I can't remember who said this, but it was a part of the India Arie conversation. Someone said a quote that if music can heal, then it can also hurt. You know, and so we have found types of music that people will pay for regardless of how it makes them feel. And I think that when it comes to, in this case right here, when we talk about influencers and things like that, these people are paid to spread narratives. But also, just generally speaking, from a creator standpoint, we're incentivized to do things that we know will make money. And depending on our ability to do that in creative, new, interesting ways, really determines how our conversations connect with other people. But we all know the low-hanging fruit of how we can go out here and just get dollars as fast as possible. And I think that dynamic is at the core of what he says. They hate me, they hate the man I represent. Because what he represents is actually the opposite of the prime directive right now. And he, in my opinion, has always put out music, has always put out energy that was opposite of whatever low-hanging fruit the mob is slinging in order to pay their bills. You know what I mean? And so that's what I take from it.
I was referring to Jesus. That is a great thing. I thought he was referring to Jesus with the "they hate the man that I represent" part. And I think,
right.
again, it's context dependent. There are some people who this would qualify as a hater, the same way they would say India Arie qualifies as a hater. And there's a lot of people that would say, no, if it's true, it can't be hate. And it's definitely true. So,
I mean,
context dependent.
But even if it's true, it could be delivered with hate.
I don't think so.
The point can't be hate, but if you weaponize the truth. Let me think through this thought before I finish this thought.
Okay, wait, because let me ask this. Are we talking about hate in the colloquial sense? Because hate in the colloquial sense is not the same thing as like when we be like, oh, you did this with hate. Because I think when we're saying you're a hater, it's kind of like jealousy, or you're trying to come up with a campaign to reduce my value. But hate, like actual hate, like how white supremacists hate Black people, I think that's different than what we're talking about when we say you're a hater. Agree or disagree?
I agree.
Yeah,
So I think this is colloquial hater.
for sure.
For sure, man. So
I would.
I agree too. I agree with
Justin,
that.
you
I know
agree?
my
Okay,
face.
okay.
I know my face looked like I didn't
Your
agree,
face was
but
like,
I agree.
No, because I
No,
make that face too. Where I'm like, do I agree?
Yeah, no, I agree. But
Okay.
I was making that face for a different reason.
But I don't know if
Okay.
you are thinking, because I know that like there was a time, well, and maybe I'm conflating condescension with hate, because I know there was a time where I would get off on saying a thing in a way that I know was gonna like cut, and being like, well, sweetheart, this is what it is. And it's like, okay, now
Mhm.
you're telling the truth, but it's cutting in such a, but I don't know, the hate thing now complicates it. So I'm not sure.
Because it's like you're picking and choosing what truth to tell so that you can have a negative impact. So I can see how you're like, well, somebody's called it ethical hate. But I get what you're saying, because it's like, because the mean girls kind of do that. They're like, I have some cleaner for your shoes if you would like to, not walk around in dirty shoes all day. And it could be true that the shoes are dirty,
Right.
but you bring it up at that certain time. So you're right. I guess if it's true, it could. I don't know. Okay, if it's true, it could be hate. But I do kind of have this feeling where I like to be able to, if it's true, I can say it. But maybe it's because I don't have that thirst to try to say something to embarrass a person. So I think in a way, I can't really take my rules and project them onto other people, because I'm not gonna be motivated to say it just to hurt your feelings.
Right.
So that's why the works for me.
So let's say this bad analogy. Let's say someone's just really tall, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say they're 7'5", and someone's like, "You're tall ass. Look at your tall ass. Can't even walk through the goddamn door with your tall ass. You're too tall out here. Too tall." It's true. The person is tall, but it's being weaponized. They're making tall. You can make tall a bad thing. Like if someone is overweight. If someone is Black. Like, these are things that are true that have been and can be weaponized. Boom. That's where my mind was going. I was like, wait a minute, is it true? Can it not be because it's true that, like, I'm Black, right? But if you start telling me your black ass, dark ass, black ass out here with your blue, black, like whatever it is, it's being weaponized in that sense.
Someone also just translated this to shade, which I thought of too, of like a very good housewife. What makes a great housewives read is the truth in it. It's like, oh my God, you were peddling sperm eggs for a man to get a $10 medium-sized pizza. Like, that did happen. But
that was
God damn, like that. Now that may be like one of the top like reality TV moments, period. And it was like, it cut so deep because it was true. Oh, but yeah, the embellishment and the delivery and the tone like also informs like.
It goes terribly after you see what ended up happening in her relationship, though, because she really tried to dangle that I got somebody as if she was better than somebody. And it's funny how God turns around and humbles you. But I was surprised kind of by what you said, Justin, because I thought you were going to say, now, if I say tall ass, with your tall ass, you may not be that offended. But then, because tall in society is seen as valuable. But then if I turn around and say with your short ass.
Right. Yeah.
then all
I
of a
mean-
sudden it becomes a little. I mean, I still like your point, but I guess I wanted to share what I thought you was going to say. If I say with your short ass, then it becomes like, damn, why you being mean? And it is because of the implied negativity in society.
Or how tall you are, or how tall we're talking. Right.
Or if you're a woman, because if you're a man and you say
right.
your tall ass is one thing, but if you're a woman and you like, you tall, big ass, then it becomes different.
Look at
So
them tree trunks. You know.
exactly. So hate, okay, so let's go back. Colloquially, you're a hater.
We're
if
meta.
you
Let's
cannot. I love this type of shit. This is probably, I hope nobody thinks I'm being like, I love this type of shit. If I think the root of it is you have jealousy that you couldn't express and it came out of you in this way. It's almost like a social study. Like we have enough experience to know that some people have jealousy and disdain and it pops out of them in ways that are not just clear. It's camouflaged by what you're saying. I feel like that is our version of hater. Do I think that they glorify scamming, influencers talk down because I'm not with the basic shit, but they don't hate me, they hate the man that I represent? Is that a hidden jealousy or disdain popping out? I'm going no. The basic shit was hard to get around though, because why did he have to say I'm not with the basic shit? Almost like other people do that. That was a hard one to get around. But
the overall sentiment I don't take as hate. But I could see how some people were like, okay, well, you know, we heard on Mr. Morale how you used to get down, and now that you saved and shit, and you saying that, you know, so I get how people could think that, but and of course I'm not with the basic shit. I would never do that. That gives that. But shit, I fuck with Watch the Party Die. So like I really enjoyed that song. So
there's a lot of spiritual references in there. And maybe he's talking about being basic spiritually.
Okay.
We can do this all day. This is a great song. This is a great song. Let's move on to the next super chat. But I like this. Is a great super chat.
That was fun.
Wow, that was like.
Shout out to you.
That took us a lot of places. Mika Red, big shout out to Mika, says, hey, Justin and panel, I am one who believes if I criticize something when I disagree, then I also show love when I agree. I love tonight's show. I appreciate you making me feel as if my voice matters. It does. Thank you so much, Mika. 1 second. Mika Red, the illest. All right, let's see what we got next. Let's see. We did that one. Oh, wait.
Then I don't like this idea of calling stuff shit haters, and I'm just doing this until you pick another one, just filling the space. Because what if it's really something that I shouldn't want to do? Like, so if I try to convince you not to do it and you call me a hater, then you disarm me when I'm actually might be giving you good advice. Okay, go ahead.
Right. Well, that's the basic shit. Like, if someone is doing that, that's the basic shit. You see what I'm saying? Look at Kenny. All right. Big shout out to Eric Middleton says, do y'all think if Young Miami substituted the word scamming for working, would it still be the song of the summer? And if not, what does that potentially say about those listening to it?
Yeah, people are not excited to work. Sorry. People are not excited to work. That's what it's a very basic human thing that I think people are missing. Yes. I'm not going to be like, I can't wait to go to the gym. But I might say, I can't wait to go to the spa because I'm excited to go to the spa. The gym is work. It's a struggle. It's not, most people are not going to just be like, yes, let's celebrate going and hurting my muscles to try to get better. So working and scamming doesn't have the same emotional connection because working feels like something I don't want to do. Scamming is like, I got over. You know, you ever got a free VIP entrance to somewhere? It's not necessarily a scam, but getting over is fun. Working is not.
So, I also think too, it depends on how you frame it, because I think about like a everyday I'm hustling, or like a two phone, or like, what is it? I don't get tired, right? Like I got 6 jobs, I don't get tired. Like that shit went crazy. Or like 2 phones and like really, no, I think it was I don't get tired. It was like I got 6 jobs, I don't get tired. I'm always hustling, whatever. Like if it's kind of motivational in the sense that it makes you want to run through a wall, or like drink your pre-workout and just like go crazy, maybe. But I agree with the tendency that no, it's tapping into the most hedonistic ethos of human beings, like pleasure and indulgence. Like that's what it is, bro.
One of the things I always liked about City Girls is I feel like they made music for female bartenders, and they're really good at it. And this song, to me, is like, you know, it really does. I have a clip from your video. Actually, I'm gonna play a clip from your video right now, BK, because I think you really hit the nail on the head. Like, you were very quick in your description earlier about, you know, because you made references to points you made in your video. But yeah. I think people really need to understand the mindset of most people. Like, I'm not sure if that many people are really tapped in with certain things. But here is one of the points I thought you would just made phenomenally. And share that screen and hear it. No, okay, we got to do it again. So boom, and we're back. Okay, now we share the screen, and I found it, and we're live, and it's all happening. All right.
Instead of having the broader conversation of what drives someone to scam, what drives someone to boost. Like under an authoritarian regime, in a depression, recession, whatever you want to call it, with the tariffs and the inflation and the Strait of Hormuz and late stage capitalism, what do you expect people to do? I think that on one hand, this conversation falls into the trap of moralizing yet another Black woman in the hip hop space and her contributions, which is a trap we always get stuck in with the women and not with the men. And on the other hand, this conversation kind of blames individuals for how they cope under late stage capitalism and how they choose to deal with poverty, etc. Because I'm gonna keep it a buck, y'all. I don't really give a fuck about a nigga scamming and boosting when wage theft is happening. Now, I'm not going to endorse it or whatever. And I guess the argument is, well, the song endorses it. I think the song is just reality raps. It's like, I know y'all are out here scamming and boosting. Okay, well, where y'all at? Spin that shit. Y'all are in the clubs where this song is playing. Let's just speak about the reality. That's what's happening. But I think the pearl clutching and the moralizing is a bit much when you know that, yes, there are people that are gluttonous that just scam for the sake of scamming or whatever. But I think especially when you look at the place where Young Miami is from, her POV, people do these things out of desperation under a system of capitalism. Also, capitalism itself is a system of exploitation. And so like you could take the lessons that you learn being groomed under a capitalist society to say, hey, scam or be scammed, exploit or be exploited, boost or be boosted, you know? And I think those are more interesting conversations to have. I
love that.
Not again, you better fuck back.
1 second applause. But I love that, right? Because look at the environment we're in, and then look at the system that incentivizes us, right? The system we're under is a scam. Like it is. It's always been that way, and now we're ignoring that fact and pointing a finger at people, as we always do, who are doing it on a low level, ground level, most of the time out of necessity. Not out of moral virtue or lack thereof. You know what I mean? I think you made that point awesomely.
Thanks. Still very weird to watch myself. I only watch it like one time when I'm editing, and then if I feel a little nervous about it, I'll have like Morgan look at it, and then I'll be like, okay, just press end. I can't.
No, you did good. I really love the lighting and it looks dynamic on your videos. I really like it.
Thank you. The way that was like such an accident. Like I had such a long day, and I was like, I don't want like, do I have the energy to do this? Am I gonna be able to like give this? And then Morgan's like, go in there, sip your little drink, like go in there, do your thing. And he was like, whoa, what'd you do with the lights? I was like, nigga, it was just dark in here. It was fucking 8 p.m. It was like 9 p.m. over here. What you talking about?
It was like, perfect. The lighting in relation to whatever the camera setting was, I don't know whatever it was, cooked.
Yeah.
Try that again.
Yeah, do it again. 1 second applause. Thanks for that, Eric. That was great. Let's see what we got. The Shot Gorilla. Who on this panel has read the Harvard Report, a study of soul music environment prepared by Columbia Group? By show of hands. I have not read it. I know it's difficult to get your hands on in the first place. Lou had this conversation with Dwan B, and on his channel, they were talking about that, this book in great detail. And Dwan's been trying to get a copy of it for a long time. His father-in-law, I think, was the one who told him about it and the context of the book itself. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Columbia Records, maybe Sony one, it was Columbia, yeah, Columbia Group. They did a study that really looked at black music itself, drilled down into the makeup of it and what made it effective. And then after that, I get murky because I haven't read it. But I watched them have that conversation. Dwan's been trying to get his hands on it for a long time, and I think they're figuring out how to get it to each other now, because Dwan brought it up last week when Lou was on too. That's what I know about it. I need to find out. I need to read this book too. Are you guys aware of this?
No.
If I'm wrong,
I'm aware
correct
of
me in the
this.
chat. Actually, fact check. Can you double check if I just completely describe something that is not, that this isn't? If you don't mind, check it out. Just, find a summary of what this is about. I want to use this fact check.
I think I'm aware of
Lilz is
this.
awesome.
Yeah, I know the fact checks are so cool, and the way it just pops up without you doing anything, it's like, yeah, AI who? We got humans. But the way, I'm glad you said fact check, because when you were explaining it, I was like, maybe I haven't read this because I thought this was something different. So I thought that I went with Lou to a lecture on Harvard's campus. And when this first popped up, I was like, oh, Lord, another story that's going to include Lupe. These people are going to fucking stomp me out. But it was a guy who was explaining what I thought was this report, but maybe it's not. But it was talking more about Black music and how it was distributed and how they upset that distribution, because the record stores used to be very important. Like all of the different places had different Black record stores, and how the record labels came in and kind of upset that distribution to the point that the record stores had to close. It was the record stores and it was the small venues where the different artists can come play, and how they were able to take it over from there. So if it's about what makes up the music, then maybe it's not the same thing. But if it's about the way Black music, because they would just flat out call it Black music, which was kind of crazy. But if it's the way Black music,
they called it race music before that. Race music.
That's
race.
crazy.
It used to just be race and pop, I think, at one point in time. But King Green is 100% right. They created genre because racism. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's shameful. Nobody ever answered my question either if it was rap, but
somebody did. And I also was trying to like reiterate it to be like, can someone give an answer? But I think it did get into the subgenre conversation, which was we say genres are this made up thing, then subgenres by extension are. But to me, I just, as someone who like, I don't know if this is like how my brain works, but like I want to label things, I want to categorize things just so like I know what I'm like. Am I reaching for the salt or the sugar? Shit, like sometimes things need to be labeled, but I do understand like trying to get out of the arbitrary social constructions that we put around Black music too. Like I totally get that too, but then it's like I want my artists that I like who are saying just a couple words into a synthy-ass mic to be graded on a different scale. And maybe that's just unfair.
Absolutely.
But like I just feel like they're doing different things, and that like what Cardi can do, another artist can't do, and vice versa. And like that should be respected. But I don't know.
I think it's super fair for them to be graded differently. Sorry. I think it's super fair for them to be graded differently. I too love labels. And I don't think having the labels takes away that creative time, because it's unlabeled until it forms. It gets to a certain type of form to deserve a label. Or to develop a label. I don't want to say deserve. So I want the stuff labeled, but I still want you to experiment to the point where we have to go, what the hell is this? Let's keep watching this and figure out what this is. So I want both. But I noticed it sounded like when I said, is it rap? It sounded like I was saying it's trash, which is interesting because I think it does validate my point about rap is validating in some way because rap already has proof of concept. So I understand that they said they put the label on everybody else, but I also want to do some people hide under that label because it's like, oh, I'm a rapper. It's like, no, you're an experimental musician. You're not a rapper.
Yeah, I got your point about that too. Like I heard it as the latter of being like, well, is it just something else that we should be calling it? And it is a legitimate thing that being a rapper is cool as hell. It just is. And so I understand why you would want to be called that. I heard it as that too, because I think we could benefit from being like, is this just some third thing that we're just not describing yet? So I don't know.
Could be. It could. And I'm happy for a third thing. I think a third thing is coming anyway. So I really don't want people to shy away from the possibility that this could be a third thing. Like it could be like a mix of Like, remember, people used to come hella far just to hear Malcolm X speak. The only other person I seen do that was Dr. Umar Johnson. I was around Dr. Umar Johnson for a few months or weeks, really, and it would be kind of like, damn, this is kind of like a rap show, where people are acting like a rap show just to hear him speak. And I remember noting that in my mind, like, this is a little different in some way. But it could become something where it's like the people who could speak well or whatever mixes with kind of like experimental jazz, and then that becomes a new fusion thing, you know? So I'm not scared of the third thing. Pause, I think.
1 second pause.
Maybe
Big shout out to Nick Rose, Don't Trip, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Nick. 1 second applause to you. Thank you. Maybe 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 second applause. There we go. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you.
Shout out to you.
Shout out to you. All right. On to the yellows. Just Gwen. Salute to the panel. I missed tons while on vacay, but sending good vibes to all. I'll catch the replay after my date. Woo, good luck. Chat, wish K-Way a happy birthday. Let's go, JG. Thank you. 1 second applause.
You didn't miss anything this last week, Glenn. Nothing happened, really. It was a perfect week to take off, you know?
Everything's
slow.
Also, we had a fact check. Did I miss it? Yeah, there you go.
Oh, snap.
All right, fact check. The Harvard Report, a study of the soul music environment prepared by Columbia Records Group, is a book that reveals the contents of a 1972 study to create a blueprint for soul music marketing. Gotcha.
Wow. That is what the talk was on Harvard's campus, the 1972 study to create the way they created a blueprint for soul music marketing is they went and said, what is the niggas doing? All right, let's take all of this and let's do it. That was how they did the blueprint for soul music marketing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sounds about right.
It was crazy. I remember because we was all sitting in the thing like this, like the whole time. It was terrible.
Well, that sounds like American history.
That's one of
my favorite Dave Chappelle jokes, where he's like, here's how the founders wrote the Constitution. Sit down and write this Constitution, nigga. That's one of my favorite jokes.
Yeah, it's like the whole premise of the minstrel.
Right, the whole thing.
What was so crazy about it is even in the process, they were presenting themselves like they were the smart, intelligent ones. And they had to go to the lesser people to study them so that they could figure out how to help them. But all they did was ask them what they were doing, instill it. Like there was nothing. There was no middle ground. There was no, let me add a little salt. Let me add a little milk to it, turn it into something. Nothing. It was like, oh, we'll do that. You can close this down now.
Yes.
It's crazy.
1 second applause. Big shout out to Jar. Peace to the new big 3. There it is.
Hey, shout out Jar. I want to personally shout out him too for just having my back on the Rap Roundtable. It was a pleasant surprise watching that, to be like, you know, tuning in to him saying, you niggas is corny for kicking her back in. Like, get the fuck on somewhere. Like, thank you. That made me feel good. You know, there was a lot of vitriol, but like, again, I feel like the stress test brought together like who really is in our corner. So for that, I appreciate it.
1 second applause.
That's a fact. A lot was revealed this week, boy. Mm-hmm.
Big shout out to K-Way for real. Peace to this dope panel. Shout out to Young Miami. I heard she's bundling baby oil with the physicals and a copy of her character letter she wrote to the judge for Diddy. That was another part of yours that was really scathing, your video that you made, BK. The whole end. But you lay out all the things. Anybody want to see all the things? You guys want to see all the things? Let's see all the things.
No. Go check it out.
Well, go check it out. That's better. I don't want to, let's drive people to it. But it's actually
I was going to say, because do y'all think people are forgiving Young Miami too much, too quick?
Yes. No, and I'm going to tell you something. And I don't know, these days, I don't know if it's truly forgiveness or forgetfulness. And I think the shock and awe of our news cycle has people being like, oh shit, I forgot how really bad that was. And I think that's on purpose, to be completely honest.
Great point. And on that point, I'm going to play this part so we can remember. because I think it's coming up next. Regardless,
Play that shit.
play that
Play
shit.
that shit.
Play that shit.
Mm,
Play that
dun,
shit.
dun, 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 dun. Change that screen. Change that screen.
Share that screen. Share that screen.
All right, here we go.
Overall point of like, hey, Black people, be aware of what you eat, of what you see, of what you intake, of what you put in your body, your mind, your soul. About more is Carisha laundering her brand and image for a known serial abuser and predator in Diddy Combs. She played a vital role in the rehabilitation of his image and brand as Brother Love, holding that Go Poppy sign. Remember that shit? At the Hip Hop 50, I think that's what that was. They was acting bad and did the whole acting bad song, promoting DeLeon, his liquor, launching Carisha Please on Revolt, which was owned by him or controlled by him at that time. Her fun, carefree, hilarious, spunky youth livened up his old crusty ass and allowed him to enter the space again in a way that was culturally acceptable. Because it was like, you had Carisha Please, you had the City Girls, you know, they had their whole period, like absolutely bringing that into the lexicon. Like he absolutely, I feel like, leached off of what she could offer brand-wise and image-wise. And she was willfully complicit in that. I mean, she stuck with him post-Cassie video and basically hit us with a, well, he never abused me tip. She allegedly ran drugs for him. She even lauded and boasted about the type of intimidation and power Diddy has over people. In this 2022 tweet, she said, if I wanted you to eat my, Diddy would have had you on your knees, ho. You a eater. Playing into the knowledge that we now have of him making people do certain things to one another under duress, under the influence, etc., etc. And last, but certainly not fucking least, she literally wrote a character statement to the judge on behalf of Diddy. So she knew full well who he was, what he was accused of, what he did, and actually had a front row seat to what he did as being a part of the operations, and chose to not only stay with him, rehabilitate his brand and image, but get what she wanted from the situation and then beg the judge for forgiveness to go easy on him. That is my biggest issue with Carisha coming back into the limelight after having a couple failed little singles here and there, and seemingly clearing the path for Diddy to come back again with this woman who has curried favor with the culture, who has literally the summer on lock with Spin That, and thus is a key part in upholding some of the most harmful parts of patriarchy. And although I think it's important to talk about your media diet and to talk about how, okay, we shouldn't be glorifying stealing or killing or robbing or whatever, I think that on that tip, the bigger conversation for me is what makes people so desperate that they do certain things under a system like capitalism, or what does a system like capitalism inspire someone to do? That's the more interesting conversation to have in that regard. But one thing that
That's a damning list, BK. That's a damning list now. Like it's all right there. I forgot. I don't even think I remember the poppy sign thing.
I think that was the only part I really remembered. I don't think I even knew about the character letter, but I will say now I understand why them people are saying it ain't no hit. I've been trying to find out like what is going on. I know they hear this damn song.
Okay.
They keep saying this is not a good song. This song is trash. I'm like, something is wrong because I know their ears work like my ears work, and this song is not trash. I don't know what's going on, but this is what's going on. They didn't forget. Those are the people who did not forget. That at least makes sense to me. I'm trying to find out what the fuck is going on. This is actually really hard for me. Not like personally on another level. I'm just thinking about what do I think about this? Let me talk to both L's. Now Elle, you know damn well that was out of pocket. She was helping Diddy. Like what? You saying what the fuck Diddy did? This is crazy. Yeah, but she's talking about being a scammer and a city girl. And a scammer and a city girl is gonna be looking for a rich nigga, and she's not gonna care that much about his indiscretions. That person just gonna be kicked out of the community now because we know they exist. We know some of them. It's not about kicking her out of the community. It's about highlighting that it should be shameful and frowned upon. Okay, well, most of the shit that the rappers do are shameful and should be frowned upon. So why are we just picking her out? Isn't that playing into the same anti-woman narrative that we're mad at Diddy about? Are we just as guilty as Diddy, although we didn't human traffic? So I don't have an answer, but
that was your thought process. Thank you for that theatrical rendering of of your thought process. I mean, you know, look, it's one of those things to me that I think the description was like the tried and true paradox of loving this song and feeling questionable about the person that made it. And I feel like that just is the story of us as consumers of media in America, but especially of hip hop. There's a couple things, you know, a laundry list of things that I listen to, and I'm just like, I didn't hear that. I didn't, you know, but I do think it is important. I think Professor Sky models this really well, particularly around Bully and Kanye, how he was like, basically, I have to incur whatever costs come with supporting this person, or like essentially like if someone wants to be up in arms about it, I have to kind of let that happen because of the things that they did. I'm still gonna go listen to this Bully album, but I can't turn a blind eye to the very real things that this person did or whatever. Like his framework on that really shifted it for me of like, yes, it is you, Professor Sky. But
oh shit, I was supposed to call Professor Sky for 6 hours now, and every time I'm almost calling you Professor Sky, I have not forgot. You see, the sun is coming up, but I need to be in a space where I can really take notes. But thank you.
Yes, that connection.
Professor Sky knows all about French rap. Okay.
Yes, he does. But like holding those two things, I think is a really important and interesting conversation to have versus either shutting it down or only highlighting the criticism. I've now found some place in the middle to say it's some problematic ass shit that's been in this thing from the beginning. And Russell Westbrook, some of the shit, I am going to eat that little, you know, I am going to it's good as
sandwich. Who ate a sandwich?
But you know, I should have a
sandwich
little
bomb
bit of shame. It's like, you know, I should have maybe an inch of, I don't know, maybe not shame.
I think that's my worry. Like, I don't know that I have shame. I think that I have notice
or consideration or a caveat or something.
And it kind of gives me the ability to give grace later, because if I overthink the way I overthink and I still made it to jam into the song, even though I don't know none of the verses, I'm gonna be honest, I'm really just doing this. It's really the beat, and then I'm waiting for the hook to come back on. Because I want to do this. They don't do this no more like they used to. They used to go up and bring it down.
Do that though.
Yeah, you don't get to do that no more. So I'm like, oh, should I get to do this? So I noticed that even me as an overthinker still finds joy in this. So for people who are not even overthinkers, don't even care about it that way in that manner, it kind of helps me develop a little bit of a grace to not be condescending, to not be pretentious, to not be like, look at you niggas, y'all don't really want to be free. Even though I know what India Arie meant when she said that, I got to be honest. Yes. I know exactly because I wanted to be free so bad that it was so, because I'm really disgusted by the history of slavery and all of that. Like when I was young and I first started, like, I was like disgusted, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, what are you willing to give up if you think that, that, what's the word I'm looking for when you give something up, when you go without, whatever. If you going without that thing could lead to revolution, how much are you willing to go without? And I was kind of like, fuck it, I don't need none of this shit. If it ends with some justice and some vindication for all my ancestors, I don't need this shit.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people who don't feel that way. And it might be more reasonable to not feel that way. Is kind of what I've kind of got.
You will need, kind of like what you told me, you will need the niggas that don't care about the shit in the collective to an extent, or you will at least need to attempt to speak to them, like bringing the vibe to the revolution in a sense that, okay, we have the capacity or ability to think about these things and deep these things on. So, okay, maybe we're at a different place in the community, but you can't almost discard or say, man, y'all don't want to be free, man, forget y'all. Not everybody can't come. Now, there is a fine line where Harriet turned the blam on something that needed to.
That so was for that exact action, though.
Okay.
That's direct action. That's different
now,
rules.
There is a fine line, I think.
So yeah, so that's why I'm saying, because if you get to the point where you looking down on everybody and say you niggas don't want to be free, just me, then it's like, what community are you saving? It's right there. It's all happening.
What's second plus? Big shout out to GD Brown. Then I couldn't get no job because corporate wouldn't hire no dreadlocks. Then I thought about my dogs. from the block kind of understand why they chose to steal and rob India Arie. I am not my hair. Receipts. Let's go see. Fact check. Can we?
No fucking. That ain't.
Did you put quotes over that? Did you quote him for
Wait a
real?
minute.
Yeah.
Did she do a remix? Did she do a remix? I don't know. Maybe it
Fact check. Can we double check the lyrics to "I Am Not My Hair" and see if this
Like I've been
is it?
singing this song for
Quotes
what,
over that.
20 years
I am not
now.
my hair.
Not my skin. Maybe let me see. If he right, then I'm old.
I love India Arie. Like obviously I love her work and like all that. Like, you know, we speaking about the discourse that was kicked up in response to her response. So it's no
That shit is in there. That shit is in there. That is in there.
Dang, India Arie.
I gotta go play that song again.
Wait, what?
I gotta go play that again. I don't remember that. It's early in the beginning too. It's in the beginning, so I don't know. Congratulations, GD Brown. GD Brown.
That's a great pull right there. That's a great pull
Wow.
right there.
All right, now let's read it again now that I trust it. Okay.
All right, it says, then I couldn't get no job because corporate wouldn't hire no dreadlocks. Then I thought about my dogs from the block. Kind of understand why they choose to steal and rob.
That's
Was it
a
the
tweet,
hair that
GD.
got me this far? All these girls, these cribs, these cars. I hate to say it, but it seems so flawed because success didn't come until I cut it all off. Yeah. Well.
I gotta play this again because none of this sounds familiar. I just know the hook. I'm like, spin that shit. It's all bad in the Arie. So, GD Brown, could you please tweet those lyrics and tag Culture United so I can retweet that for India Arie?
Well, and also
to
too,
harass
like
this lady.
I think this comes coupled.
See, oh, sorry, real quick.
No, yeah.
Y'all
No,
hear-
yeah, please.
Elle said
No,
she's
yeah.
about to harass
yeah.
this lady.
No,
We're
I
all in the
said
times.
they.
They about to.
I meant to say they about to harass
right.
this lady if I didn't. It's like,
We're all in
damn,
the time.
that's a good point for the conversation, but is it feeding the dogs? And I don't think that's wrong on my part. I think I wish it wasn't dogs to feed because I still want to have the conversation. So how much conversation do I sacrifice so that I'm not feeding the dog? I'm not the dogs. I really want to know the answer. I thought you understood robbing and stealing. You said it in the song. So how is that different from scamming ass niggas? But it's like, oh, you can't talk about that because they might kick India Arie's head in before she can answer the question.
Sounds like a Times Square situation. Let's head on over. Let the world know so they can hit her up about it so she can answer it eventually.
Also, I think people are kind of tying this moment to the Essence Fest moment that India Arie spoke out against Janelle Monae and Megan Thee Stallion's performance at Essence Fest and was like, yes, everyone does this. Yeah, but does it belong on stage or whatever? And it did come off as wow.
Elitist.
Yeah, and like, well, to me, it's and I say this often, but it's puritanical. And I think that's important to say because that's rooted in some Puritan shit, rooted in some settler shit / missionary shit, which is like this kind of purity culture that's rooted in like evangelical Christianity, whatever. Like it's like, do we need to be shaking ass? Do we need to be? And I think that's a very like, I'm not putting this all on India Arie, of course, but I just put that in that category of like, see, this is why you can't never give niggas nothing. And, oh, black people, we just so, it's like, no, black people, no, we not so nothing. Humans are so something. Like, so I think it has roots in white supremacy, whether that's, intentional or not, which I don't think, obviously, considering everything she stands for, it's not intentional. But when we get into, respectability politics, we're all already crossing into the white supremacist purity politics land. And I don't like that. I don't, and it maybe comes from a place of love or concern, or I want our people to be better in this, but being like, no, Megan, you need to get that. And it's like, why is women always at the like scene of the crime? Like it's Carisha or it's Megan or it's Janelle Monae. It's like, yo, like, okay, did you speak about her getting fucking shot? Like, I don't know. It's just, but it's just like, come on, man. Like,
Was C. Delores Tucker correct? C. Delores Tucker, any politician, everybody in the 80s, particularly early 90s, screaming about hip-hop being disrespectful, about it objectifying women, about it being dangerous to the community, about it being another step along the dissolution of family values in the black community, a vehicle to peddle the worst stereotypes about us. Were they correct?
To me, I feel like that's a conservative talking point. That's a right-wing talking point. Like,
it's not a talking point, it's a question.
Well, I know it is a talking point out there that like black music corrupts the black community and it pushes some of our, and that the powers that be make it so that the most popular black music out there promotes, horrible things or whatever. I don't think that's right. Like, I think that rock and roll does the same thing. I think American Pie does the same thing. Like, I think Playboy does. Like, I don't know. Like, I just don't like the idea of triangulating black people in hip hop. I guess I'll say that.
Let's take it away from how C. Delores Tucker, Calvin Butts, all these people were viewed as attacking the creators of the music. Perhaps there was a perspective. And I'm not trying to revise history. This isn't revision. We saw them give the speeches. We saw them roll over the CDs. We saw the conversation there. We saw the lambast. We saw Bill Cosby go to jail, right? We know that there's just been people who have been attacking, particularly young black men in general, externally and internally, away from that. But from a macro standpoint, do you think that there were instincts inside of, from people of that era who had seen this level of exploitation or repositioning with rock and roll, with blues, with dancing? Everything that we do is vilified by the dominant culture to, take away, to narrow the perspective of what these things are.
If she was right, then the way she handled it was wrong, which I would then pull back on the point completely. Because if you had enough sense to understand what was bad for the black community imagery wise, you would probably understand why. Because were they in Washington? Where were they at? I felt like, I don't know, fact check this, but was my memory they were like doing like a press conference in Washington or something like that? Like as if they were trying to get laws or some shit against it. Did I make that part up?
Say it one more time.
I feel like the way she went about trying to solve the problem she saw was anti-black, anti-creator. That's probably why Pac said, instead of trying to help a nigga, you destroy a brother.
Worse than the other. Worse than the other.
Yeah.
Worse than the other.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I never keep going when I bring that up.
Right.
So I feel like, let's say you were right. Hey, this new field they're creating that's going to actually make a bunch of millionaires out of you people. You people was crazy. Make a bunch of millionaires out of you young black folks and give you the ability to be seen and put on different aspects of your community. This also has negative.
Okay. Now we might have our first moment. We might have our first pane of progress with the new fact checking. Might have it.
Very fun.
Because it's definitely. We just put it on the screen, but I didn't check. This is the Google.
Wait, was that the Google lyrics?
That was the Google lyrics. That was the Google lyrics. So let's see if I mess this all up. Let's see if
Genius. This is about to be fucking hilarious.
Ooh, let's see.
This is not in this song.
It's not on the Genius. It's not on the Genius. Look at fact check coming through. Look at Lilz. Let's take an applause. Look at that. It's not on Genius.
So what is Google lyrics now?
Gemini?
Oh, hell.
Why would Google lyrics have... Can y'all hear me? Because I see I'm frozen, but is my voice frozen?
Why
would Google lyrics have the wrong lyrics on here?
Did somebody just go?
Someone said it's the remix, y'all shaking my head, and it's Akon's verse. It's
Akon's verse.
Oh my God.
Now Akon know damn well he ain't had no fucking dreadlocks.
That's so fun. I mean, maybe he did at one point, but not when he
I
made
know
this
it's a
song.
joke, but
Yeah, that's funny.
Akon been balls.
So India Arie never actually says it, but she's on the song advocating for it or showing an understanding of it. Interesting.
So
hey,
funny.
GD dude, don't tweet. Abort tweet. Abort tweet.
I mean,
Don't
you can frame
tweet
it
it,
differently.
because
It's like I wonder how much control she had on the remix.
True.
She didn't say it. I mean, she didn't say it, so you can't really do the,
maybe
borderline appeal to hypocrisy.
Yeah. True.
First of all, this is a really fun update to the show.
Yeah.
The fact check? Yeah, right? Yeah, I like fact check
Yes.
too. I like it.
I
I
love
like it.
This is fire.
This is a great suggestion. I can't remember who said it, but somebody.
Yeah, who suggested it?
It was somebody in the comment section from the video, but they left a very well thought out, very nuanced, very specific critique of last week's show and how everything was handled. And then they offered a couple of things as suggestions. Now, I'd been thinking about a few things on my own over the past couple of weeks, and one of them is I definitely need someone who can tweet and clip and stuff while the show is going. We need social media support in general. And then two, after the Jay-Z conversations, they were so inflammatory, but they weren't very specific. And so there was a lot of comments, people replying, talking about how, we're talking about things generally as if people understand them. Clearly there's a bunch of people who are really upset. But there were a few moments where people were just pointing out things that weren't necessarily the case, even though it wasn't coming from a position of lying. So I was like, okay, well, how can we do this? But then I saw the comment yesterday. I was like, okay, let's do this now. I've been thinking about it. I don't even know how this would look. Let's figure this out. Me and Elle were talking about potentially how it could work. Then I talked to Lilz, and she's going to give it a shot. Lilz is doing a lot, but I slowed down the chat.
Yeah.
I slowed down the chat. So, but I like this fact check. I like fact check.
Maybe you tap in one other mod so they can share the task or something, but I love it. Shout out to her. I know you manually doing this too. Like, shout out to you.
Yeah, she's killing it.
I don't know. I think Lil is a requirement to have caught that fact check. I'm not gonna lie. Me and Justin looked it up, but we were kind of busy, so we gave it a soft look.
Soft listen.
Yeah.
We gave it a glaze. We didn't focus on
A
it.
glaze, exactly. But Lil was probably like, I feel like the whole time we did it, she probably was like, that shit ain't in there. I don't know about that.
But that's the other thing about it, right? The other thing about it is she's definitely on a song condoning it or showing an understanding of it. So maybe that is just it's a reframe of the tweet that you want to put out there. But
true, because you do have to don't you? I'm sure based on how much creative control she exerts over her music, she definitely had to sign off on Akon verse. So maybe, I don't know. I ain't gonna
ask Mark real quick.
But somebody asked, somebody said get Akon on the show next week. He got to explain this. So,
Akon gonna be like, I didn't even say nothing.
all right.
I'm not expecting to be free. I'm locked up.
Let's see.
Somebody said, I would not tweet anything.
Right.
Abort tweet.
Oh my god.
Okay. Let's see if I can get something.
All right, this is hilarious.
Okay. What was that last super chat really? Let's see.
I think it was the India one.
Oh,
Maybe
it was
not.
Okay.
No, I think it was. Okay, cool.
Shout out to Swift Dreamer. I respect the point stack Quo made about India Arie being part of the problem, but to counter, don't you think she tried to play the game? Don't you think she tried to play the game to change the game? There we go.
Yeah,
that was kind of my point.
I don't know. I just think that was just black music had more options back then. Like, I'm not my hair, you know, brown skinned, yeah, but Jill Scott, who is Jill Scott, is out there. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of things Lauryn Hill is talking about on Miseducation of Lauryn Hill are in this direction. I think, you know, just R&B in general they'd still make songs about blackness, sounds of blackness. I mean, like, I just feel like in that era, there were more options and things to talk about. Not even just in black music either. I mean, even, well, I follow the charts, but like there was a whole bunch of rock songs that were just about other things. Like Jeremy Spoken, hey, you know, like there was just other topics that were outside of just consumerism, love, and, you know, frustration or whatever. So I don't know if I can safely say that she was playing the game to change the game. But we're also talking about a space, again, that is where we're seeing is pre the effects of consolidation.
Yeah.
You know, where it's post FCC Act of 1996, but a lot of what that legislation was designed to enact hadn't actually happened yet. So there's still labels or sub-labels or whatever that majors had acquired that were still doing their thing before they actually started stripping down what these rosters look like, narrowing in what they defined as a success, incentivize the staff to hit these same metrics, and put people or have people can compete against artists they normally wouldn't have had all these labels not been acquired by the super label. You know what I'm saying? So I think I look at this and what I see is in 2026, I think what her frame of mind might look like that might have been what she was trying to do then, but I also think that landscape was just way more dynamic. You know, like there was a lot of black music talking about a lot of things, just like there was a lot of music topically that was more diverse.
That's fair.
I think that's fair for most people, but India Arie and like Lauryn Hill, they thought they was about to save the world. And I know that from my non-interview mercurial artist analysis of them. Remember we were talking about that earlier? Like we like it better when they were mysterious and you just had to be what your album was.
Right.
So based on that commonly wrong analysis of artists, they were trying to save the world for sure. I hope that made sense. That was kind of confusing. Am I sleepy?
Yeah.
Do I sound sleepy? Did that make sense what I just said?
It made sense, but you are.
Okay, I'm here. I'm still here. I'm here. I'm popping.
Thank you for that, Swift Dreamer. We got next. Afro Nerd Radio. The real argument is why the black community doesn't have a buffet like white corporate culture. It's bigger than YM. We are losing money on referendums, Black Wall Street odds.
I'll tell y'all a secret about me. When people start their sentence off with the real, hella gates go up. Gates go up, and then I peek through a little hole and say, now, what are you saying? So let me peek through my little hole and read this again. The real argument is why the black community doesn't have a buffet like white corporate culture. A buffet like white corporate culture?
Like a
what
buffet
is white corporate culture? What is white corporate culture?
Exploitation, theft, scamming, fucking.
That's what I thought. So what's the
It's
buffet?
Young Miami
So
song.
a buffet of yeah.
It's what Young Miami was rapping about.
Oh, a buffet of scams. Why doesn't the
point
black
of view.
community have more scams? Is that what that says?
It's bigger than Young Money, or what's YM?
It gotta be Young Money,
Young
right?
Mo-
What
Young
else could
Miami.
it possibly?
Oh, Young Miami.
Young Miami.
Bruh.
Oh my God.
How did we bring
YM
Young Money
is
into
Young
this?
Money to me, but
Lil Wayne's
Yes.
tour. That's probably how.
Okay.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine at the Super Bowl? Like, just think about what Lil Wayne would look like at the Super Bowl. We've seen a lot of performances since he was upset he didn't get picked for the Super Bowl. I'm waiting for him to change my mind that I was wrong.
Yo, he's coming to Fort Worth next month. Yeah, in August. And we were gonna go just to see what a Wayne show looks like in 2026. I seen this main shit and I said, oh hell no, I'll be damned if I actually buy tickets to the show and we're standing around 4 hours and then you get online like, oh, my bad. Like, no, absolutely not.
I was trying to imagine the people of Maine that wanted to go see Lil Wayne perform.
It's got to be a college.
Who are these people?
It's got to be a college. It's got to be like the University of Maine or something.
Probably.
They still want to see Lil Wayne perform?
If they're white, what?
Lil Wayne sold a lot of records, y'all.
Again?
So Wayne got hits, sold a lot of records.
Fact.
They also have a really big reggae fest, I think, in Bangor every summer. And so they really like their roots music up there, or reggae music rather, and different Caribbean music. But I know they have a lot of diverse performances. I'm not saying that's what that was. But I'm just saying they have a culture of really appreciating music outside festival. I guess everybody likes festivals, whatever it is. It could be any kind of little festival that popped up. So
I tried to look
I
it
do
up.
know
I
they have a
typed
big
in Lil
reggae
Maine.
fest up there. Yeah. I'm confused by that super chat, so I will internalize that that's what the real problem is. Big shout out to Steven Hero says, there are numerous studies showing that there actually no correlation whatsoever between violence in music and violence in real life. Policing the content of young people's music is the wrong fight to have, in my opinion. I don't know if violence is what, I mean, it's
Damn,
part
took
of
the
the
words right
discussion.
out of my mouth.
Violence is part of the discussion in terms of what, like from a macro level, but she is saying we're telling people to go out there, and she doesn't like the energy or the idea that you're advocating for people to boost and scam.
But I do
what else?
agree with the sentiment, not the violence part, but I agree with the sentiment of the super chat in terms of, you know how like for years they tried to push that thing of like if you play video games, you're gonna go like shoot up of whatever the fuck. And the data does not bear that out. Like that there's a strong correlation between the media you're consuming and what you go out and do in the real world. It doesn't mean that there is a non-zero amount, but it is kind of overinflated. I feel like violence here is doing a lot, but the sentiment is that people really be acting like you listen to this and then you go do that. And the data just doesn't show that, but.
Yeah, but studies are funny. They're funny specific. And I feel like if the study is around violence and a specific action, that's one thing. Has a study been done on the influence? Like today, if I'm in a club, I'm going to say it this way. 2 years ago, if I'm in a club and I meet a dude and he's like, yeah, I'm a scammer. And then after this song is out and I meet a guy today and he's like, yeah, I'm a scammer. Has my attitude changed about this guy in front of me because of this song? And if so, how could you map that? How could you map that? Like, I don't think it's about what action. I think it's about value. I think it plays with people's value systems. Like, before you might have looked at a scammer as, let me get away from you and make sure I don't tell him any of my security questions because he might scam me. Or it was COVID and you looked at a scammer like, buy me some dinner because I know y'all just got $1 million off of SBA. So maybe the argument is that it didn't convince you to go scam, but it made you more comfortable with a scammer or increase the value of scammers, where we want our kids to not want to be scammers and basketball players or whatever. We want our kids to be engineers or whatever. So I don't really know how you could, I mean, I guess you could test it in a study, but not one that I would fully trust, if I'm being honest.
Because you could ask, there are qualitative studies where you're collecting more subjective or anecdotal evidence, where you could do a pre-test and you say, how do you feel about scammers? Then you play the song, or maybe you say you listen to the song for the next 3 months or whatever. We come back to you in 3 months and be like, does your view of scamming change based off of this? I mean, you could, but it does depend on the sample size and who, and there are a lot of factors that do kind of legitimize or delegitimize studies. But yeah.
And I know I'm not really in a position, but I'm gonna say it anyway, because fuck it. When the human has to tell you what they think, I already take 50% off the top anyway. I gotta be honest. If the study is based on I asked them what they thought and they told me, nah, I talked to enough people to know that it is a struggle for people to actually translate what they think into words. Super struggle. So
it also depends on the administrator, right? Like, and
true.
Do the questions lead them to things? Is it a good question? What's the reliability? So
I love BK.
Be alert out there.
Aren't you getting your degree soon? Aren't you walking soon?
Yes, no, like, and there's a whole, like, yes, I'm walking August 7th. And a big part of, one of the parts of the exam is research terms and like what makes a study internally valid, externally valid. Can it be generalizable? Is it just, so yeah, other nerdy shit, but.
No, we love this type of shit. We love this type of shit.
Lena Lou Willis.
August 7th. I'm gonna hit the disc.
Please, because baby, we going up. Because baby, I'm gonna tell you something right now.
Spin that.
This facts. Niggas better spin that shit because I'm definitely spinning that shit. I was on the phone with financial aid today. Look, the month before you're about to reach a goal, I have not tested this or whatever, but the month before you're about to reach a certain goal, just stay down because they're gonna literally throw the fork, the spoon, the pot, the pan, the sink, everything. In that last 4 weeks, I don't know. There's something about leading up to, because I have to take this exam and then all this stuff. The wrenches that are the monkey. What do they? You throw a monkey in a wrench, or you throw a wrench in a situation?
I think they call it a monkey wrench.
Okay, so then
throw a monkey
you throw
wrench.
the wrench in the situation. Regardless, there's been so many detours, and I just have to remember to stay down. So, just
you got this shit.
What up?
Throw that cat.
All right, let's move on to the next one. We got Lena Lou Willis. The capitalist system and this government are the biggest boosters and scammers. I refuse respectability politics in 2026. Let black folks live.
Thanks.
1 second applause.
Thank you, Lena Lou Willis. I don't think we've seen her before.
Because that's my whole thing with it. It's like, well, the whole system is based on a scam. It's a scam. And the laws are set up to make sure the people scamming the most don't get arrested.
Yep.
Like, so I can't knock somebody boosted. I do have a problem when we scam our own community. We rob from ourselves. But I understand a huge part of that problem is proximity.
Yes.
So,
like black on black crime. Like,
right.
We're just neighbors. Like.
Yeah, we're neighbors. That's my favorite Chris Rock joke. He said, you want to hide your money? Put it in your books. Niggas will come over to your house, steal your TV, go back home. When you get home, they'll come back over and say, heard you got robbed. That's just so funny to me.
Jeez Louise.
But it's proximity, You rob, steal who you know, you hurt who you know, you cheat on who you know, you date who you know. You go out on dates with people in your community before apps. That's what it is.
I have not read. Oh, I guess you got to read it first.
Yeah, hold on, let me get to it.
Sorry, I did the pre-read just in case it's a Nigel-esque question. I need the extra 10-second head start.
Okay. This is Musa Chaudhry. I feel like I say that wrong every time. Musa Chaudhry. Can't stay for this stream. Just went to shout out Yasin Bey for his re-release of The Ecstatic. Shootout. Went to Shootout Yasin Bey for the re-release of his.
It's definitely shout out.
It's a shout out. It's a shout out Yasin Bey for his re-release of The Ecstatic. Is that an album any of you have revisited recently? It's on the same tier as Black on Both Sides for me. I haven't. I vividly remember the album review William Ketchums III wrote for this project on Hip Hop DX back when it came out. And I think he gave it like a 3.5 or something, if I'm not mistaken. I wish I could just pull these things up now, but you can't really because DX got rid of all their back catalog. But there was a lot of discussion around his review at that time because a lot of people in the comments thought that he gave it a 3.5 because when he was writing it, he was comparing it to Black on Both Sides. And so in his review, he felt like Black on Both Sides was, a stronger work. I remember listening to it and remembering it being a lot more fun than Oh God, what was the one he put out right before there? The one that didn't even have a CD cover. True something. I can't think of the name. Fact check. What was the name of
True Magic.
True Magic? Yeah, there it is.
Remind me what songs are on Ecstatic. I'm sorry, when you're done.
I can pull it up. Let's just pull up the track list. I don't remember that many songs from it. I remember listening to it a lot, but I haven't been back to it since then. So I can't even call it, right now off the top.
Yeah, but I knee jerk want to be like, don't compare anything to Black on both sides. But I'm holding it in.
Right. Let's see what we got here.
Ecstatic. It's a cold name.
Super Magic, Twilight, Speedball, Auditorium, Wahid, Priority. I remember. Quiet Dog, Bite Hard, Life in Marvelous Time. That joint was hard. The Embassy was hard. No Hey Not a Mas, Pistola. I remember Pistola. That Oh No beat was crazy actually. Pretty Dancer, Workers' Comp, Revelations, Roses, History. Casabe.
I don't remember this. I don't remember this album.
Life in Marvelous Times. That was a great song.
I feel like I heard that in Auditorium. I feel like I know this song, but a part of me is like, wait, ain't this Slick Rick song? Is that we know what it is? Ain't that Auditorium? What
I can't hear it right now.
It got that amazing beat, one of the greatest beats in hip hop history. Hold on, let me mute and see if I'm right. Lilz can't fact check this one.
Lil can't fact check sound. We ain't got the team to be fact checking sound. I'm waiting for somebody to say, what did I say in that video? Fact checker, can you scroll to 347 on that last video? Can you watch that? Okay, cool. You mind can you transcribe it? Or can you clip it? Can you put this in? We're going to get dynamic, but right now it's just Lilz. When we round out this team, because I like this fact check.
Yeah, on our way. Yeah, it's fire. Couldn't do it without Lilz. Let me see. Am I crazy? Because, this is not on Apple Music. So I guess, first of all, when I see the album cover, of course I remember this album. Duh.
Yo, big shout out to Standardemics TV. I see you in the chat. I saw you in the chat in Third Verse the other day. Yo, thank you for rocking with us. I love your posts and your content over on Twitter. So it's really cool to see you here. 1 second applause. That's dope. Standardemics is dope. That's a great account to follow.
Yes, that is the song that I was talking about. We know what it is. What it is.
Oh yeah.
That's the Auditorium. Yeah. That's the only song on there I remember.
That's a good one too. I remember Life in Marvelous Times. Life in Marvelous Times. That's what's up. I need to take a listen though. I saw the reissue conversations that were going around. I just love when Mos Def is in the marketplace. I wish there was more Mos Def in the marketplace personally. As present as he's been and how he's, regardless of how time has passed, he still finds ways to be present, I think, for me. Like I'll see him perform, I'll see him giving a speech, or I'll see him, talking about skews. Look at all the skews, but every time he drops new music, it always feels like an event to me. And so this might be a good vinyl for me to pick up, to be honest, because I have not revisited this album in a very long time.
Start with Auditorium. That's my shit. That's arguably one of the greatest hip hop beats of all time. I think I got two more. Pick some good ones where they want to ask me questions, Justin. I'm feeling it start to, but I'm hungry too.
Here, how about this? You drive and you pick out the ones you want to you respond to for these last two. Let's do this one. Let's do this one real quick, and then you can drive the super chats, and you can pick out the ones that you want to take a look at. We're on yellows, so. But big shout out to Mr. Dean. If a song called "I'm a Coon" became a hit, would y'all cape for that and just say it's hip hop? Where do we draw the line? Depends on if it's a metaphor. Is he literally out here talking about how proud he is to be Clarence Thomas? Probably not.
Oh,
but like,
man, fuck Clarence Thomas.
If it's a metaphor for something, it could be dope. That's the thing about art. A lot of this depends on the approach.
True.
How they tackle these topics. You know, so I can't just say the title alone would be a problem, like it's one way or the other. It's the same thing. That was my same response to Kanye's rant about that, which I 100% agree with. But I also think that there's a lot of room in terms of how a point is delivered. What's the story? Is it a metaphor? I get the point that you're making. I'm just not being as obvious. I'm not as obviously responding to your question.
I think we gotta analyze why is it a hit first.
Yeah. Like, are they speaking from is it a really dope ass POV from Uncle Tom Asnick or whatever, like, or what do they call it? Trash Can Panda or Trash Panda?
Trash Panda.
Trash Panda.
I love that. What was it FD and
Lil Bill?
Lil Bill. I love that Trash Panda.
Like, what was it? Fire? Was it dope? Was it like a story of OJ type of moment?
I forgot about that. YouTube hates the C word. Trash Panda from Now Here Forward on this. Yeah. I forgot about it. I read that. I forgot which platform I'm on.
You waiting on me to click one?
Yeah.
Are you waiting on me to okay.
I think you should scroll it.
I see you gaslighters in here too. Not clicking it.
Not clicking it.
First, let's go with this. Got us a little love. Justin is so funny for hopping out. All right, shout out to 504 Scooby. Thanks for the $10. See, you got a new feature. I see your MSNBC, CNN manuscript at the bottom letting us know Lil Uzi refused a freestyle. That's because him and people like Boat Boy can't now. Lil Uzi can rap. He was trying to make another point. Like, what the fuck am I just rapping for y'all for? But Lil Uzi can rap like that. Boat Boy. Go ahead, PK.
No, I just wanted to say I also got the MSNBC. We was in our MSNBC CNN bag. When that banner popped up, I said, "Oh, bitch." Okay, yeah, no, that's official. That's official at this point. Like,
wait till we have a little like transition thing, like, and then it goes to it. Like CNN breaking news. The facts are in, because we're gonna have to start saying, so the facts are in, the facts are in.
It's gonna be like the NBA draft when the
a
trade is in.
I just said that. A trade is in.
I heard
had
you.
A little sound come. Mm-hmm. See,
yeah.
I knew you'd be hearing me. All right, so let's see.
Shout out to 504 Scooby.
Definitely. Hold on. This person was smart. I can't help but imagine Elle rapping to You Got Me, especially that Paris line. Enjoy the show. They said, I love my show in Paris at Elitism bar, and that I stepped off the stage and took a piece of her heart. I can't wait till they do that. It's going to go down. We're going to be in Paris, listening to Black Thought and the Roots rap about Paris in some ways. Justin, do you know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, cool. Wasn't given to knowing exactly what you're talking about, face. Anyway,
BK, my mind actually. Oh yeah. Do we still need to talk about the strategy for that? We haven't talked to BK about that.
Okay.
I think she'll be really happy. Okay. It'll be really cool.
Mm-hmm. So y'all can say up to 2 o'clock in the morning.
Can't give y'all the sauce right now though.
Yeah, just hit
That's what Justin was thinking about.
Yeah, right. I was like, okay, let's not do that right now. But really cool concept, something that is part of the bigger, larger, long-term vision of Culture United, and I'm excited about it. And so it's all happening. Even if you guys haven't seen it yet, everything starts with an idea. Everything built once has been built twice. First, the thought in your mind brings the structure to life. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, that's
and in
fire.
that regard,
is that right?
It's already here. Nah, yeah, that's Mark Bassett.
Oh, damn.
Oh, yeah, you guys, have you heard Mark Bassett like as a rapper when he rhymes?
I have not.
Let me pull up Mark Bassett song real fast.
All right,
this is one of my favorites. He has a phenomenal project called I Want to See You Shining. And this project got me through COVID. And so it's hold on a second, where's it? There it is. So here's this project, I Want to See You Shining, right? And it's all motivational meditation type music, but it's hip hop at its drums and at its core. Everything is set to 528 Hurts, which has a spiritual connection to something I'm probably not sure of right now. And so, excuse me. So the project itself is all his production, but it's a project he put out where he's actually rhyming. And so I listened to this during COVID, hiking, all kinds of stuff. It just helped me keep me in the right frame of mind. So where's that? So which song is it? Is it this one? I think it's. I think it's this one.
Strong and courageous, I'm above fear. I am strong and courageous, I control fear. I am strong and courageous, I have no fear. My confidence in my abilities has no fragility since I stepped into divine nobility. I am royalty, I am royalty. You see me on the throne, made of alabaster stone, risen from a Madagascar tomb, elevated to a master room, graduated to I became immune. My spirit warriors are a guard platoon. No fear. Originated from a dark cocoon, elevated to the sun and moon, Mahdi like the sun and doom. I am the spice, the divine perfume that permeates the holy room. I want like Kobe do, like Obi do, want Kenobi in eternity holy, you gon' know me too. Pedagogy like a yogi too, pedagogy teaching the homies too. Rituals and ceremonies boo, plus coming home with the trophy too. Look in my eyes closely and slowly too. Look in my eyes, beloved, and see what this saying Kofi do. Some nights and days I know I might get lonely too, but on those nights remember there's a godly soul in you. Hindus wear tupi-do, Muslims a kufi-do, in Judaism there's a kufi too. Christianity is a hood that shows the good, but the inner religion is what you do, how you live, how you give, how you humble yourself and you learn to forgive and outlive. Madagascar tomb, since I stepped into divine courageous, I have no fear. My confidence in my ability, the divine perfume that permeates the divine and holy room. I want like Kobe do, like Obi do, want Kenobi in eternity holy.
Let me ask you which song he's talking about. I love this song too, by the way, but I can't remember what song that line was in. Which song? Everything built once has been built twice. Which song?
He gave spoken word.
For this one, yeah. I mean, there's like this one is like a lot of them are different. That one's definitely spoken word.
I don't know any good spoken word places.
I'm on the swim
anymore, but I used to
team,
love
muscle on
that.
the slim team, love working out now, king. I love working out, king. More excited than ever for me to make it to the gym, queen. I'm on the swim team, muscle on the slim team. Love working out, king. Love working out, queen. More excited than ever to make it to the gym, lean. Slim on the weight machine, grim on the great machines. Do the leg raise machine, treadmills and plate machines. Body annihilate, I drop weight and break machines. Put the whole rack on, strap it on my back on. I'm military obligatory, get my lumberjack on. Knock down a few trees, get my
I just asked you which song it is.
Take
I do want you guys to hear that, but I love this project. It is very spoken word. It's very spiritual listen, but it's all motivational at the same time.
I like that, especially if. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I like that, especially if the goal is like, hey, I'm using this certain megahertz. Is it megahertz?
Yeah, 528 megahertz.
I'm using this certain megahertz, and I'm trying to. It's like you purposely trying to put yourself in a certain mood. In some religious sects, they have like music for prayer and things like that, where they use certain sounds, certain chants, certain things. So that's also interesting too, that blend of like, is this rap or is this religious meditation music?
Yeah.
So I love the edges of genre we play with today.
Facts.
I'm always oh, sorry, keep going, PK.
No, it just shows how expansive like our music is, which I really appreciate. But I used to listen to a guy named Londrell back in the day. And it's like very similar affirmations. Like when I was like, I just can't get myself out of this place. I need to just hear this frequency and this message because like I'm not receptive to anything else. Like I feel like stuff like this is cool.
You got your second one? You got
All
your
right.
next one? You
And
got your next super chat?
that was my second one. That was my second one. Let's see if I can do one more
You
before I
got a
fall
third one?
asleep.
You wanna do
The
it? You wanna do
problem
a
is
third one?
I'm hungry. So it's like I'm gonna get off of this and then try to eat food at 6 o'clock in the morning. How is that gonna work? All right,
Well,
let's see.
breakfast.
But I could go to sleep till 9. I don't know. I gotta think this up. Okay. Can I pick one that's not yellow? Oh, I got one. Bam. 504 School Begin. You know what? Thank you, School. He must be one of my main supporters because we got 2 L questions from School. Okay, I've been hearing L got bars for almost 2 years. Where was he at 2 years ago?
Clubhouse.
Clubhouse. Now
That's where the
Stat didn't
space
heard
is.
her music. Yeah, where did he? Now Stat didn't heard her music along with Justin and BK. So when are we gonna hear them bars, L? Us like bars too. Well, guess what, Scoot? I just heard from the label. Nope. I just heard that from the I'm Uzi. I just heard from the label that Elle actually has a single coming out on the next Chill Spotlight. So
9 second applause.
I haven't heard either.
I know BK, you can just he assumed, but
You haven't said BK any of your tracks, really?
no. But I'm going to.
You didn't. Yeah, it's good.
Justin was about to drag it, then he was like, "I'm not going to drag it."
Facts.
I would drag it.
You heard me? Like, what?
I would never drag it.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah,
I'm actually very particular about it because I'm trying to make sure that I do it in the right way. I'm kind of old to be still rapping, but I don't really take it that way because I was rapping before I was doing anything. So it's like, how you gonna tell me I'm too old to rap? I always rapped. So
the average,
but
the average age of a rapper that makes it, it's like 30. Or when they show up now, it's 32. Like 32.
That's so interesting.
Right.
That's so interesting. It's like nobody can ever tell me I'm too old to rap. Like I was rapping before most people I knew was rapping, but even though you see how Lupe didn't call me out as a rapper.
Sounds like y'all need a conference over there, 1st and 15th.
I'm gonna need you to remember I'm a rapper. But anyway, and then he kind of laughed like, it ain't much of that, bruh. This is public. Anyway, but yeah, so my song will be on the next Chill Spotlight. I think it's gonna be an all-woman spotlight. So Chill, one of the founders of 1st and 15th, he does this kind of compilation project. We're on our 8th one where he picks a different theme and he goes and finds different artists to make, he has the R&B one. He did the house music one, which was crazy. Sometimes he pulls old underground tracks. He makes these little compilation albums called Chill Spotlight. And the next one is going to be all women. Y'all, every morning I hear like what sounds like a killer alien bird. I haven't been able to see the alien bird yet. This is terrible to go to right after my song promo. But I haven't seen the killer alien bird yet. But now that I'm starting to hear the sound, I feel scared like a bird. So if a bird flies in here, I'm throwing all this shit. So it might be all this shit is getting.
Hey, that's no joke. I have experienced two bird ambushes in my life. It is spooky. It's spooky.
I'm gonna throw a fit. So everybody be ready because it sounds like a killer alien bird. Go ahead, Justin. Sorry.
At the old Hip Hop DX offices, which is square in the middle of Hollywood, for some reason there would be this gaggle of seagulls that would just fly every day the same time. I'm talking like that. It feels like thousands of seagulls. You know what I'm saying? Just flies right over the Hip Hop DX offices, and we used to shoot freestyles on that roof. So if we shot freestyles at a certain time of day, if we shot interviews out front in front of the brick wall, a certain time of day, we're in the middle of a seagull, traffic jam. So many times, so many of your favorite rappers have been shitted on by seagulls. You'd be very surprised. No. I was there for 5 years? I think we were there 5 years. I got hit in the last year I was there. Somehow I went 4 years, but not getting pooped on by seagulls. But
they knew you were at home. They like, oh, he about to try to leave now, outsider.
Right, they knew I was about to leave. They're like, okay, we got to get him. He's been cool the whole time.
Yeah,
you've been putting out good energy.
He's one of us, Justin.
Right.
So yes, you will be able to hear some Elle Janelle bars soon on an upcoming track. But before I go, I want to show you guys my Paris window. Do you mind? Do you want to see?
Yeah,
Do you
definitely.
guys
Yeah,
want
let's
to
do
see?
it. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Because the thing about Paris is it's so old looking, right? So let me see. How can I do this the right way? Look at this shit, Joe. Can y'all see this?
Wow.
Yeah, it's
Can
beautiful.
y'all see this?
Yeah.
Look how old it looks. But it's so pretty. And I just go walking around sometimes. And everybody is just so chill. Nobody's wearing a whole bunch of designer. Everybody got on flats. And all of the outfits are like cute because of the cut. So that's what's so fire about the fashion. It's like, oh, what a nice blouse. What a nice pant or whatever. And people are pretty nice. You know, it's like a European New York.
I love it.
Have you been to Paris?
I'm gonna go to sleep.
No, I've been to Spain and it felt that way. I was like, it feels like New York.
Yeah.
Same with Quebec. It felt like New York to me too.
Cool.
Ooh, that sounds fire.
Well,
All right,
Elle
well,
Janelle,
I'm
another great
sleep.
show.
Yes, please get some sleep, girl.
Yeah, for real.
I think I'm lying. I think I'm about to listen to y'all in my ears and go outside and get a baguette. Because they make fresh baguettes every day for real. I tried to go get a baguette at like 3:30 yesterday. Like, oh, I want a sandwich. They were like, baguette's been gone. Try again tomorrow. What?
Right.
I'm like, what's a morning thing? So I'm going to go get me a little something to eat and listen to you guys for a while and fall asleep at some point.
Oh.
Elle Janelle, the illest. 9-second applause. And then there were two. What up, BK?
Hey,
All right.
what up?
This your turn to rap. You got the microphone.
Child, please don't set me up like that.
This go like this. You gotta get your freestyle. You don't freestyle in the car? You and Mogo don't ride around freestyling?
Nah, you know what? We kind of used to like drunken nights in the dorm room type shit, like in college. He
Yeah.
also co-produced a radio show. When I was DJ Blessing, we would just play black artists exclusively.
DJ Blessing?
DJ Blessing, yeah.
That was your name?
Because I just thought about just like, you know, I'm blessing your ears type shit. People would,
Oh, I like that. 1 second applause.
yeah, people would call in and be like, "Oh my, thank you for playing like black people shit," you know. So yeah, that was fire. So maybe a couple to back in the day, and then I had a friend too who would just be like, "It's just like improv. Like you're good at improv, but nah, I don't. Not for real."
Right. DJ Blessing. I didn't even know.
Yeah. We literally KLSU. The school had a radio show and a studio and everything, and I was like, that would be kind of. We love music and putting together playlists together, so we did it together. I snuck them in there.
That's dope. That's what's up. You have any links? Can we find an old episode?
No. You know what happened? I got kicked off air because I accidentally played. It was like 2000s night, and I played. I let an unedited, the explicit version of a Lil Bow Wow song, and they immediately, like before the song was over, like, yeah, so we don't want to get sued by the. Like, you gotta go. So it was, yeah.
I thought you were going to say my neck, my back.
No, the way it was like.
Lil Bow Wow was not who I thought you were going to say, bro.
It was a Lil Bow Wow song. Like, it was genuinely like a throwback night where, you know, we were just playing all the. Jesus. Yeah, I think about that from time to time.
That's what's up.
Radio does not play.
Lil Bow Wow must have been old by this point. He must have been like 20.
Yeah, for sure. Yes. Yeah.
Probably too old to have the Lil still. All right. Let's see what we got. So we got that one. Ready to get back to Super Chats?
Yeah, let's do it.
Brittany Danielle, big shout out to Brittany. I have no problem with India offering an opposing view to what black women chooses to engage in. I also have no problem with the song. It's a slap. There's room for both to exist. Panel is fire. Thank you so much, BD. I think she was on vacation. I think she was on vacation, and she just got back. I hope you had a great trip. Or you going on vacation? How did I read that? I answered so many Super Chats on the video I put, not Super Chats, comments from the video yesterday. And I saw so many familiar faces and so many I wasn't as familiar with. So their stories are like what they've been doing in their lives are like running together in my head.
Facts.
Yeah, but this is vacation season, so people are outside doing things.
That's true.
K-Way for real, birthday boy. I appreciate y'all, fam. Thanks so much. Mrs. K-Way to be about to spend that on my dinner. Then I plan to be her rose this evening, so I'll probably be disappearing in a few. Thanks again. Man, big shout out to K-Way. Happy birthday. Hope you're having a great night with Mrs. K-Way to be. And you guys get a chance to see K-Way for the first time on the third verse tomorrow night, where we will be doing a live reaction to Future's new album. And so during that reaction, we're going to have K-Way come in during that segment, just reoccurring going forward. And he's going to be our R&B beat reporter, because K-Way has an R&B channel where he DJs R&B, and you can catch his channel on YouTube. And so what he's going to do, he's going to pick out a song from a new R&B artist each week. And we're going to listen to the song and talk about it. So K-Way's got a beat over on the third verse. That's what we do here. Like in this community, we're always just trying to find other people who are dope, like-minded, and talented in different kind of ways. And so, whatever we can do forever. And definitely with me, forever. Anytime I've ever seen anybody who was dope, I respected, I always try to help amplify what it is they're doing, or at least encourage them to go in a different direction. Stat is the same way. Elle and BK, they're the same way. And so it'd be exciting to see K-Way's humor as he reports on the new R&B jams each week. 1 second applause.
Bro, funniest dude on the internet, period.
He's so funny.
Hands down.
Yeah. It's funny. All right, so we got this one. K-Way again. It seems like we missed the mystique of artists. Question for the panel. Is there any artist that disappointed you with an interview or interaction and you stopped supporting them? There's been plenty that have disappointed me. In terms of stop supporting, it's a different question. Let me think about that. What do you think, BK?
I mean, I think, I guess the most iconic one for me was like Slavery Was a Choice, Red Hat. Like that's actually the last time I think I can remember listening to something and being like, I don't care about anything else that comes out of this person. I'm not going to support because of that interaction. And it wasn't really like an interview. It was like, he was at TMZ and, whatever. But yeah, that I think that is one concrete answer I could give for that one. Yeah.
Mine is Post Malone. And I never supported him fully in the beginning. I always thought it was weird, homeboy showing up talking about he's White Iverson. I never got into Post Malone land. I was never a Post Malone super fan. I don't know if I would even call him a fan. But I know when I saw him talking on Hot 97, it was a wrap for me. So I don't know if that answers the question, but oh yeah, I guess it does. Yeah, I was disappointed in the interview and the interaction, and I stopped supporting him. And also I actively campaign against him. Not in these streets, but in my commentary. If I ever see Post Malone on the chart report, we don't even say his name.
Ooh.
Ooh, yuck, gross. There's like 3 ooh, yuck, grosses. Like their names just show them like ooh, yuck, gross. Let's move on.
Yes.
So that's where it is. Thanks for that. K-Way. Philip McGee says, Stat said shut up and rap. That's an oxymoron. Everyone gets to have an opinion except Lupe. Lupe seems okay with his point of view. He didn't tell people what to think. Yeah, appreciate that, Philip.
I like the first part. I like the first part that shut up and rap is an oxymoron. I'll say that.
Right. It actually really is.
Yeah.
It's like our man Nigel, inspiring people. For the panel, part of constructing an identity is establishing a bedrock of truth. What is an essential truth about yourself you can publicly share? This now feels like a pageant question. What is an essential truth about yourself that you could share publicly, and who is a under 29 artist who has that? An essential truth. I'll say one with me. I'm not one to go outside and share the challenges in my life with friends or with my audience easily. I've been working since my mom died, I've been working to be more open and vulnerable and revealing about who I am, because my career has been under a pseudonym exclusively for the first 7 years. And I didn't start using my real name until 2013, right? And so the origins of my career have been a bit opaque for people. when I wrote things or when I presented things, it was generally speaking third person, let's get to the story, take myself out of it. And after my mom died, I had a lot of regrets about things I didn't share with her or share with people that I love or share with people that I cared about. And so I didn't want to have those feelings about anyone else that I cared about or people that I cared about. And that was my audience. And so since then, I've been working to be more open in general, but it's still a struggle and it's still very intentional for me to share a lot of things that I do. I'm definitely a person that holds a lot in, takes as much time as possible to process, and resolves things that way, generally speaking. But a lot of times there's big things that happen and people just don't know. And I thought about that a lot when I saw Keem talk about the challenges that he's had in the past couple of years. And when he's explaining, how there's things he just wasn't ready to share, wasn't ready to vocalize yet. And so, at least from that little interaction, under 29, I would say Baby Keem.
Yeah. I think my answer kind of aligns with that too. I think like an essential truth about myself is that I'm always gonna I just can't be a passive bystander. Like that's just for better or for worse. Like that's just who I am. I'm always like, wait, guys, they're trying to tie their shoe. Let's all wait up. Or like, oh wait, actually that was wrong. Or even if like my heart's beating fast in the process, I just can't not say something if I see something. And I think Doechii is an artist that's like that. And I think I've been wanting to do, maybe it'll be like a members only thing because I created that now. But
hey, and the Discord.
And the Discord, yeah.
Yeah.
We're building. But just for like kind of fleeting thoughts, I think that might be for members only stuff. But I've just been wanting to talk about her Finsta so bad because it's a level of vulnerability that you don't see, in terms of like, let me just like open up what a creative process looks like. And I'm going to go on this trip and I'm going to research textiles from the 90s to present. And that's what's going to develop my next, whatever, like just, but also saying free Palestine and also saying fuck Trump. And also like, just, I don't know. I feel like she always just has to say the thing, whether it's about herself or about others or about the world. Like, I think that's someone that's under 29 that's doing that for sure. Just speaking the truth.
We'll take applause. Great question, Nigel. Nigel's inspiring people. He got shouted out today. Nigel got shouted out today. Lena Lou Willis. I watched Lupe on Qualities Live in real time. There's great context missing. A lot of gaslighting came from both parties. Energy was matched. That's it. That's all. Thank you for that. Thank you for your perspective. Appreciate you, Lena Lou Willis. We'll take applause. Brandon, keep it 1009. The problem is creators and artists need to hold themselves accountable. Also make sure you have all the facts straight. Stop watching clips and making that the story. Yeah, but see, now you're asking people to do things that are a little more difficult. Watch the whole clip. Know the whole story. We're just trying to get these super chats. We're just trying to get this, paper so we can spend that.
I do agree with the first part though, that like you can't make nobody take accountability. Yeah. Like that is a very personal thing that like you have to see that there was wrongdoing, accept that, take that on. Like you can't force somebody to, I don't know. You can hold their feet to the fire and hope that it inspires them to hold themselves accountable. But
right.
Yeah.
True that. Shout out Brandon. We'll take applause. Sin survival in negativity. I think India's take feels elitist because it's blowing a societal symptom up to what's wrong with the black community. No one thought something was wrong with white people for singing about strippers and blow.
Yeah, and I know that like, it was kind of brought up like she didn't really like dog it. She didn't dog the song. She didn't say boycott. And those things are technically true. And also, I think tripling down on a sentiment and talking about how not everybody wants to be free and nobody cares. And, I can read between the lines. I don't know if everybody can, but I can definitely read between the lines. Sometimes you're reading things that aren't there, but sometimes that coupled with the Megan shit and some other shit, I'm like, it's a little tone to it,
Yeah.
a little sauce on it. But.
Yeah. And she did that song with Akon. She put Akon on her song.
Akon, man.
Showing understanding for the situation.
Yeah.
Not everybody want to be free. And yet at the same time, a lot of people hear freedom.
Yeah.
The juxtaposition is very interesting with this conversation.
Like this, I love how like Boots was talking about when people hear that, they hear freedom. And like freedom in the sense like I don't have to just grind check to check or question if there's money in my bank account. Like that is a level of freedom. But then also like what to say about just like pure escapism. Like I kind of want to just turn it off. Like I get that's not the most intellectual thing I can say right now, but damn, I mean, times is hard.
Let's see. I'm gonna do a poll. Let's do a poll right now. What do most people think that spend that? What's their problem with spend that more than anything else? Exploitation. How would you describe it? Give me one word.
Scamming.
Okay. Which do you hear on spend that? So here's a question. Which do you hear on spend that? One is freedom. Two is what? Oh, let's see.
Like degeneracy or whatever. I think that's kind of the overall term of like it's ratchet and degenerate.
Okay. Degeneracy. Okay. All right. So we're adding this. This is a new poll. We're going to start it. We're going to show it. It is on the screen. If you haven't, I don't think we've done this on this show, but we do this on the third verse. And so the way this works, regardless of which platform you're on, take a look at the poll on the screen. Type 1, the number 1, for if you hear degeneracy. And then type the number 2 if you hear freedom. All right? We're going to let this rock. We're going to see where it takes us. Okay.
Oh my God, immediately just boop.
Degeneracy. I see degeneracy. But yeah, you got to press 1 or 2. And you just put that in the chat, and it'll keep tallying. We'll see where this goes. All right. Let's go to the next one. Where we at? Yep, there we go. Carrot Khan says, would love to hear your thoughts on creators versus platforms. Everyone here is a creator, streamers too, but all the money and value goes to software companies. I mean, that's part of the problem, right? Like that is how we're living.
Yeah, like these companies don't participate in revenue share.
Right.
I mean, we literally create we create the product. I mean that is the story of the proletariat and like surplus value and like I don't know, we create the value, they sell it, they rake in all the profits, and they don't share what value we created. That should make sense. But like, yeah, the software companies are doing the same shit. You don't have shit on your platform if not for content. You don't have content if not for the content creators. And I think that's also why you get into this weird, like I've seen a couple AI podcasters and AI streamers where it's mostly Black women that are, AI Black women or whatever. And it's like, damn, they really trying to cut out the labor part. Like they really trying to just get to the bottom line. Like
they're going to have to pay everybody. It's our data. You're going to use AI, you can use technology to restructure the economy, take away regular people's jobs. Your entire system is built on profits increasing forever. People don't actually have money. So I guess you can have digital money that you just create other digital money that you siphon into your own digital coffers. It's our data. They're going to have to pay everybody. Or what I sadly think is going to happen is just a lot of people in jail and a lot of people dead. They've been talking about overcrowding for a long time. Mm-hmm. So that's what I mean when I say understand what's happening outside. Understand that just because things have been this way the whole time, it doesn't mean that they will always be this way. And I think that watching the Voting Rights Act for me was a very sad reminder of that, because I have never, until Trump pulled that I guess Mitch McConnell pulled that with Mayor Garland, where they wouldn't give Obama the Supreme Court justice. Up until that point, I had never once thought that I would die with less rights than I was born with. Never once had that thought.
Right.
We're there now. You know, I was talking to somebody the other week. They asked me if I still wanted to have kids, and I was like, yes, because family's important to me. I think it would be awesome. I'd be a fantastic father. I'd just build a great person. I know that, you know. But I don't know if I'd know how to raise them in a world where they have less rights than I did. Like, how, would I even be capable to communicate to them the skill set that they need? And my grandparents have passed away. I can't even ask them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you would almost have to literally go to the Black elders and be like, so, like, when y'all were getting hosed in the street, or when, like, but yeah, that population is, you know, and I get to go to the text and you try to, I don't know, it's spooky. It's something that I always talk about. Like, I would love, like, in theory, but when I think about the logistics of someone that can't ask or consent to be here and then to be thrust in the middle of this, like, I would have so much guilt around that. It just becomes almost a moral existential question for me. But yeah, that's why we have cats and dogs.
Thank you, Carrot and the cat. Thanks for the membership, or being a member for 22 months. That's a very long time. Thank you so much. 1 second applause. Let's see what we got. Brown Girl Elle, I miss getting to know artists from shows like Video Soul, Team Summit, Yo MTV Raps. 100%. The Box, you know, video. I guess The Box just played the video, but then like Video Music Box, you know, they would talk to different people. Even just editorials, like the infrequency of a written profile in a dynamic way. You know, it seems like, at least for the stuff I care about, I get maybe 1 or 2 a year. You know, it's just a different environment. But on the flip side, if I want to get to know an artist, I have their social media imprint. A lot of these people will go live. A lot of these people will just post everything they're doing. So in a way, you can see it. But that just depends if that person is utilizing social media.
True, because like some of them do not be on there. Some of them have tapped out of the social media space as a whole that used to like interact with us on Twitter or like in comment sections. And it's like, it's so hostile now, but I don't know. I always want to triangulate these like algorithm overlords, because it could be more of a forum. It could be more like, but they've cranked up the dial, and it is more lucrative, and you are incentivized to do things that promote misinformation, outrage, disinformation. And it isn't just us giving our little commentary on Twitter about it. Now it's a think piece, and that's just not fun. So,
1 second, applause. Examine it. You're right, Justin. My reaction channel is strictly about music, lyrical breakdowns, and good times. I love bars. Elle, I need to hear your music. I love this panel. Great. Green has elite vids. Elite. You know, big shout out to everything that he's doing right now. And he has found ways, and his videos are doing really well. They're doing really well. Yeah. So people do love the rap nerd stuff still. And I think that's always going to be the case, because there's a lot of connoisseurs out here, you know, and I think that's more than how it feels given what tends to go viral, you know what I mean? So great work, Green.
Incredible.
I am Karen Lynn says, circa Jim Crow, boosting number running allowed black wealth. In this climate of anti-DEI, outright government theft, folks are following the lead of the powerful. Righteousness can't oppress reality. I love that.
Ooh,
love that. That is a quote. Right. And righteousness without power is an opinion. All right, let's see what we got next. Did that one. Let's see. Yeah, we did that one. Do this one. Yeah, we get that one. Okay, that's so. Tamia Peach, big shout out to Tamia Peach. This was a great follow-up to last week and this week's discourse. Appreciate Culture United. We're riding till the wheels fall off. Thank you so much, Tamia. 1 second, applause. That's awesome. I feel like this was a really good show. Like, it was a spirited discussion, a lot of disagreements, healthy disagreements, you know, and I think that elevated the amount of perspective, at least I was able to gain from it.
Yes, this was a really good episode. A nice salve.
That's what it is. Sometimes you need it. Hip hop therapy. Who do y'all think has struck the most perfect balance between the ethical hate, like on WTPD by Kendrick, and tipping over into being outright preachy? Is it Kendrick or someone else's? Or someone else? Someone else, excuse me. Between
Watch the Party Die.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. The ethical hate on Watch the Party.
I don't
And
know.
tipping over into outright preachy.
I mean, I don't know. Actually, I don't know.
I'm not sure if I understand. I'm not, this reads interesting to me. Who do y'all think has struck the most perfect balance between the ethical hate, like on Watch the Party Die by Kendrick, and tipping over into being outright preachy? Is it Kendrick or someone else? So I guess who does the best about making a point without being preachy?
Yeah, I think that's what they mean. That like they strike the balance of ethical hate that's permissible without getting on some high horse shit.
Andre 3000 for me has been my legacy answer. My favorite. I talked about my three stacks goat piece because he is so great at getting. He feels like a pastor preaching without ever sounding preachy. Like, to me, all the time. There's a lot. The moral compass is resolute, you know, in his kind of like if you listen to, I think it's Hootie Hoo. At the end of Hootie Hoo, about 2 weeks later, she called me with some bullshit, talking about her period late. Guess what I did? Click, right? That's the first album. And then later, is it Royal Flush? I can't remember which one it is. Later, like I'm talking about 15 years later, he's in a, maybe not even 15 years later, 10 years later, 7 years later, I think. He is telling a woman to go home because she has a boyfriend and he doesn't hook up with women in relationships. Like, to me, that is my legacy example. I can't think of anybody right now. I actually thought J. Cole, I actually feel like J. Cole is pretty preachy. I think that Drake is pretty preachy you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like he's really preachy, you know?
Yeah. I don't know of anyone that's like been able to, I mean, I guess like if you think about like A Girl Get Up by Doechii and SZA, where she does call out like the misogyny and the y'all be calling it pussy rap, but that's misogynistic. And then she kind of gets into the popping her shit about, look, the album been done and need a babysitter. So I know that's just like a song, but she's trying to strike that balance, I think.
Yeah. That's something to think about. I'll think about that for next week. Maybe one of the things I was talking about this week was just being more organized in general. And maybe this is something we're dropping into the notes section on the Culture United app.
Okay. Yeah.
That'll be something good to come back to. Change I want to see. Big shout out to you. 1 second applause. As a woman old enough to have birthed all of you, I just need you to know how pleased it makes me to see you all engage so consistently and insightfully. This is so good for the culture. Thank you. Thank you so much, Change I want to see. That's beautiful. 1 second applause. I like that.
See, we're giving out intergenerational healings on Culture United, period.
Word up, word up. That's what culture is, right?
Yeah.
That's what it is. Kara, 1704. Much love to you all, Justin, BK, and Elle from the 757. Major love to Justin's handling of last week's Culture United aftermath. Your accountability and leadership is commendable within the space. Thank you so much, Kara. I appreciate it, and thank you for the grace.
Facts.
I used to live in Chesapeake, Western Branch. Let me know if you know about Western Branch. Represent. Let's see what we got here. All right, what's this? High level tales. Justin, just wanted to thank you and Jar for your encouraging words last week. It's harder than ever to find a job in Canada also, so I still feel discouraged, but I'm taking it one day at a time. Thank you so much, High Level Tales. What did you see this part last week? I know you were off, but I wasn't sure if you caught it. So this was actually, you know, God is God is always on time for real, right? So we went through the whole conversation and super chats last week. Jar pops on. So Lupe is, we're first, stepping into people's immediate reaction to the conversation. And Lupe has a song that Lupe fans love called Trials and Tribulations. And High Level Tales came in with, I think it was the last question, either the last question or second last question of the entire stream. And he was asking how we've dealt with trials and tribulations at different points in our life when we were transitioning from one place to another. And I didn't even think about it, but then someone else who's a Lupe fan pointed it out. And she was like, yo, it's crazy that like, you had Lupe here, the last thing is trials and tribulations. I was like, oh, well. Wow. And in that case, I think maybe it was a foreshadowing,
Yeah.
It was foreshadowing,
Yeah.
Like this is another example. I mean, trials and tribulations, roadblocks, speed bumps, that's just a part of life. And how you handle them is what's most important.
Yep.
Do you have any, do you have a child in tribulation you want to share? Maybe that can give high level tales, a little bit more encouragement. And I'll be right back.
Trials and tribulations. I mean, I guess the most relevant one that I talk about a lot nowadays, because it's coming to an end, is getting through school. And the biggest part about it is it's not just the academic side, but it's having to take off of work to do internship, because internship is part of how you get hours, and hours is how you pass, and how you pass is get the, you get it. So, times get hard when you're like you're just trying to keep up with life. And I think I always come back to, honestly, me and my partner come back to this always, is like, but you always find a way. I think the biggest thing is reminding yourself you always find a way. Last time you were in a situation where you thought you couldn't handle it, you did. And that brought you to this moment. And so it's like somewhere within me, within my circle, within my network, whatever, pushed me to get to the next level. And I think just making sure you're tapping into resources available to you. And whether that's like official, like from the government, or whether that's from mutual aid, or whether that's from family or friends, I will say, don't isolate, because it could just be the difference between a text, a phone call, asking a question, asking for help that, could lead you to your next blessing or miracle or breakthrough. So, you were in a situation like this before. Maybe it looked different. Maybe this feels like heavier or whatever, but you have it within you to survive the next moment. I think that's what's going to that's the flame that keeps it for me. So, yeah.
Beautiful. 1 second, pause. Let's see. LTCLO, BK, you told Glasses to start small in politics with local reps to make a difference. Can't we start small with this song and not being okay singing Spin That instead of saying, let's get to the bigger picture?
I think that starting small in this case would be maybe engaging your community in a way that's more edifying. So like she does Substack, right? Like if maybe she were to extrapolate a little bit more and then bring in the systems and whatever, then we could be like, oh, okay, her initial take caught me off guard, but now I'm reading like her full thoughts and like I'm a little bit more informed about the situation. I don't know that. I think we got to just define what starting small is, and I don't think that being like, nah, like fuck Spin That is that, starting local in terms of politics, like that's writing legislation, that's organizing people, that's getting door knockers. Like it's small, but like it's doing something. It's pushing the community forward or legislation forward or an idea or an ideology forward. And I feel like finger wagging doesn't do that. I take.
I'll take applause. Thank you so much, LTCLO. To a man, the great, in his debate with Hillary Clinton, Trump admitted this whole system is a scam. And that's the one thing I do appreciate about President Trump. Literally one thing. he be telling the truth, especially as he gets more senile. My man came out when the Iran war first started, and he said, these people want healthcare. We can't do healthcare. We can't help these people. We got to do war. Like, I don't know what people expect. We're not going to give you free college. We got to do war. We got war, and then we've got more war. I appreciate that kind of transparency because he's not lying, and I think that will resonate with the younger generation in a way that is that maybe we don't see yet. Because he's walking around every day saying, quiet part out loud.
Justin, this is literally what curried favor with the masses, was finally somebody up there is saying like what's actually going on. And he used that, like he weaponizes that he'll tell little truths here and there to be like, look, I'm so real. I'm the anti-establishment candidate, even though I'm literally the establishment. This is my second time being president. Like, I don't get that. But being like, look, I know the system's rigged because I fucking use the loopholes. That level of candor is what people are looking for, which is why I feel like all these insurgent candidates coming forward being like, I'm not bought. You don't have to, I'm not doing no quid pro quo, whatever. I can cuss a little bit and my handlers or my consultants are not going to like blow up my phone after this. That's what people are thirsty for real. And I hate that it was him to do that, but.
Do you think Graham Plattner should resign?
Yes.
Me too.
Yeah. And I think that they already have, I just hope people parse out the fact that Maine Democrats supported this man. Maine Democrats voted for him. Like, the online left could be annoying about it. Pundits could be annoying about it, but Mainers supported him. His organizational motor with campusers, door knockers, like that should be replicated. I do think we need to be more skeptical and like shout out all of FD's content around Graham Plattner, but I hope people don't try to throw away the movement as a result. He was not a DSA candidate. He wasn't backed by DSA. But those ideals that he was espousing were resonating with the people of Maine. And so you're going to have to replace with someone that's going to do the same thing, or Susan Collins is going to win. So.
Right. Big shout out to Ro Mango. You can't force a person to take accountability, but I do think we all have a responsibility to call someone out and hold them accountable when they do something wrong. Then move accordingly if they do don't. Then move accordingly if they do don't. I respect that. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, what's up? 1 second applause, bro. Thank you for all the support too. I've seen a lot of the comments you left and I really appreciate it. John Smith, my brother, NPC John Smith. I know where a lot of scammers are at, the White House and in old money mansions. We have quite a few of their faces on our paper money. I'm not necessarily pro-scamming, but I can't knock it either. This is America. Man, that was a consistent succession of truth bombs right there.
Facts.
Truth bombs. All right. Now we move on to the next ones. And Philip McGee, trials and tribulations are speed bumps, tree trunks. Or speed bumps, tree trunks. Huh, I like that. That's a brand new thought for me. I love brand new thoughts. Mr. White became a member. Thank you very much. 1 second applause. Riley Stouffer became a member. 1 second applause. Thank you very much. Brandon Kepit 1009 became a member. Thank you very much. Jermaine Johnson, man, last week's Stat Quo talking about the perfect woman whose breath smells like shit had me dying laughing for at least 2 days. That is a trip.
So funny, man.
Man, he's grown a lot. He's grown a lot in the past 6 months since we've launched this show. He's still hilarious. Doomer253, my brother Doomer. As a devotee of Future, I bow out of this specific subject.
Yo, I didn't know that Future was dropping a new project, The Real Me.
Yeah, tomorrow.
So I'm definitely checking that out. I definitely grew up on Future for sure. From like Turn On the Lights.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to. That was my shit when he used to. He was like a whole different art. His evolutions have been so crazy. So I'm interested to hear what The Real Me is about.
Yeah, let's see what he's talking about. Big shout out to you, Doomer. Thank you. Joe 124013. Thurston Howell III's whole discography was almost entirely about boosting and the boosting gangs they ran. Very true. Very true. Appreciate that one, Joe. Brandon keep it. Oh, it's not even Brandon. Brando keep it 1009. What do we expect from India? Brown skin, I am light video, I am not my hair. Her whole career has been black empowerment. Just stood on it. It's one of my favorite things about her.
Facts.
Star Trek ambassador, good to see you. We just need a balance, but we have to start holding these labels accountable as much as we hold each other to that standard. There's room for duality.
You know I'm always gonna advocate to zoom out. That doesn't mean we let niggas go off scot-free, but
right.
Come on now.
Remy Essex, knock it off. No one knew what country grammar was about at first. Did you know? Well, I guess you're a bit of a different generation, but
yeah.
You knew about it by the time. I think everybody knew, though. I saw this earlier.
I did too. I was like, who didn't know?
Street sweeper baby, cocked ready to let it go. I don't know. Maybe this is ironic.
Yeah, I don't know.
But he's driving. He's talking about doing a drive-by.
Like, eh. Yeah, I definitely was not thinking about that when I was listening to that song. But
okay, examine it. My first pair of Jordans were boosted. Nice. My Nintendo Wii. Only reason I had the Nintendo Wii is because I went to the barbershop and this guy was in the barbershop. I don't think it was boosted. It actually wasn't. This actually isn't a booster story, but it is a funny story. My Nintendo Wii got at the barbershop because a guy needed to sell it because it was December 27th and he was upset that his son had already thrown the controller against the flat screen TV. He was like, we gotta get out of the house right now. This is gonna be a problem. So I got a $115 Wii the day after Christmas it came out. You know what I mean? So I don't get it. I don't even play video games, but that is how my journey to becoming the #3 ranked all-time Frisbee golf player in the world in 2000 and whenever the Wii came out began. That is actually a little known piece of Justin history. I got so good at Frisbee golf, I had to be in top 3 in the world.
Your more is crazy.
That is crazy. I love that game.
Damn, you put in real sweat equity into that process.
It was so critical to me writing about rap because that was also, so it's got to be like 2009. It's got to be like 2009 we're talking about.
Okay.
Because that's how I would review albums. So legitimately when I first decided to pro, anytime I was reviewing an album, I would play Frisbee golf. And that's how I could tell how much I liked the album. Right, like, because, you know, the Frisbee golf game is like, you know, you're just tossing the Frisbee or whatever.
Yeah.
But if I get out of a rhythm listening to your album while I'm playing Frisbee golf.
Tomatoes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I got a lot of album reps. I used to have the driving rep, the smoking rep, you know, the Mac mode rep, the Frisbee golf rep. You know what I mean?
Your memoir is going to be crazy.
Yeah, it's good. It's got some detours in it, I'll tell you that. Remy Essex, so music can only inspire positive energy. I agree, right? Like, if you can heal, you can hurt, you know?
Facts. And like, yeah, what to say about junk food and dessert and shit? Like, come on.
And vibrations are a real thing, you know?
Of course.
You know, it's a big thing. Yeah. Philip McGee, Stats said, shut up and rap. Oh, we did this one already, right? Yeah, I think we did this one. King Green, I love your content, bro. Very insightful. I'll let him know. Miss Booked and Busy, initial thoughts on J. Cole's Fall Off magazine. I think we talked about that, but I like that idea a lot. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, I just did see that Andre G shouted out some of the writers in the space and editors that were on there. I saw Taylor Crumpton's name.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, I'm glad that he didn't just, you know, do it to do it, but it seems like he tapped some, you know, interesting minds to do it. So that's dope.
Star Trek ambassador, to Stats point, Reasons by EWF was about a one-night stand, but it was played at so many weddings like it's a love song. That's true.
Facts. That's like Pretty Wings. People walking down the
Yeah.
aisle to Pretty Wings. It's like, yo, do you want to? That's been like something we've been thinking about with the playlist of like, make sure it's actually a love song and not some heartbreak or some shit, you know? Like,
because some songs just sound beautiful, even if they're dark. Like Cameras is like that. Like I love Cameras. It's but it's a song looking back at a relationship that didn't go that well. But it sounds like it's right, and it sounds like things work out,
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah. Examine it. That's exactly it, Stat. Music is subjective, 100%. One thing I've noticed over my career, I've had the opportunity to actually have relationships with a lot of artists I was fans of and listened to. Most of them, when I reach out and ask about a bar, a lyric, what they were saying and what they mean, I won't say most of them, but I'd say about 22, 23% of them, those texts never get a response. And I think there is something to the mystery of it.
Yeah.
So.
It's true.
That's what it is. DM7561, comparing what Lupe did to what India Arie is saying is a masterclass level gaslighting. Lupe sought out smoke with those he thought were talking about him. I appreciate that, and I respect that. I respect where you're coming from, So thank you for that DM. 1 second applause. Brown Girl Elle, I have hope, so much hope for Gen Z. I remember they said that about millennials.
Really?
I think we always have hope for the youth. I think Gen Z is going to be good. You guys had school shooter drills.
Yeah.
You guys have a different look on life.
Yeah. I have hope for Gen Z too. I have hope for Gen Alpha as well. I think the trends are the trends are trending. But I think some of our most rebellious, insurgent, innovative shit, for lack of a better word, comes from the youth. Always. Especially when they're under these pressure cooker conditions. So I have hope too.
Gen Z was interesting because that was the first generation that voted where the youth voted in such high numbers for the conservative party, for the Confederate Party. That manosphere got them.
The manosphere, and then also I think speaking to the point of, there's manosphere stuff, there's black pill nihilist stuff where it's like nothing matters, so fuck it, I don't care. And then there's this, at least they're saying something. I have this feeling, and they're putting a thing to it, and so at least they're acknowledging it. Versus Biden's whole thing was if
you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
Yeah, if you ain't black, if you don't vote for me, and the GDP is great. You ain't struggling. It's no. No.
Right.
You can't just tell people that their pockets aren't hurting. So.
Right.
Anyway.
Star Trek ambassador, Stat, I have to disagree. Green started this debate with a fantastic video.
Yes.
Lou is me too. I just want to say shout out to my girls, Nixis J and Miss Hummus in the chat. Also, what up to the panel? Big shout out to Nixis and Miss Hummus.
Facts. I don't know the first lady, but I have heard of Miss Hummus.
Nixis is dope. She's a reactor. I watch her stuff pretty regularly. Actually, I should probably reach out to her directly. I've been meaning to do that. I posted her on my community section once. She reacted to A Culture United, and I really appreciate what she had to say. But yeah, really talented. You should check her out. 1 second, pause. I think we did this. Okay, we did this one. We did that one. Creative Energy Collective. Music does influence, but when we put the focus on the music and not the conditions that create the subject matter, we let the system off the hook. Right. And they've gotten really good at making sure we never put our ire into the system.
My favorite thing is a trans person is not raising your rent, or a Venezuelan immigrant is not pitting your pocket. It's the billionaire class. Right. And so if you just wake up and realize the culture war shit and black people, we are so degenerate as a people, you will wake up to who's actually doing the most damage. And I swear to God, it's not fucking Carisha. Well, anyway.
That was effective closer to that video, though. Oh, you
No, I didn't even really remember that until you pulled it back up. Shit.
I was like, yeah, she's not a very good person at all, is he?
Like, not really.
Oh gosh, she's a madam. I think she's a madam. Oh my gosh, very different.
Unless
Very
she's-
different.
Her child isn't. Yeah.
Shout out to Philip McGee. You started this, King Green. I'm glad you did. Question for you: what is your favorite color? Love, see you and Stat. We are lucky to be a part of these convos. Appreciate y'all. 1 second applause. We actually talked about this before the show started. He was talking about how Stat asked him if he only wears green all the time because Stat's really monochromatic. He only wears black all the time. And Green was like, yeah, I do. I wear it all. He's like, I wear it so much that I just make my life green. And then I always get these great green gifts without asking because everyone knows that I like green. So
Oh, that's
Yeah.
sweet.
yeah, it's cool. Jermaine Johnson, big shout out. Please don't die over the neighborhood that your mama renting. Yes, I love that. Please don't die over the neighborhood that your mama's renting. It's not punchy, but man, you can't tell me it's not lyrically a 10 out of 10. Yeah. I love that line. Remy Essex. Rap is a damn verb, people. Come on, we know this. Key Minogue, gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much, Kim Minogue. 1 second applause. High Level Tales. All right, let's be done with this convo once and for all. How good Dot is a lyricist out of 10? Where does he rank among the best? Oh, this would have been good for the panel. I missed this one. Where do you think he ranks?
I mean, I'm biased. But I just think, like, I don't know what I've learned from this conversation. It's like, which may be a cop-out answer, whatever. It really is subjective at a certain point. Like, there are objective metrics that I feel like we did try to lay out. And then, like, then everyone has, like, a different, like, definition of, like, what does it for you? What is like your yum? Like what is it? Is it the punchlines? Is it the storytelling? Is it the So I think just depending on what you like is who you're gonna rank up there. But I personally rank Dot like 9 out of 10. I mean he's high up there for me. But I mean you just gotta also consider the source.
I just don't see a world, based on how I look at lyricism, and particularly if I'm focusing on music, I don't see a world where he's not a 10. I'm not saying he's the best of the 10s.
Right.
But to me, he's in that tier. And I say that because of just the range of different things he's done at different points in his career. And also, I don't think that just because we haven't seen him do certain things maybe he did more of back in the beginning of his career, doesn't mean he's not able, doesn't mean we're still seeing his full skill set now with his choices. You know what I mean? So I think there's a 10 tier. And I think he's on there.
Oh, I like that.
And I think that, which I've made this point for 15 years in my content, all of this comes down to preference. So the conversation around it is what's fun. Like that is like the lunch table debate, the barbershop debate is the rap battle. Yeah. Can I be more persuasive to the other person based, who has a different preference? That's the fun part.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, same with sports. I mean, that is the fun part. It's like, vein popping out of your neck. Like, oh, nigga.
Right. I've had a lot of those.
Yeah.
A lot of those conversations. I've had a couple weeks, So sometimes you're not persuasive at all. Sometimes you think you're more persuasive than you really are. Then you find out, no, you're not, nigga. Okay. Remy Essex, rappers ain't rapping and singers not singing. That's the truth. Yo, but you know who really does have bars on this album?
Who?
Don Toliver. There's a lot of bars. Like the vibe of Octane, I love, but every time I listen to it now, I'm always catching something new that he just did. Something flipped. Don Toliver.
He's a good writer, I would say.
Yeah, he's a really good writer. 1 second applause. He said, what did he say? He said, I walked into... What did he say? He said, I walked into where I walked out with Tiffany. He said, I'll sing you a symphony. I'll tell you a symphony. Walked into, I can't remember, but that shit had me in a chokehold. I was like, Siri, rewind 30 seconds. No, Siri, rewind 30 seconds. Did that for like 45 minutes.
I love that.
Brown girl Elle, it's almost time for Stat to go night-night, and that's exactly where he went.
For sure. Straight to bed.
Straight to bed. K-Way for real, Stat and King Green look like before and after sin.
Oh my God.
Who's before and who's the after? I know K-Way's on his date with his fiance, so maybe I'll screenshot this and save it for later for K-Way.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Blue Slides, would you say Kid Cudi and Kanye started the wave of this melodic hip hop with Travis Scott, evolving it to where we're at today? If you're talking about this particular version, maybe, but all this is Bone Thugs and Harmony to me. I mean, they're the first ones to really do melodic. I would say first ones. Like Cold Crush Brothers, this is the way we harmonize. There's some other people, Freestyle Fellowship, they were doing this. I think Bone Thugs and Harmony is the group that popularized it, because every time I hear Nelly Furtado or Justin Timberlake when he's working with Timbaland, I feel like I'm listening to Bone Thugs and Harmony songs. Except Bone Thugs and Harmony only talked about murder and marijuana in their Uncle Charles, and for like the first two albums. And I think that Cudi is off of that branch and all these kind of things. But what I do think is the case is Ye and Travis Scott are like, Yeezus is the corner that gets you Travis Scott, that gets you Playboi Carti, that gets you Ken Carson, that gets you Yeet. I think all that rage rap stuff comes from Yeezus, and that has a very heavy Death Grips component to it, in my opinion.
I also think like Cudi's hum is Dada, like is Father. Like for a lot of these guys, like actually Kid Cudi's feature on Yeat's most recent project, it was given father son. Like I think even Birds in the Trap by Travis, and actually Cudi's on that too, is heavily influenced by Cudi. The humming, that humming specifically, there's a couple new age artists that are like in that, and I'm like, oh, you were like a Cudi, or you may not even know, but that's Dada. That's your daddy for sure, for sure. It's that. Oh my God, I don't know. A Cudi hum will save me for sure, because I don't know. There's something super spiritual about that I feel like he taps into. But
good enough.
Yeah,
I like that. I like the way you broke that down. 1 second plus. Jean Viernes, why is everyone sleeping on Hurry Tomorrow? I'm not even hip.
Is that the Weeknd's project?
Oh yeah. Is that one? Okay, I do know that album.
I slept. I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Let me just make sure. Fact check. Is that the Weeknd's album?
Right.
Is that what we were talking about? Hurry Tomorrow, Hurry Up Tomorrow?
Hurry Up Tomorrow, something like
if
that.
It's hurry Up Tomorrow is the Weeknd. This says Hurry Tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I guess maybe that's what they meant.
Yeah, the movie came with that and stuff too. But speaking of sleeping, I do have to sleep. It's
you're good. Yeah, no, you're great timing because we're almost done anyway. But go get some rest.
Yes.
Thank you so much for everything, BK. And once again, sincerely, I'm so sorry to put you in that situation. And thank you for giving me grace. I appreciate you.
Yeah, of course. It wasn't intentional. Ditto to you too. Like, I love you. I feel like we got so close, so much closer. Like I still am sticking to the stress test was a good thing 5. And looking at it that way is more like constructive, I think. But shout out to like your leadership and your mentorship. And I am going to utilize the channels outside of stress tests to just like hit you and be like, what's up? What do you think? Like, I have so many ideas that I feel like can just be shaped to just help me be better. And like, you're a key part of that. So like, shout out Culture United, shout out you. Oh my gosh, shout out the chat, the moderators. I think slowing the chat was a really good addition, because last week I had to click away because it was way more people in the chat, but then also because of the speed, it was kind of like giving me like palpitations a little bit, but then I was like, fuck, I can't see what people are saying. So I think that's a good addition. And shout out Lilz, because that fat chick just made us, someone literally was like, it gave a little MSNBC, like, it just makes it like official. And it goes to show like, we're not afraid to be like accountable to y'all or be like, make mistakes or whatever. So
yeah, definitely. Definitely. Word up, BK, 9 second applause.
Yeah.
And then there was one. Da, da, da. So yeah, this is another angle. Doesn't look like the albums are going into my head. See, and they got the headphones on, so it's like, shh, the music you're listening to. I like this effect. Let's see what we got next. Big shout out to Cam Sulan. Democratic socialism, cleaning up the establishment so far is my biggest win of the year. Great one. Mine too. I need all this stuff to change. I don't like any of there's no part of me that's ever going to celebrate or vote for the Confederacy. And the blue team, the DSA aspect of it to me is finally a backbone. It's finally something that's actually talking to people. You know, everybody's bought and paid for on the blue team. It's almost like they're paid to do nothing. They're paying to clean up messes just enough. And so I'm with you on that one, Cam. 1 second, plus. Okay, wait for real. 76ers biggest winners. 76. Oh, that's right. What happened with the Sixers? They got Jaylen Brown. That's right. That's crazy. They got no excuse. They got no excuse this season. And with so much parity in the NBA, they might actually have a chance. It's about time for the Sixers to win. 76ers biggest winners. Celtics biggest losers for more than basketball reasons. Represent. Traceless Flight. Spin That is basically Hell Yeah by Dead Press. Oh yeah, I had let's take this off. I had a poll. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, we're checking in with our poll. We're checking in with our poll right now. Degeneracy is 68%. Freedom is 32%. If you're just tapping in, type 1 if you think Spin That is about degeneracy. Type 2 if you hear freedom in that song. When Boots Riley was talking about that, and when I thought about that in conjunction with this song, it does remind me quite a bit of the whole aspirational rap era. I think this one may be a little bit more catered or more representative of collapsing capitalism in this era we're in. But aspirational rap was a framing of why it's okay to talk about excess, capitalistic excess in music. And I think Boots hit the nail on the head when he said that when people hear this song or songs like it, a lot of times they hear freedom. And that's really what the aspirational rap era sold. You know, we were jamming to these songs, you know, because it made us feel inspired to go after the type of freedom they were talking about. You know what I mean? So I do see a parallel, a through line there with that. We'll come back to that. Type 1 if you think Spin That's degeneracy. Type 2 if you think Spin That is freedom. Hell yeah. I don't even want to sell crack to the crib. But you was doing it in the black live. Yeah, this Jay-Z remix is actually crazy on that. Brown Girl Elle. Thank God we live in a world where India and Miami can coexist and love and respect each other. Me too. I agree with that. 1 second, applause. Bethane 0805, I want to thank Quality Reacts as well for getting the lyricism debate started in the first place. He was a major component to that. I actually, we exchanged DMs today. Hopefully we can connect more directly tomorrow, the day after. But I hit him up. I hit him up a few days ago, actually. And I talked about this yesterday's show, I think. So we finally got in touch. Thanks for Ms. Hummus for sending his contact. And I do agree with you. He was the one that actually got the moment that brought focus to King Green's video, and also the focus to, you know, what lyricism is or isn't. So big shout out. 1 second, applause. Brown Girl Elle, BK going to summer dance intensive at Alvin Ailey in New York. Oh, wow. Okay. That's what's up. I know that. Learned a bunch of new things today. 1 second, applause. Born Gifted Media, my brother. Some of my favorite artists became that because of great interviews. Touches of humanity like Nas, Usher, MJ, Stevie, Hove, Beyonce, Doechii, DMX, Aretha, Cardi, Dot, Pac, exactly. And I think that, you know, I think that's probably the case for most of us. I remember the excitement I would see when my favorite artist was on the cover of a magazine. And I finally get to, you know, read about the nuances of their life. You know, I remember Dream Hampton doing the piece on Tupac in the courtroom, and I'm like, this guy's crazy. He's a superhero. I don't understand this, you know. And so I wish there were more moments like that. But I guess everybody has social media. You really want to see into people's lives, go check their lives, you know. Ro Mango. Oh, we got fact checking. We official. Much love to y'all. That's right, Ro Mango. 1 second applause. That's dope. I like this. Lil's the illest. Philip McGee. The heart is the beat we all have if we're lucky to breathe, even without instruments or instructions. Music and dance were made like ancient beatbox. That is a great point. That is a great point too, because I think what I said was, well, without music, dance would be kind of crazy. But yeah, no, you don't even need music to dance. That's true. 1 second applause. Philip McGee again. There was a lot of short jabs thrown at Dot, but he stomped like a giant and looked pretty relaxed. Every CU better than the last. Thanks, Justin, Elle, and BK. Thank you, Philip McGee. Appreciate the support. 1 second applause. And where are we at? Ariel Smoke, my brother. Ariel Smoke. Justin, Lupe blaming fans for getting artists off when it's actually the corporate whites that have life insurance policies out on them is wild. I think two things could be true, but the corporate policy one is always crazy to me. I don't know this about Empire at all. I'm not putting this on Empire at all. This is not what I'm not saying this about Empire, and I actually don't believe this about Empire. But I remember when a bunch of artists at Empire all were murdered around the same time. Young Dolph, XXL Tentacion, was it Big Doe? Was his name Big Doe? The dude from Houston. It was a really dark time. And it made me think a lot about, you know, just the energy we put out in general. But when I see things like that, when that happened, actually, a lot of forums I went into were speculating that that was the case. Now, again, I'm clarifying, I'm not saying this at all. But that is a messed up part of the game. It's the same thing as when the plantation owners got their land back and settlements from the government for their slaves being their property, which was people, being free. You know, like that is just insane. 1 second applause. Appreciate you, Ariel. Shout out to the big three. BK, where's the cat? The cat was here. Good to see you. Hi, I'm Chat. Thank you for the comment you left on the video on the third verse too. I responded to it. I hope you saw it. But I really appreciate your support. 1 second applause. Here go Ariel. Ariel about to let it off. Screw Young Miami. She was over there with Diddy. Right, BK broke that down lovely. Here goes Ariel again. The difference is that Miss Arie wasn't with Diddy. Exactly, because he knows what's up. We got one more right here for you. I think y'all are trying to justify liking the song. I mean, people do like the song. It's a good song. We're going to get one more with my man Ariel. Justin Panel Chat. Great to see you too, brother, man. He right though, man. Like, it's a catchy song, but there's a lot of dark over and undertones to it. And I think that's part of where the discussion is living. Philip McGee, I am a biracial man with a bald spot. When I'm not, my hair came out. I had an S curl, and I would bump that shit, let Miami spin that shit. It's music. Right? Yeah, you know, it's funny how hair evolves over time. I'm experiencing it. 1 second applause. The Chicago Rilla. The Harvard Report was commissioned by Clive Davis, led by Dr. Logan Westbrook, and Black Music Marketing Exec at CMG. The book is available on Amazon, FYI. Dope. So, okay, so I think what I missed with that story is that the book's available, but the actual report, I think the book talks about the report, but I think Dwan and Lupe were talking about the actual report. And so I think Lou has the actual report. I think if that's how that goes. Maybe I'm wrong. That is too difficult to fact check though, because that came up in conversation in the last episode, so someone would have to go and watch that, come back, find it. Not quite there yet. Not quite there yet, but we're getting there. Rory Basin, my brother. Shout out to Nana and his album, Internet Killed the Superstar. Caught the live show last Thursday, and he put on such an amazing experience. Definitely worth the listen. Appreciate you. 1 second applause. We got to kick it again soon. Next time you go to a show, let me know, and I'll do the same. I'll hit you up. Do I have anything coming up? Oh, we got the Open Mike Eagle show coming up August 3rd in Santa Ana if you want to pull up. If you want to roll to that, I'm down to roll. Check that out with you. If you're free that weekend, let me know. Star Trek Ambassador. What would a socialist music industry look like, yo? What would a socialist music industry? I mean, I think healthcare, probably. The artists would have benefits. That definitely would happen. Ticket prices would be way better. Definitely, there definitely wouldn't be a monopoly in the ticketing industry. There'd be way more labels in the first place. You probably wouldn't be able to own a record label and a radio station. Probably wouldn't be able to own a record label and a TV station. I think it's a good start. Let me know what you think about it. Opulent light being. I think a different issue is about how our music makes the world see us, not necessarily how it makes us behave. Bad art adds to bad tropes. Yes, it does. Great point. OLB, 1 second applause. And thank you for everything that you had to say today, too. I really appreciate you. I'm growing it out a little bit. What y'all think? We'll see. We'll see. Probably won't last long, but it's here right now. This is how the week was. No. Beak Braid. Hey, everyone. I'm turning, says in Danny Brown voice, 30 in about an hour and a half. Thank you for giving me an awesome place to count down my 20s. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. Let's see. How long does it have a time? 8:40. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Hope you're having a great time. Hope you're having a great day. Beak Brain, do your thing, man. Thank you for the support. 1 second applause. Philip McGee, did I spell those wrong? That word looks wrong. I'm not sure. My eyes are a bit glazed too, to be honest. Philip McGee, trials and tribulations are speed bumps, tree trunks. We did this one, thank you. Love seeing different kinds of lyricists on stream. That is true. We had 4 different types of lyricists in this conversation. That was also intentional. Sometimes intention plays better than others. My brother Deluxe the Champ, you going to the Bone Thugs and Harmony party tonight? I will be editing. I have a morning show, Deluxe. You gonna tune in? I got a show at 8 a.m. PST. That is one thing that this new schedule has been, I've been adjusting to, is that I don't go out as much as I used to. And it's really just because of this crazy thing called rest and sleep, you know? Like, you gotta find it where you can get it. But, all right, so let's settle the debate. We're gonna stop the poll. And 63% of you said that you hear degeneracy when Spin That plays. 37% say freedom. So regardless of what people are thinking or how they're feeling about it, in this chat, in this room, is mostly degeneracy. Again, thank you guys so much for all the support. Thank you for holding me down in various tough times. This isn't the first time that there's been challenges that I've faced in this community, at least I have faced. But this is the first time I've been this far away from understanding what the community expected of me. And I thank all of you sincerely for holding me accountable, for keeping me in check, and making sure I understand, you know, where that true north really is. I hope, again, if there's anybody that's out there that still has issues or still has questions, understand that you can reach out to me. Anybody out there who has anything they want to discuss, I'm down to do that too. And more than anything else, I'm just really grateful for Elle and BK for their strength, you know, for their grace, for everything they bring to this show. It wouldn't be the same without them. And truthfully, it became a brand new version with them here. I'm so thankful. Thankful for them. Thankful for you guys in the community. Thank you for the mods. Thank you to Said, Deluxe, Bucktooth. Thank you to Lilz, of course. Thank you guys for the feedback on the fact check. I hope I'm not missing any mods in here. I'm looking, I'm scrolling. I know last week was challenging too, so I think we have some things that we can do to make life easier. We definitely slowed the chat down. Give me some feedback, you know, over the course of a week on how you guys think that went. I love the fact check edition, and I just love this community. I love all of you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for the grace. Thank you for the support. It's all happening.
Culture united, our culture united, our culture united, our culture united, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world.